A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. The Goldbergs strained every nerve to make the first dinner with Esther Miller and Albert Allison a success. After all, this was the woman whom Allison had nearly married 15 years ago, present in Allison's life once again. And Mr. Allison tries to recapture the wasted past. But Sylvia went into one of her worst tantrums. She refused to come down to the table. She screamed at her father, and the dinner went on under the storm, embarrassed, uneasy, and happy. It's over now, and it looks as if Sylvia will never be cured by Dr. Kiss.
Allison, can I see you a minute? Excuse us, ladies. Please, Miss Miller, excuse us.
Yes, of course, Mr. Goldberg.
Sure, Pa.
Lovely, darling. Don't you bother with the dishes. I'll do them.
I'll help you with the dishes, Mrs. Goldberg.
Why should you bother, Miss Miller?
It won't take us very long, Miss Miller.
Please, I'd like to.
Very well. Rosalie,
yes, Ma.
You just take off the tablecloth.
All right, Ma. I'll take off all the dishes and everything.
I'll take this. And, Miss Miller, if you don't mind, you would take that dish,
yes.
please. All right. So what is the trouble?
She's nice, isn't she?
Who?
Well, who am I talking about? I'm certainly not talking about Sylvia.
All the dishes, please.
Oh, yeah, Mama, darling. What are you looking for, Sammy?
My pipe.
Don't pose with a pipe just because there's a stranger in the house.
Rosie, will you please...
What?
Nothing.
Rosalie, I'm just coming.
I'm coming. Well, I know that if I were almost married to a girl like you were to Sylvia, and even if the engagement was broken off, I'd feel sufficiently interested to give her a good talking to if she did what Sylvia did tonight. That's all I have to say. I'm coming.
Why did you have to carry so many dishes? You didn't have to carry so many in the pie. You would only cook one if it also be sufficient, right? All right, Sally, not all right with the salad.
Sally?
Yeah, Pa.
Let me have some matches, please.
Here.
Something will have to be done. This can't go on.
Everything will be all right.
How can you say that? Did you see how Allison looks? Don't you see the man is falling to pieces?
Here, Pa. Let me light it for you.
Oh, thanks. To be so humiliated by a child. To be so insulted.
That's the way Sylvia is, Pa.
Do you realize what a life you saved yourself from? Do you realize, Sammy?
All right, Rosalie. I didn't say you could help it. I didn't say you could help it. But I could say that you broke my best dish. That yes? Jamie?
Yes.
There's Allison.
Trying to pull himself together.
And what did he say?
What could he say?
You better go inside, Mom. Miss Miller's all alone.
All right, I'm going, dear.
I wouldn't care if Miss Miller wasn't such a remarkable woman.
Very.
Sweet.
Surely.
Refined.
Extremely.
Intelligent.
Smart.
She has natural hair, no?
Absolutely, Pa.
Beautiful life, standing ready with open arms. How a person could live if they would only let him.
Where you going, Jake?
Maybe I'll walk Allison over to Dr. Cater's office.
Do that, Jake, darling. Do that. Oh, Rosalie. Papa was right. How a person could live if they would only let them. Do you know where I can find another dish towel? Oh, I'm coming to Miss Miller. Just thought I left out the dish towel. I'm coming, Miss Miller. I'm very sorry.
Where are you going, Sammy?
Upstairs.
Are you going to say anything to Sylvia?
I don't know.
I know what I'd like to say to her.
Maybe I know what I'd like to say to her, too. Where are you going?
To my room.
Stay down.
I don't want to. I can go up to my room if I want to.
Let's stay down.
Sammy, please.
No, Ma.
So where are you going?
Well, I'm going upstairs.
Why can't I go upstairs with you?
Because I don't want you to.
If you're going to say something to her, why can't I be there? Why can't I have that pleasure?
Stay where you are.
Sammy.
Rosalie? You can come in the kitchen now. I left the dishes to dribble off, so you can wipe them if you don't mind. What's the matter? What did you say? Nothing. But why the dishes that I left are dribbling off, dear? Come in, Miss Miller, please. Come in. It wouldn't take long for the water to boil. And then I'll do the pots. I'll do the pots later anyway because I want to gather all together mine aluminum pots because all the girls is making a committee and they're going to the village and they're going to take all the aluminum pots together in the village. They're going to make a big thing, a big tray the carpenter's going to make and all the pots is going to go in and then we're going to have a whole bazaar. That'll be for the defense. Sit down, Miller, please. Excuse me.
Sammy? Yes, Mom? Sammy? I want you here this moment to come hither. Please, there's something that's marked that I want you to get for me. What is it?
Well, she has to be told, Ma.
Go, dear.
So? You see, Mrs. Goldberg?
Yes, I see.
What happened 15 years ago is happening again.
Sylvia was a child then.
Yes, she was. And Albert was devoted to her, afraid for her, afraid of her. She was beautiful. She was queen of the house.
But I don't see yet, Miss Miller, if you'll excuse me, what the wishes of a child of 5 have to do with the lives of 2 grown-ups, as you and Mr. Allison were evidently, of course.
Well, Mrs. Goldberg, when 2 people get married, they have to learn to fit into each other's lives.
So?
Well, we knew that was impossible with Sylvia always present. We loved her, and she took an instant dislike to me. She screamed, she wept, she carried on as if she were mad. Well, it's no way to begin a marriage with a doubt always present. It was safer never to begin.
It was wise, Miss Miller, yet it wasn't so wise. Excuse me, please. Hello? Yes, Dr. Cater. Yes. Well, not very. No. Excuse me, Miss Miller. Dr. Cade on the phone. No. She's upstairs.
Is that for me?
Of course, Doctor.
I'll take it.
Not so good. Not good, in fact.
Why don't you let me talk to him?
Because it's not for you, Sylvia, if you don't mind. Yes, Doctor. Goodbye.
It was Dr. Cater, wasn't it?
But he was speaking for me.
But he was speaking about me. And about you, too, Miss Miller.
Especially about you.
And what did you decide?
We couldn't decide without talking to you first. Only you wouldn't come down and have dinner with us.
I choose those with whom I eat.
Sylvia.
Mrs. Goldberg, please. Why don't you choose to eat with me, Sylvia?
Because I don't like you.
And why don't you like me?
Because you're making my father act like a silly old man. And a stupid one, too.
Sylvia.
You don't have to listen if you don't like what I'm saying.
No, we don't. But I want to. What have you got against me, Sylvia? I saw you once 15 years ago. This is the second time.
You don't belong to our family.
Sylvia.
And I don't want you in it. And no matter how you make eyes at him, and no matter what, you'll never marry him. So you might as well go back to where you came from.
Don't you think that's up to your father? Because you were a baby 15 years ago, he sacrificed his own life to you. But you're not a baby now, even though you're trying to act like one.
My father will do as I say. He's afraid not to.
Sylvia.
And he's never going to marry until I do. I'm first. I come first. All my life I've been unhappy because of you. Because he was thinking of you. Because you kept sending him cards, reminding him that he gave you up for his family. You wanted to come first. You wanted him to forget his own children and marry you and think of you. And he hated us because he had to give you up. Well, we paid for the fact that he didn't marry you. We paid for it. And you're not going to get him now. You're not going to move into a home you never helped build and enjoy money you never helped earn and enjoy a life you don't deserve. All you're thinking of is security for your old age. You're old now and you want to retire. You're old now and you want to retire. But you're not going to have the chance. So you can pack your bag and go back to New York and look around for someone else to help you the rest of your life.
It begins to look as if Dr. Cater has made a complete failure with Sylvia. A failure that may lead to still more tragic consequences. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Bird. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
whispers of the European conflict, vague rumors of atrocities had begun. But who could possibly believe in the safety of our homes, that soon there would be ashes of men, women, and children sifting out of the crematoriums? And so I and Norma Shearer, the premier actress of the time at MGM Studios, the two of us did not hate.
Everyman's Theater, written and created by Arch Oboler. Oxidol presents Miss Norma Shearer in a thrilling love story, The Women Stayed at Home, with the special symphonic accompaniment of Wagner's deathless love music, Tristan and Isolde. And here is our writer-creator, Arch Oboler, who will introduce tonight's play.
The scene, a windswept coast. It is night. For once the sea is calm. It waits ominously upon the edge of shore where sits a woman and an old man. For a long time they've sat quietly, but now the woman speaks to the old man, and her words lift out to the sea on the rush of the wind.
Lonely? Yes, I was lonely. And I did what I did because I was lonely. I can tell you. This is a quiet place. My father built here because he and Mother had each other. And they wanted the lonesomeness. The village over there and we away from all the rest. My father wanted it that way. When I was very young, it was all right. I could run with the other children. It was all right. But when I grew older, it was lonely. The sea, the wind, the gulls flying. Is that enough for a girl? Yes. I was very lonely. Father died at sea. A storm. His boat. Then Mother. For the first time, I really was alone. People who have nothing remember the little things they've had, don't they? I remember things so clearly. The way the clouds were one day when the sun went down. A boat that stood out on the horizon, and then in the second went under. The way so many of... No. Why talk of that? I'll tell you of John. He came to the village a month after Mother died. He had a pack on his back and a smile that lifted the heart. I met him right where we sit.
Hello, girl.
Oh,
I'm sorry if I startled you.
I didn't know that...
Yes, I know. My mother used to say it of me, too. I had to walk like a cat on tiptoe. It's a pleasant day.
Yes, isn't it?
Where are you from?
That house.
Oh. It's a strange, lonely place to build a house, isn't it?
Yes.
May I tell you my name? It's John Clark.
How do you do?
Would you tell me yours?
Celia Harris.
Celia? There's a name. Yes, from a boat.
What?
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's your name, isn't it? I've no right to use it.
You said a boat?
Yes, my boat. I'm going to make a living at fishing. That's why I came here. And I've got a new boat. Well, not exactly new, and I've been beating out the inside of my head trying to think of a lucky name for it. Celia. Ah, it's a lovely name. Do you mind if I tell you that? Do you mind?
I didn't mind. I didn't mind anything he told me. The village was so happy the day we married. It's good to remember.
Seal?
Yes, darling?
How's the chance?
What?
To get away from them.
Oh, but John.
Shh, now, quiet. I'll slip easy as a ghost around the corner. Now, come on, run!
Oh, they'll never forgive us. Oh,
Go on now. It's the dancing and the drinking that they're after. Now, come on.
Oh, I can't. I can't.
Yes,
oh,
you can, Seal. Come on now.
Oh, no, John, no.
What?
I can't. Not another step. Oh, it's beating so. My heart.
My heart.
John.
Oh, I want you.
I'm yours.
Always mine. Always mine.
Always mine. He said that. Always mine. Tell me, how long is always? Is always the moment he held me, and his lips were tight on mine, and his arms held me, and he... No. Why should I ask? I really know. Always with him was that night. Because the next night...
Aye. Celia, goodbye, darling. I'll be thinking about you. I'll bring a good catch home for you. I'll see you in a fortnight, darling. Just in a fortnight.
He said that to me. But in a fortnight he was...
Dead.
I think it. I can't say it. It's been so long, and yet I can only think it.
Dead.
Do you know what that means?
We have come here to say the last words for the soul of the one whom the sea has taken to the Lord. Goodbye, John Clark. The Lord in his wisdom has buried you in the boundless grave of the ocean. We bow our heads and we weep our tears. We have the memory of you.
Do you know what that meant? I was alone again. Yes, alone again. The Widow Clark.
Hi, the Widow Clark.
I ran from the village, back up the long path to my house, and all the way it was tearing at me. I was alone again. Alone again. But a new loneliness, a horrible loneliness. When you've had nothing, all right, you know nothing. But I've known something now. His look, his laugh, his lips, his arms, the crush of his arms. I was alone again. A day and a night. A day and a night. One after the other. An empty day after an empty night. That's what was ahead of me. And that's what I had. An empty day and an empty night. An empty day and an empty night. Over and over and over. And there was no end. There could be no end until there was an end of me. No end to it. Until there was an end of me. And then... I heard it from far down the village. I couldn't quite understand. One of the men waving his arms at me and shouting. War! War? But everybody had said... But wait. If war had come, there'd be something for me to do. Yes. Fill the emptiness in me with something to do. Yes.
I'm sorry, Widow Clark, but there's nothing for you to do. Everything's being taken care of in the proper manner. Sorry, Widow Clark, there's nothing for you to do.
Nothing for me to do. Nothing for me. Nothing for me.
Navy blockade them. You are to naval vessels, submarine, army, navy.
But nothing for me. War means something to those who have something to live for, to fight for. But when you have nothing... Empty days after empty nights. Over again, over again. And again I began to think. No end to it until there is an end to me. Why not?
Walk into the sea. Let the sea fill my emptiness. Cover my loneliness. Why not? Why not? I left the house and walked toward the sea. The sand crushed beneath my feet the way it did that night. That night he ran with me. The water was dark. I was at the edge and into it. Deeper and deeper into it. Cold against me. Cold as the days and nights. But this coldness would end, and with that ending put a finish to the ache in me. And then something touched me. I looked down, white in the water. A hand. John. The thought echoing in my head, and then no. A stranger. Someone. I dragged him out of the water to the beach. A stranger drowned in the sea. Dead, yes. But no. My ear against the wet of him. His heart, yes. The beat of it. Faint, but the beat of it. Dragged him, carried him to the house. Warmed him, hour after hour. And slowly the beat lifted with the blood in him. Stronger and stronger. Morning. He opened his eyes. In the first light of the sun, I saw they were blue. As blue as John's had been.
Mutter.
His first words, what?
Mutter.
Who? I ran to where I'd thrown the clothes, the buttons, words on them. He was the enemy. The enemy. I knew what I had to do. Go down to the village. Say, listen, everybody! A man from an enemy boat. Caught him! Come and get him! An enemy. Come and get him. I went back to where he lay. He was sleeping now. Sleeping. I looked at him. Something twisted in my heart. He slept the way John had slept that night. Head in the crook of his arm. Sandy hair curling down on her forehead, smooth and brown. He slept that night.
Listen, everybody! An enemy!
Yes, I must tell him. I must. He slept. Woke for a few hours, then slept again. Let him sleep, I told myself. There'll be time to tell them tomorrow. But I didn't tell them tomorrow. He was sick. I had to make him well. Then I would tell them. How many days went? I don't remember. All I remember is moments.
Bart.
What did you say?
Bart.
No. That's a bird. Bird.
Bird.
That's very good. Pretty bird.
Pretty bird. Pretty bird.
So I began to teach him how to speak my language.
I, you, me.
Why not?
Water,
I wanted him to speak the way I did.
He, they, night.
In the prison camp,
I'm
it would help him to know our language. So I taught him.
Sleep. I am Carl. I am Carl. I am Carl.
Good. Now try something else.
I am Carl. You are...
Celia. Say, how do you do, Celia?
How are you do, Celia?
No. How do you do?
How do you do, Celia? I am Carl. I am Carl.
Soon he was well enough to be up and about. I gave him a suit of John's to wear. He would sit in the window looking out at the sea, and I would work. And listen to him. It was good. It was good to know that someone was there. Suddenly, I realized something. I wasn't lonely anymore. Not lonely. Can you understand what that means? To have had nothing and then to have something. Someone to talk to listen to laugh with, to...
Naval battles, submarine, army, navy, army, navy, army, navy.
But I had to tell them. I had to. Had to? And then I began to ask myself why. What had I to do with war? What had I to do with enemies?
Sorry, Widow Clark, there's nothing for you to do. Everything's being taken care of in the proper manner. Sorry, Widow Clark, there's nothing for you to do.
Celia, you are very good to me.
He was no enemy to me. Just Carl. And his eyes were blue. And his face was gentle. And when he smiled, his lips... No. How could I tell him? And then... it happened.
Celia, who is there?
I don't know. No one ever comes up here.
You must answer.
Hide!
No, trouble. The police, they'll take
Hide,
you.
I tell you quickly.
Well, I'd begun to wonder if you were home.
Oh, Mr. Stanford, what do you want?
Want? Now, there's a question. Climb all the way down that infernal path and you look at me as if I brought you bad news. Well, I don't, and that's a fact.
Well?
I'll tell you plain enough. A chance to do your duty. Yes, and I'm the one who's fixed it for you.
What?
What? Have you no other word but what? Your duty in this war, of course. The district teacher's off to join his regiment. You come down to the district schoolhouse 3 times a week and teach the children. A chance to do your duty, Widow Clark, for God and country.
For God and country? Teach the children. Come down to the schoolhouse. Leave him.
I will be all right, Celia. Go. I will be all right.
So I went down to the village again. And heard of many things down in the village.
They're drowning our men. They're swamping the lifeboat. They're swamping the lifeboat.
They. Oh, yes, the enemy. Drowning and bombing and killing. They. The enemy. All day long, all I heard, the enemy. I climbed the path. Back to the house at sundown. He was waiting.
Celia, I'm very happy to see you.
I said nothing. What could I say? We ate. It grew dark. He didn't speak again. Just looked at me. And then, suddenly, it was as if he were gone. As if I had told him, and he'd been taken away. I was alone again. Alone again and lonely. No one near me. No one to talk to. The emptiness of the days again. No. I couldn't go back to that again. I couldn't. The next day, down to the village again. I wouldn't listen this time, I told myself. But in the schoolhouse, my brother, ma'am, on the boat they torpedoed yesterday. They killed my only brother, ma'am. They again.
They're drowning our men! They're killing our sons! They're killing our fathers! Drowning our men! They're drowning our men!
No, I ran. Away from them. They. No more days. He was only one. Only one. And he was in my house. And he was in my heart. All right, I said it. In my heart. He spoke to me that night.
Celia, I want to say something to you, please.
Yes, Carl.
You are not happy.
No.
It is me. I know I'm...
Carl, please.
If I could speak well enough to tell you...
What?
That all these days I've been with you, I've been thinking
and I have been learning that what you and your people think is right. And because it is right, it will live. I know that now. And so the hate is not ours, not yours, not mine.
Oh, Carl.
Celia. Not yours, not mine.
I love you, Carl. I love you, Carl. So I said it. And his arms came close around me. And there was no earth or sky or death. The days after that, days that stood still in wonder, and then in rush were gone. Warm days, lazy days, wonderful days. Days when the sky reached down and lifted us up to the clouds, and we... Oh, Carl. Carl. And then a new day. A morning. Sun awakened me. Stretched out my hand. Carl. No. Carl. Carl, where are you? Carl, where are you? Carl! Gone. Gone. I cried. Not very long. You see, I understood. Always in our days together, there's been a cloud. And with each passing day, that cloud would have grown larger and larger until there was no warmth of sun for us. The cloud of fear. Fear that someone of the village would see us. See him, and seeing him end my world for me. And he knew that. And so he went away. Where? I don't know. I like to think he took a boat during the night and sailed out to sea in it, back to where he came from. Back to his small village by the cliff. I like to think that. I know someday the fighting will be over. It must end. He said it.
And so the hate is not ours, not yours, not mine.
It will end. He'll come back to me. And I'll never be lonely anymore.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight it has been a great privilege to bring you Norma Shearer in my play, The Women Stayed at Home. All of us here, and I know you out there, are grateful to Miss Shearer for her stirring performance. With Miss Shearer were Hans Conried and Howard Duff. The special arrangement of Wagner's Tristan und Isolde was arranged and conducted by Gordon Jenkins.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death, The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. Have you ever seen the inside of a watch? Of course you have. And unless you happen to be a watchmaker by trade, it must have presented a rather confusing picture. But to a trained and careful eye, that mechanism is far from haphazard. It has meaning, purpose, and direction. And it's a well-ordered apparatus indeed. Now, suppose we examine the inside of the criminal mind. I don't mean the kind whose crime has been motivated by passion or circumstance. I'm referring to the hardened type. The criminal by choice and profession. To the law-abiding citizen, such a mind is a complication of neuroses, frustrations, and barbaric and greedy impulses. But to the trained detective, there is meaning in it, and purpose, and murderous direction. However, unlike the watch, there are sometimes flaws in the mental makeup of the criminal, and these flaws are sufficient to provide the favorable balance that exists between law and order and fear. Now, we take it for granted that a man who knows watches can put them together so that they'll work perfectly. Have you ever wondered what would happen if a man who understood the mind of a criminal tried to put one together, minus the flaws, so it would work perfectly?
Who's that? Working late, Frank?
What are you doing here, Rex? How'd you get in?
I saw the light in your office from the street. Thought I'd run up to investigate. It's after 10.
Since when do detective lieutenants investigate office lofts? And did you decide that I'm too good a friend for you to leave it to the cop on the beat?
As a matter of fact, I knew you'd be here making out that payroll. I was wondering if you needed any help.
Help? What kind of help do I need from you?
Well, that's an awful lot of cash you're counting on that table. Don't you want to get you a little official protection when you make your night deposit at the bank?
This gun is all the protection I'll need. And I'd sooner ask for a rattlesnake as an escort than ask for you.
What's the matter, Frank? Something troubling you?
Haven't you got what you wanted? Must you come up here and needle me, too?
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Cigarette?
You filthy lion rat. You called yourself my friend, you dirty rot.
Take it easy. There's no need to get excited.
You left me this morning.
Your wife?
And she left me for you. You filled her full of lies. You poisoned her mind against me, and I'd have trusted you with my life.
Frank, you're nothing but a fool. You always have been, and you always will be.
You're right. I agree with you on that. I'm a fool.
You married a beautiful woman, and then you forgot about her.
Sometimes, Rex, I feel I could kill you with pleasure.
You know, you've always loved your money more than anything else in the world. Why, you can't even bear to hire a payroll manager. You've got to sit up here in your office and count it out yourself.
Well, I can assure you of one thing, Lieutenant Pound. I'll give her a divorce, but that's all she'll get. I'll name you co-respondent. I'll drag this case right through the courts and smear your name as well as hers. I'll make sure the city officials fire you out of your job on your ear. And neither one of you will ever see a nickel of my money.
I'm afraid that isn't in my plans, Frank.
Tomorrow I'm seeing my lawyer. Tomorrow morning the two of you can hold hands and get a real idea of what my prestige in this town can do. Now get out of here and leave me alone.
Frank, do you have a license for that gun?
You're looking for something to strike back at me with? Playing the big guardian of the law? Yes, I've got a license.
Let's see it.
Why?
Because I'm asking you. I'm still on the force, Frank. We'll wait until you get me fired, and then you can ask the questions.
Yeah. Well, you satisfied?
Looks all right. Now, let's see the gun.
What else do you want to do, detective? Take my fingerprints?
The gun, Frank. Short job, isn't it? Small caliber.
So what? It's got bullets, hasn't it? Now get out of my office. You've got no official business here with me, and I don't want you around.
Oh, I've got business here, Frank, but it's not official.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
What did you say?
I'm going to shoot you, Frank, with your own gun.
You trying to scare me?
Frank, I've been working with criminals for years. Mostly homicides. I can safely say that I've seen every kind of murder that's ever been executed. Yeah, the slick ones and the dumb ones. The geniuses and the chumps. I know all the answers, Frank. Every one. What kind of a joke is this? You see, Frank, I've made a discovery. No matter how brilliant the killer, he can't think of everything. And the things he forgets are the things the investigator remembers. Stop pointing that gun at me, Rex. Now, there's only one way, Frank, to make certain your mistakes will never be held against you. Do you know what that is, Frank? No. You investigate your own crime yourself. You're only kidding me. You're trying to see me crawl. You wouldn't kill me. No? You're a policeman, a detective. You wouldn't dare. I'm a good shot, Frank. I know the vital spots. You won't suffer. You mean you'd actually do it? Watch. I'll be back to see you, Frank. In the morning. Bring it up. You get your stories later. Move back, let the lieutenant come through. Come on, back out of it. Hello, Lieutenant Tom. Got all right? No, not yet. He's on his way. Who found about her? The dame who came in to straighten up in the morning. She passed out after she called us. She's resting on a couch in the next office. Safe was open? Yeah. She's making up a payroll. Found two $10 bills underneath the desk. The guy jumped and must have stuffed the bill in a bag and baited in a hurry. You find a weapon? Yeah, here. Any prints? No. What else? Oh, that's all, Lieutenant. One thing. We got a hunch the gun belonged to Frank Arnold. Yeah? It's the only one we found, as a matter of fact, so he must have had one on him if he was counting on a payroll, huh? Anything else? No, that's all. You better give out some kind of a statement to them reporters. They've been hounding me for an hour. I'll take care of them. You get those pictures. Yeah, all right. I'll be in my office. Morning, Lieutenant. Morning. I'm Bill Kane, there to Clarion. Guess I'm a little late. You got any dope? Yeah, sure. A man's been murdered. The payroll's missing. Anything else you want to know? But this isn't just an ordinary hoisting. Frank Arnold was an important guy in this town. Look, Frank Arnold happened to be a friend of mine. You don't have to tell me how important he was. Oh, no offense, Lieutenant. We don't have any leads if that's what you're after. What about the gun? It was Arnold's, wasn't it? Look, reporter, just let the police department do the detecting, okay? Lieutenant, I'm just trying to be amiable. You see, our paper's been running a campaign against crime. There's been too much of it here in town. Frank Arnold was a solid citizen. Now, people aren't going to feel too well protected after they hear about this. They'll get all the protection they need. If you had no crime, you wouldn't have any use for me. If you want a statement, you can say that officially we're going to break this case in the shortest possible. What do you mean, Lieutenant, officially? I have a sort of unofficial interest as well. I told you Frank Arnold was my friend. He's done me many a favor. But off the record, I can promise you this much. I'll find out who killed this man if it's the last thing I ever do.
Why did you ask me from the car with you, Rex?
Oh, it was safer.
Safer?
Well, you know I'm handling your husband's case.
Yes. It must have been horrible. I feel so sorry for him.
Oh, why, Lorna? He didn't mean anything to you.
No, I didn't love him, that's true, but I didn't want to see him die.
I'm doing my best to nab the killer, but it's a tough case to crack.
Yeah. Well, why did you see it was safer before?
Lorna, when did you tell Frank you were going to leave him?
Before he went to the office to make up his payroll, I told him I wouldn't be home when he returned.
Now, where did you go?
To a hotel. I registered under a different name as you told me to.
Yeah, that was so he wouldn't find out where you were living and make trouble. Now, look, Lorna, you're going back home.
I intended to.
As far as you're concerned, you never left there. I've questioned you, and I'll submit my report to headquarters.
Question me? I don't understand.
Well, I don't want you under any suspicion for murder.
Right.
Now, take it easy. It's just routine.
Oh.
You won't be questioned further by any cop, providing no one discovers you left Frank after a quarrel just before he was killed.
You mean that think that I went up to his office and killed him?
Not if you follow my orders.
But it was a payroll murder, Rex. The money was missing. Why would I want to steal my office?
Now, the obvious isn't the only thing a detective looks for. Now, if you leave everything to me, you won't be embarrassed in any way at all, Lorna.
All right, whatever you say. Rex, for heaven's sake, don't think that I had anything to do with it.
Honey, I don't want you to give anyone else any cause to think so. Now, it'd be wiser if we don't see each other for a while and keep our relationship quiet. In that way, we can prevent people from believing that I'm shielding you. Now, is that clear?
Yes,
Now, you're not worried, are you?
No. No, I'm not as long as you're protecting. I wasn't worried at all before, but after what you just told me about how suspicious people can be, I'm getting uneasy.
Now, there's nothing to be uneasy about. Just stay at home and don't try to get in touch with me. I'll call you if I get the chance. Now, I'd better let you off here.
All right.
You can get a streetcar in the corner. Don't take a cab.
Okay. Well, what's that?
It's a short wave, just a second.
Lieutenant Pound. Lieutenant Rex Pound. Report back to headquarters. Report back to headquarters. That's all.
You wanted downtown?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an emergency, or they wouldn't contact me this way.
Maybe they've discovered something about Frank's murder.
Maybe they have. However, I doubt if they know any more about it now than I do.
A watchmaker must possess the eye of an eagle and the patience of Job. His hand must be steady and his fingers nimble, and he must be prepared to rectify his mistakes. The murderer must possess the eye of a cobra and the conscience of a wolf. His hand must be firm and his fingers bloody, and he must be prepared to pay for his mistakes.
What's the idea of calling me on the short wave, Brody?
Bill Kane came in here half an hour ago.
Bill Kane?
Yeah, the smart aleck reporter.
What's he want?
He's got a strong lead on the Arnold murder.
He has? What is it?
Oh, no, he wouldn't tell me. He wanted to talk to you alone. Said it was important enough to call you in.
Where is he?
He's in your office.
See that I'm not disturbed.
All right.
Hello, Lieutenant. What are you doing in my chair?
Sorry, just an oversight.
Mind if I help myself down here, Smokes? What's on your mind, Kane?
Well, I thought you might be interested in a little theory of mine.
What kind of a theory?
The theory that Frank Arnold wasn't killed for just a payroll.
What gave you that idea?
Well, matter of fact, I've got a little evidence.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, first of all, let me give you the theory part. A man makes out a payroll in his office and arms himself with a gun. He's facing the door so he can't be taken by surprise. And unless he's a first-class sucker, that door's locked. So, we'll say some guy's got a skeleton key, the kind that cops use. You probably got one yourself, Lieutenant.
Probably.
He uses the key to get in, but Arnold hears him. He's got his gun trained on the door, but nothing happens. He doesn't fire. He doesn't fight. And it's his own dog. You see what I mean?
So what?
Well, doesn't it ring any bells? Doesn't it mean that Arnold knew his killer and let himself be taken off guard?
You poor dumb bunny. We know it was an inside job.
You do?
Of course the guy who killed him had a key. There are 50 employees who own one. We're checking on each one now.
But the man who killed Arnold was not one of his employees, Lieutenant.
Who said so?
The guy who witnessed the murder.
Someone saw the murder committed?
That's a part of my story that isn't just theory.
Where is this witness?
At home.
Why didn't he report to the police?
He was scared. He didn't want to be the next on the killer's list. I suppose his conscience got the better of him after a while because he got in touch with me. I promised him he'd be protected.
How did he come to witness the killing?
He works in the loft across the street from Arnold's office. He's been there for years. He knows practically every office worker on the block. That's why sure it wasn't an employee who pulled the job.
He was in that loft when the murder was committed?
Yeah, working on some books. The light was on in Arnold's office when he was killed. He saw the killer ask for Arnold's gun and then turn him on it.
Did he recognize the killer?
No, I never saw him before.
Did he describe him to you?
Yeah, big man, wore a slouch hat, dark clothes.
That's not much of a description.
No, it could fit practically anyone, even you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Now, this guy must be just a crackpot or looking for some fast publicity, but I'll see him anyway.
I wrote his address down and his phone number.
Let's have it. I'll call him first to make sure he's in.
Oh, he's in all right, Lieutenant. He's too scared to leave his house. His name is Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
And no doubt you can persuade him to be cooperative.
Hello?
Lieutenant Brown speaking, homicide.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Mr. Kane, the Clarion reporter, told me you had some important information.
Well, I don't want to get into any trouble, Lieutenant. I've got my own life to consider. That man was a cold-blooded killer. He'll think nothing of putting a bullet through my head if he finds out.
Well, you'll be fully protected by the law. I'm coming up to see you in 15 minutes. There's just one question.
Yes, Lieutenant?
If you ever saw that killer again, would you recognize him?
Oh, absolutely, sir. I saw his face very closely. I'd never forget it as long as I live.
That's all I wanted to know. I'll be up to talk to you directly. Who is it? Lieutenant Brown.
Oh, come in, Lieutenant. The door's unlocked. I'm in the kitchen. I'll be with you in just a minute, sir.
Take your time.
Would you like us some coffee?
No, thanks. You wouldn't possibly make any mistake about identifying the man who killed Arnold, would you? I mean, can you be absolutely certain?
Oh, yes, sir. You see, he was facing the desk light in Mr. Arnold's office, and I was just across the street. The street's very narrow there.
Yeah, what?
Well, it's you. You killed Frank.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Brody speaking.
Brody, this is Lieutenant Brown.
Hi, Elvin.
I just got to Lewis's house, but somebody got here before me. I found him on the floor with a bullet through his head. Looks like he won't be able to make that identification after all. Here's the ballistics report, Lieutenant. Now we got it all. Pictures, prints, statements, post-mortem reports, the works. How does it add up? Like a soap bubble in a tornado. Yeah, so far away from breaking this case, I ain't even funny. Come in. Oh. Hello.
Hello, Lieutenant.
This is Mrs. Arnold, Brody. Oh, very familiar, huh?
How do you do?
That's all for now, Brody. You can call the squad off the case. We'll concentrate on that warehouse robbery for the next few days. Oh, okay, Rex. You shouldn't have come here, Lorna. I asked you not to.
I had to, Rex. I'm frightened.
Of what?
There's something I never told you, but I think you ought to know it now, especially since I found out that reporter was following
What
you.
reporter?
His name's Kane, Bill Kane. He tried to see me twice, and he keeps calling at the house. Now he's following me around like a watchdog.
What was it you said I ought to know?
I saw Chester Lewis half an hour before he was murdered.
What?
I only did because I thought I might be able to help you solve the case. I know you were worried about my being mixed up.
Did Lewis call you?
Yes. He said he could identify the man who killed my husband. He made me promise I wouldn't get in touch with anyone when I went over to see him.
Does anyone else know you went there?
No, I don't think so. But that reporter frightens me. He almost sounded threatening once. Rex, what shall I do?
Lorna, you're the only woman in the world I ever loved. You mean a great deal to me.
Rex.
Nothing's going to happen to you. Now, you leave everything to me. Can you do that?
Oh, I trust you, Rex. I'll go on trusting.
Lieutenant Pound.
That Pest is here again, Lieutenant Bill Kane. You want me to boot him out of here in the front page?
No. Send him in.
Send him. Okay.
Now, you sit here until I tell you to leave and don't say a word. Hello, Kane.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lieutenant.
This is Mrs. Arnold. She came here to find out if there was anything new on her husband's case. Yes, I know who Mrs. Arnold is. Is there anything new? No, as a matter of fact, we're placing it in the unsolved files. I know you newspaper boys will tear the department to ribbons when we do it, but we've got no choice. Well, that won't be necessary. No? Will it, Mrs. Arnold? What are you talking about? I'm accusing this woman of a double murder, that's what. I've got enough evidence on you to bring you to trial.
I had nothing to do with it. I swear I did.
Just a moment, Mrs. Arnold. Kane, you made a statement you're going to have to back up. I intend to, Lieutenant. I saw Mrs. Arnold going to Lewis's house just before you found his body. I'd just seen him myself, and I was across the street. Well, what about you, Kane? You admit you saw him, too. Doesn't that put you in the same spot? No. Why? Because I don't have a motive. And, Mrs. Arnold has? She had a quarrel with her husband a few hours before he was shot. She separated from him, and he said he'd cut her off without a cent when he divorced her. How do you know that? Because Frank Arnold told it to a friend of his, a man named Billings. Did Arnold tell him why his wife was leaving? Yeah. There was another man mixed up in it. He didn't mention the name, but why couldn't that man have been Lewis? You've got quite a case there, Ken. Yes, I certainly have. It all adds up. What about Lewis? Lewis said he saw a man do it. Lewis is dead now and he can't testify. Besides, maybe he wanted to shield his girlfriend and put us on a false trail. Mrs. Arnold figured he was going to turn her in, and she murdered him. Wait for us outside. Outside? Are you going to give her a chance to get away? Do as I say, Lorna. Listen, what's the big idea, Lieutenant? I got enough dope in that vein to put her in the chair. I know you have. Brody?
What is it, Rex?
We found the killer.
Found a killer? Where is he?
In my office. Come in and take him away. Your office? Really, you're pinning this on me? No. But the only one in here beside me is you. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, it's funny. I figured all the angles. And I covered all my mistakes. But I never counted on the mistakes of someone else. Least of all, the woman I loved more than anything else. Yes, the criminal's intellect, like a well-built clock, has purpose and direction. But the late Lieutenant Rex Pound, Homicide Bureau, might have pointed out one essential difference. Who ever heard of a clock, he'd say, that fell in love?
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. This program was written by Lawrence Clee. Hart McGuire narrated as The Clock. As Rex Pound, you heard Ken Wayne. As Bill Kane, John Million, together with Georgie Sterling, Joe McCormick, and Owen Weingart. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Terror Stricken.
Fear can become a terrible thing. Gangrenous, disintegrating, warping, twisting, gnawing at a man's mind until he's conscious of nothing else but its presence. That was the kind of fear that took hold of Benjamin Reynolds. And oddly enough, it was the natural outgrowth of the very thing that started him on the road to success. There was a trial, an important trial. There were big names involved, particularly the name of Andrew Miller, the accused. And at that trial, 10 years ago, young Benny Reynolds, investment clerk, just out of college, became Benjamin Reynolds, star witness for the prosecution. And he was a good witness. Investment bankers in San Francisco and Wall Street in London glanced at the headlines and commented that this time, because of Benjamin Reynolds, Andrew Miller and his crowd were washed up for good. They were right.
Order, please. Order in the court. Will the prisoner face the bench? Andrew Miller, you have been found guilty of the charge of grand larceny. I therefore sentence you to be confined within the state prison for a term of 10 years. Bailiff, remove the prisoner.
You dirty rat, Reynolds! I'll get you for this!
Yes, Benjamin, that was the big break. Overnight, you became the banker's champion, the man who almost single-handedly broke up the Miller crowd. Today, just 10 years later, you're head of the Reynolds Investment Company, a pillar of the community. It's a nice morning as you sit at the desk in your private office, looking at reports.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Joan, will you send Mr. Barton in, please?
Yes, sir.
46,000 alum account. Well, that can't be right. Gross commissions chargeable. Oh, wait a minute now. I know that's wrong.
You wanted to see me, Ben?
Yes, Ralph. These figures, are you sure they're correct?
Of course, I prepared the statement myself.
Oh, well, things like this don't do my heart any good, Ralph. Sit down, will you?
Oh, sure.
I'm sure there must be a mistake somewhere.
I don't think so. But of course it's possible.
Well, suppose you recheck them, just to be sure?
Well, that's a big job. I'd have to go through all the records for the whole year again.
I wouldn't ask you if I didn't think it was important. Well, perhaps I ought to call in the Monroe Auditing Company.
No, I'll do it, Ben. No use taking on that expense.
Well, all right, if you can have it by next Monday. Otherwise, I'll have to call Monroe. I've got to have those figures for the directors' meeting.
I'll have them for you. By the way, Ben, have you seen the papers?
Yes, I glanced through them at breakfast.
Did you by any chance see this?
Yes, I missed that. Among those released from state prison today is Andrew Miller, convicted 10 years ago of grand larceny in a trial that caused worldwide comment in financial circles.
Remember him?
What do you think?
I remember what he said when the judge sentenced him.
Yeah.
Does it make you a little nervous, Ben? I mean, just knowing the man is on the loose again?
I doubt very much if Andy Miller will do anything that'll send him up again. Still, you never know, do you?
No, Benjamin, you never know, do you? Andy Miller wouldn't think of making good on his promise. Or would he? Somehow you can't concentrate. Find yourself thinking about it, wondering, walking to the water cooler in the corner of your office every 5 minutes, wiping perspiration from your forehead until your handkerchief is soggy. And the next morning, it's worse as you answer your morning mail.
Your order for 100 shares of Consolidated Power and Light at the market, hereby acknowledged, and... Say, that was Consolidated, wasn't it?
I think it was Southern California Edison.
Oh, yes. Make it Edison, then. And will be executed immediately. Very truly yours. Let's see. We took care of McDonald. And, what's this? You rat. I'll get you, and don't forget it. What? He had the nerve to sign it.
What's the matter?
Where's the envelope to this thing?
Why, Vera takes them off.
Get Vera in here right away.
Well, she's out on an errand for Mr. Barton.
All right, then get Barton.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget it. Andrew Miller. Of all the crust.
You sent for me, Ben?
Yes. Take a look at this.
Same words he used at the trial. That guy must be crazy. He signed it himself.
What do you make of it?
I don't know.
Didn't lose any time, did he?
I think he's trying to bluff you. Or maybe he didn't write it.
Oh, he wrote it all right.
I don't know. It's pretty fantastic after 10 years. But in view of the threatening tone, I'd certainly check to see if it's genuine.
Yes?
Vera's here, Mr. Reynolds.
Send her in, please. Well, we'll see what she knows about it.
Yes. Vera, did you notice this letter in the morning mail?
Well, I don't read the mail, Mr. Reynolds. I just open it and put it on your desk.
I've instructed them not to read company mail, Ben. Oh, of course.
Well, I might remember if I saw the envelope. Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Have the wastebasket containing the envelopes from today's mail brought into my office, will you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds. The janitor emptied all the wastebaskets an hour ago.
Oh, very well. What are you going to do now? Well, I guess there's nothing I can do but call the police.
With the prologue of Terror Stricken, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you've been reading the new car ads, and who hasn't, you've no doubt noticed the emphasis that's being put on increased mileage. 25 to 30 miles per gallon from some of the new models. Now, why do you suppose this is? Is it because folks today are interested in making dollars go farther? Well, partly. But even more so, they're interested in the increased engineering efficiency which makes that greater mileage possible. Yes, and right there you have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud of the fact that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, Signal's improved mileage is the result of increased power, amazing new power. The same power that gives new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say, look to your speedometer for the final measure of gasoline quality. You'll find that the super-powered new gasoline that gives you peak performance is also the gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Benjamin, there was a price tag on that testimony you delivered so efficiently at the trial of Andrew Miller 10 years ago, and you're beginning to pay for it now. The police don't help much. All you can do is swear out a warrant for Miller's arrest and leave the rest up to them. They can't do a thing about that weak heart of yours, stop it from pounding every time someone comes to the door, and they can't bring your appetite back or help you to sleep at night. It's later than usual when you arrive at the office next day. Ralph Barton's busy on the books as you go into your office. Hang up your hat and go over to the water cooler for a drink.
I guess I...
Yes, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds.
Vera, Dr. Crane's in the next office. Get him, hurry.
Oh, yes, sure, right away.
What's going on here? Mr. Reynolds, what's happened?
He came in when he called for help.
Get a doctor.
Vera's already gone for one.
What's keeping her? There's a doctor right down the hall.
She'll be back in a minute.
That isn't soon enough.
Oh, but it takes some time.
Don't you realize every second counts?
Oh, here she comes now.
Right in here, Dr. Crane.
Stand back. Stand back, please.
Yes, give him room. Doctor, is it serious?
Can't tell yet. Looks very much like some form of poisoning.
Well, that was a close call, wasn't it, Benjamin? When you leave the hospital that night, you're still weak. Positive now that Miller means business. The police report that afternoon. Poison in the water cooler, just enough to knock a man out. No fingerprints. No way of knowing how Miller could have entered the office without being seen. Nothing they can tell you except to carry on as usual. For the next 2 days, you find yourself waiting for it, tense, expectant, but nothing happens. And you begin to relax a little, to believe what the police lieutenant said about Miller being too smart to try it again. Perhaps they're right, Benjamin. Perhaps what you need is a change, a dinner out with your wife, Sally, at a restaurant on 6th Street.
Ben, dear. Ben.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sally. I was thinking.
Oh, please try and forget it, darling. Oh, the whole thing's ridiculous. The man wouldn't have to take a chance like that. Oh, there must have been a mistake at the bottling company or something.
Of course, dear. Now let's forget it, huh?
But you're as fidgety as a cat.
No, I'm not. But I am hungry.
Ben, do you mean it?
Of course I do. Why?
Oh, because you've hardly touched your meals the last few days.
Oh, well, that's order, huh? I'm starved. Well, what do we start with?
Well, what about a shrimp cocktail?
Wonderful. Then mixed green salad?
And a sirloin for two.
Medium rare.
Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm the manager. You hurt? No, I'm all right. It missed me. See there in the wall?
Good Lord. Well, I don't know how.
Who did it?
Oh, I don't know, sir. It came from over there somewhere.
Well, don't stand there with your mouth open. Call the police.
Well, of course, right away.
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Well, whoever fired that shot meant business, didn't he, Benjamin? Your heart's pounding like a trip hammer again as you walk out of the nightclub. The hole in the wall was 6 inches from your head, and that's awfully close. Your heart almost stopped, didn't it? You're terror-stricken. You jump at every sound. And then you wonder why Miller doesn't come right out and kill you. But you remember he's had 10 long years to plan his revenge. No, sudden death would be too easy. He wants to make you suffer. Of course, sleep is out of the question. Even the powders the doctor gave you have little effect on your frenzied nerves. You imagine all kinds of things as you lie there in bed.
Ben.
Yes?
Ben, why is he trying to kill you?
Please, Sally, let's not talk about
first the poison water and the trip to the hospital, then that shot tonight.
it. Yeah.
Oh, but Ben, the police will catch him. Soon he can't...
I just hope it's soon enough.
Oh, that's the door. I wonder who in the world... Oh, no, lie still, darling. I'll get it.
No, I'll get it. Yeah. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Oh. What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, that's what I said. What do you want?
I'm calling for the remains of the dear departed.
Are you drunk?
No, I don't think so.
Now, look, it's cold here at the door. Hurry and state your business, please.
I did. I was sent to call for the mortal remains of...
Man alive, will you talk sense? I haven't time for foolishness.
This is 1620 Runyon Avenue, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Then it's the right place.
Who sent you, anyway?
The Gold Hills Mortuary. Now, do you understand?
No, I don't. There must be some mistake.
The party on the phone was very explicit. He said 1620 Runyon Avenue. The remains of the late Benjamin Reynolds.
That's not funny, mister. I'm Benjamin Reynolds.
Oh.
Now, get out. Get out of the body of Benjamin Reynolds. We'll give you a very black eye. Oh. What's going to happen next?
How much more can you stand, Benjamin, before your heart gives out completely? You can't eat. You can't sleep. You almost jump out of your skin at the slightest sound. Miller is getting his revenge. He must be enjoying it immensely. Sally makes you rest all day Sunday, but you're still befuddled. You can't even talk straight anymore. You stutter. Monday morning, you decide to walk to the office. You want to try to think. Yes, that's it. Walk and try to think.
Officer! That blue sedan tried to run this man down!
Hey, what's going on?
The guy in the blue sedan tried to run over this man!
Are you hurt, mister?
No. I'm all right.
The devil you say. You're shaking like a leaf.
Soon as my nerves quiet down.
Them that saw it seemed to think it was a deliberate attempt to kill you.
Yes, I think so, too.
Any idea who might be trying to kill you?
Sure. Andy Miller.
Okay. Now I got to make a report of this. What's your name?
Benjamin Reynolds.
Benjamin Reynolds. You better see a doctor, Mr. Reynolds. You're in bad shape.
I'll be all right.
I better send you home in a cab. You're in no condition to walk.
Another close call, and you're scared almost to death, aren't you? You wonder how much longer your heart will be able to stand it. Not much longer now. You tremble so violently you can't even light a cigarette. Even at home, you can't sit still. You pace the floor back and forth. all day long until finally night comes. You can't sleep. You toss and turn. Yes, the days are bad, but the nights are filled with terror.
Who's there?
Bendy.
I said, who's there?
Oh, it was nothing, honey.
What's that? What's that?
Oh, stop it.
Who are you? Why don't you answer?
Oh, it's only the shutter. Oh, Ben, don't be so jumpy.
Yes, of course. Oh, only the shutter.
It was only the shutter, wasn't it, Ben? But all the noises in the night have a sinister meaning, haven't they? After what seems like hours, exhaustion finally takes over. You've just fallen asleep when...
Who's at the door at this hour?
Ben, dear, don't be frightened, darling. It's not the door, it's the phone.
Oh, the phone.
Yes.
Who the devil can that be? I'll give them a piece of my mind. Hello.
Is this Benjamin Reynolds?
Yes, it is. What's the big idea of calling me at this hour of the night?
Don't you know?
No, and I don't care.
Oh, yes, you do. You got a letter the other day, remember?
Andrew Miller.
Why, how'd you guess? I'm going to get you, remember?
Say, wait a minute.
You haven't much time left to live,
Wait.
Reynolds. It's coming tomorrow.
But... Hello? Hello? Oh, hung up.
Operator.
Trace that call quick, please.
What is your number?
Morningside 1024. On hurry, please.
1 moment, please.
Oh, hurry.
What number did you call?
I didn't call any number. They called me.
Do you know the other party's number?
No, I don't. That's why I asked you to trace the call. Please hurry.
There is no one connected with your number now.
I know. They hung up. Can't you hurry? I want to trace the call that was connected with his phone. Please.
I'm sorry, but after the other party has hung up, it is impossible to trace the call.
Oh. Very well. Say, I wonder if my hunch... Let's see. Hello, Barton. This is Reynolds.
What the deuce makes you call me at this time of the night?
Barton. Andrew Miller called. He said I haven't much time to live.
Is that so?
Yes, and I'm at my wit's end. What can I do? He's coming here, Ralph. Lord knows what he'll do to me.
What do you mean he's coming there?
Well, he just told me.
You can't take this much longer, Ben. Why don't you call the police?
Well, I've called the police a dozen times. I tell you, Miller's too clever for them, Ralph.
Then there's only one thing to do. Get out.
Well, yes, but he'd follow me. He knows where...
He hasn't checked me. Now, look, it's out of the question for you to stay there under the circumstances. I'll be over in the morning, and we'll go up to my cabin for a few days. You've got to get a complete rest.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Ralph. I've simply got to...
And listen, there's someone tipping that guy off on your movements. This time, make sure. Don't tell anyone where you're going.
Well, yes, but what about Sally?
Tell her you're off on a business trip or something. Yeah, that's it. The convention starts tomorrow in Cedar City. If necessary, you can call her later from the cabin.
Yeah. All right, Ralph.
I'll pick you up in front of the signal station at Runyon and Broadmoor tomorrow morning at 8, right?
Right. How much farther, Ralph?
About 14 miles.
Hey, the old heart's banging away again. Doctor said 6,000 feet was my limit, you know.
Well, we'll stay pretty well under that, boy.
Oh, good.
Boy, look at that view. You can see all the way back to...
What's the matter?
So that's strange. There's that car again. You don't suppose he's following us, do you?
Oh, probably one of the natives.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. You don't think Miller...
You're sure you didn't tell anyone where you were going?
Well, positive. I will have to call Sally later, though.
Yeah, sure. Hey, here's the spot where I always stop. You can get a good view clear back to the valley. How about it?
Oh, great.
This way.
Yes, kind of steep. I Better take it easy.
There's a level spot up here at the top.
Well, you go ahead, Ralph. I gotta watch myself at this altitude. Get that air. You know, this is what I needed. Mountain air, sunshine, quiet. Hey, where are you?
Up here. Come on.
This is a real inspiration, Ralph. How'd you think of it?
You mean this?
Whew. I mean getting away from everything like this. One sniff of that air, and a fella forgets he ever had any worries.
Hey, look over here.
Hey, now, take it easy. Kind of close to that edge, you know.
Look, Ben. 1,500 feet, straight down.
Yeah, I'd just as soon stay back here if you don't mind.
What's the matter, Ben? Afraid?
No, just sensible, that's all. You know, funny thing about me in high places, it seems
You ought to be afraid, Ben. That's where you're going. 1,500 feet straight down.
What? Well, that's good. 50. You're serious, aren't you?
I'd hate to have you call in the auditors, Ben.
I was afraid that was it. There was something wrong with those figures.
Yes, there was. But I learned something from Andy Miller. You're not going to be around to testify. You're going to have a dizzy spell. And they're going to find you 1,500 feet down there on those rocks.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's news about one of the first of the new post-war developments to make driving safer and more restful. You know how our bright western sunshine glares off pavements and off the windshields and polished chromium of other cars, causing eye strain that makes you squint and get headaches? Well, during the war, the Army and Navy used a new principle of glare control. It's called Polaroid. And unlike old-fashioned colored filters that darkened everything and changed the colors of flowers and scenery, Polaroid is as clear and colorless as your own windshield. But look through the Polaroid, and presto, all glare is gone. Now, here's the good news. This same Polaroid principle has been made into a visor for your car, and they're for sale for the first time on the Pacific Coast at your signal dealers. The Polaroid visor snaps onto your present visor in a jiffy. It's smart-looking, and it flips out of the way when you're not using it. If it's sunny tomorrow, drive into your signal dealers for a demonstration. When you see the wear and tear it saves on your eyes, my bet is you'll want to buy one of these Polaroid visors now to make your summer driving more pleasant. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Benjamin, you seem to be in a tight spot. Just the two of you there, alone at the top of the cliff. Barton, staring at you, white-faced and tense, his fists clenched at his sides. And oddly, you find yourself struggling to keep the smile inside you from showing on your face. It's probably only a few seconds, but it seems like an hour that the two of you stand there silent. Then...
Listen, Ralph. You hear that?
The car?
Yes.
They won't stop.
Sure he will. That's what they came for.
What do you mean?
There's a detective and two patrolmen in the car, Ralph. They followed us all the way from town.
You're lying.
You'd better restrain yourself for a minute and see. Of course, you could pull it off now if you wanted to, Ralph. But it'd be kind of foolish, wouldn't it? The embezzlement charge will put you away for only 4 or 5 years, with perhaps a few more for attempted murder, but if you go ahead and...
How did you know?
You did it again.
What?
That. It's a habit of yours, Ralph. Every time you're about to say something important, you clear your throat. Like that. That's why it hit me between the eyes last night when you called me and said, I'm going to get you. Remember? Come on, Ralph. Let's walk down to the road. We'll save the policeman a few steps.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Walter Jensen, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story. Smart Boy.
"15 minutes after Verna had called him on the phone, Steve Carson was walking into the entrance of her apartment. Inside, he was raging at her. Outside, he looked cool as a piece of ice. 10 years as a private detective have given him that. The nonchalance outside, in spite of the burn-up underneath. Yes, Steve was a top-notch detective. A smart boy. Smart enough to see, when Verna came along 5 years ago, that investigation fees were chicken fees. What with Verna's beauty and his ability, there was real money on the other side of the line, in blackmail. It had turned out to be a great thing, an unbeatable combination. And as he left the automatic elevator at the end of the corridor and walked down to her apartment, he thought what a shame it was that Verna could be so naive as to think she could change it with a simple phone call.
Oh, it's you, Stevie.
Hello, darling.
Come in. We've been expecting you.
Oh?
I could tell by your attitude on the telephone that you were unhappy, dear. You know Randy Summers, of course.
Well, Mr. Carson, nice of you to drop in. Well, I want to talk to you alone.
Sit down, won't you? Randy, darling, fix him a drink.
Of course. Looks like he could use one.
You are irritated, aren't you, Stevie? I can always tell. The corners of your mouth sort of twitch and your jaw muscles bulge.
Are you going to get that guy out of here?
No. I like having him around.
You think I'm going to hold still for this?
I think so.
Well, that's a bad guess. If he stays, I go.
Are we going through all that again?
I'm not playing second horn, baby. If you want a new stooge, that's your business. If I want to quit, that's mine.
Darling, you sound positively jealous.
Oh, you couldn't have picked a better partner. He even looks like a heel. I should have known better than to get mixed up in a rotten mess anyway.
Stevie, dear, I'm surprised at you. You didn't think it was so rotten when you were getting your share of the profit.
I'm washed up, Verna. I'm a private eye, not an errand boy. Get that through your head. Or would you rather I put it down in writing?
In writing? My dear fella. Surely you should know by now never to put anything in writing that concerns Verna.
Stay out of this, Summers.
Sit down, Stevie.
Oh, I'm afraid our Mr. Carson isn't going to be the least bit cooperative tonight. Is he, darling? Here's your drink, old man. Now, see here, Carson, I can take just so much of you.
Okay, in that case...
Stop it, both of you. You're acting like... Let go of him, Steve.
All right.
Now, look here. This sort of thing isn't going to get you anywhere. I told you once before how things stand. Randy and I are running the show from now on, and we'll let you know when we need you. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's all right. If it works.
Randy and I are satisfied with it, aren't we, dear?
Of course.
Summers, old man, did it ever occur to you that one of these days Verna would slip you the same fast shuffle she gave me?
I have a feeling she won't.
You see, Stevie? We trust each other.
Okay, Verna. This is your round.
Meaning there might be others?
Could be. What about our dear friend Charles W. Ralston?
Charles W. Ralston.
Suppose I were to tell him about the letters.
Why, you wouldn't stoop to that, would you, Stevie?
What do you suppose Ralston would do if he found out he'd been paying for letters that were burned up 3 months ago?
What? Is that true, Verna?
Well, what if it is?
What happened?
A little fire, Summers. An accident at Verna's cabin. She kept the letters there.
Oh, the cabin, eh? Wasn't that the one he built for you as a contribution to the cause?
Yes. It was nice of him, wasn't it, Stevie? Oh, you'll love it, Randy. Way off in the mountains overlooking Lake Tahoe. Quiet and peaceful. Miles from anyone.
Wonderful.
It was lucky we were there at the time, so it wasn't a total loss. You know, Steve, I think I'll have to have that old-fashioned ceiling lamp removed. It's too dangerous. The same thing could happen again.
Get back to the point, Verna. What about the letters?
Well, since you brought it up, Stevie, with some nasty little insinuations that you might possibly tell Mr. Ross.
What makes you think I won't?
Well, let's see. There's the McCrae case, and that swindle on the Falstrom woman, and a few other enterprises you wouldn't want the DA to know about.
Oh, a skeleton in the private investigator's closet, eh?
They could put you away for years and years, Stevie, and I know how you feel about short haircuts. No, darling, I don't think you're going to tell Mr. Ralston anything. You're going to go right on doing little favors for me, without the usual percentage. You'll do it just for, shall we say, old time's sake? In memory of... Well, let's let it go at that. In memory.
Very touching, darling. I had no idea Mr. Carson was so sentimental.
What do you say, Steve?
Okay, Verna.
Really, it's the only sensible way to look at it. Come on, let's have a drink on it.
Oh, by all means. And this time, old man, shall we try not to spill it? It's awfully good scotch.
Randy, please.
Oh, certainly.
Steve, there are a few little things I'd like to discuss with you.
Yeah?
Randy's flying down to Los Angeles tonight, and when he gets back, he'll join me at the cabin.
The cabin?
I'm going up alone tomorrow afternoon. Why don't you come up for the weekend, and we'll talk things over?
I don't know, Verna.
It'll do you a lot of good. Mountain air, you know.
Well, I could let you know in the morning.
Good.
Well, I guess I better be sliding along.
Stevie.
Yeah?
You do understand, don't you? About Randy and me? Everything's going to work out all right.
Sure, Verna. Sure.
With the prologue of Smart Boy, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler.
Pardon me, Mr. Miller. Isn't it time for tonight's big news?
Oh, you mean about Signal Premium, the amazing new motor oil that actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3?
You can say that again.
It's a fact. New Signal Premium motor oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3. And you want to know the reason? Compounding does it. You see, into today's finest 100% pure paraffin base oil, Signal now blends 5 scientific new compounds that make Signal Premium Motor Oil far outperform today's finest uncompounded oils.
You mean compounds are added to new Signal Premium Motor Oil, like vitamins and minerals are added to foods to make them more beneficial?
Right. Compound number 1 actually cleanses the motor of old carbon. Compound 2 prevents harmful varnish, gum, and sludge. Compound 3 improves oil circulation to vital engine parts. Compound 4 keeps oil from thinning out when your motor's hot. And Compound 5 protects costly bearings from corrosion.
No wonder new Signal Premium Motor Oil outperforms all uncompounded oils.
Check. And no wonder drivers who want their motors to run smoother, last longer, are switching fast. Switching to the new Signal Motor Oil. The oil that
keeps motors 6 times cleaner. Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Steve. You're a smart boy. Smart enough to know there's only one way to handle Verna now. 5 prosperous years as her partner in the rather hazardous enterprise of blackmail have given you a healthy respect for her intelligence. And you're too smart to force a showdown yet. The corners of your mouth are twitching again as you think about her. It's too bad, in a way, that she thought she could force you to stooge for Randy Summers, the new boy. She was a nice kid. That's funny, isn't it, Steve? You're thinking about her in the past tense already, only 10 minutes after you left her at the apartment. Your mouth is still twitching as you stop in front of another apartment and walk up to a door with a brass plate on it and the name of Charles W. Ralston.
I don't think you know me, Mr. Ralston.
I'm afraid I don't.
Steve Carson, private investigator.
Oh?
I came to see you about a Miss Verna Sheldon.
I'm sorry I don't.
I have a proposition, Mr. Ralston.
Very well.
You know all about the letters, of course. Mr. Ralston, you're a pretty influential businessman in the city, and also a man, shall we say, not without enemies.
A man in my position is bound to have a few.
Exactly. Now, let's suppose Miss Sheldon's letters were to fall into the hands of the wrong people.
She's assured me they won't.
Ah, you don't know her. Suppose you were to sell those letters to a group of individuals for a sum much greater than you could afford to pay.
She wouldn't.
Oh, but she would. And is. I've been able to find out that much and a little more. Shall I go on?
Of course.
She's going up to her cabin tomorrow. Over the weekend, someone will contact her there to make the transaction. You'll have to work fast if you want the letters.
What's your proposition?
I think I can break up that little meeting before it ever takes place.
You can get the letters for me?
Yes.
How much?
My fees run a little high for this sort of thing.
How much, Carson?
$25,000.
I can't possibly get it.
You don't think it's worth it, considering your position?
I couldn't, Carson. $25,000.
Well, think it over. And do make up your mind soon, Ralston. I'll call you sometime tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, do you still own that cabin?
I sold it.
I thought it was a gift.
It's on the records as a sale to Miss Sheldon.
Okay. I guess I'll run along.
Just a moment. You're quite certain she's planning to sell those letters?
Quite certain.
How do I know this isn't another one of her tricks? And how do I know you're not in league with her?
That's just a chance you'll have to take, Mr. Ralston. Good night.
The next move is the big one, isn't it, Steve? There's the matter of the defective kerosene lamp in Verna's cabin at Lake Tahoe. The same lamp that exploded once before and caused the fire that burned Mr. Ralston's letters. A thing like that is liable to happen again, isn't it, Steve? Particularly since you arrive at the cabin 5 hours later, equipped with 5 gallons of high-test gasoline, and proceed to change the possibility into a certainty. It takes you a half hour to set it up in a way you can't possibly miss. And when you're through, you carefully raise the huge lamp again on its creaking chains, lock the cabin door, and leave. You can see Verna now arriving at the cabin, pulling the lamp down. There's the flick of a match, an explosion, and a fire to remove any trace of your visit. By 8 o'clock, you're back in town to call on Verna, as you promised, to regret that you can't accompany her, and to make sure her visit is coming off on schedule.
Well, if it isn't Smart Boy.
O'Hara.
Right.
I don't get it.
You will. Come in. I'm standing by. Lieutenant just left on an errand.
Yeah? What errand?
You.
Come on, O'Hara. What's the pitch? What are the police doing here?
I was just going to ask you what you're doing here.
Yeah?
Suppose you tell me first, huh?
I was calling on Verna.
Any particular reason?
Business.
I see. She's over there if you want her.
Where?
Under the blanket.
What are you talking about?
Slight case of homicide, Steve. A blood instrument, to coin a phrase. Surprised to you?
Yeah,
I wonder.
Wait a minute. You don't think I...
You and she were in business together, huh? What kind of business?
Investigations.
Uh-huh. And she had something you wanted pretty bad and she wouldn't give. That's right, isn't it?
Suppose I don't answer that one.
Okay. We'll have plenty of time to go into that later.
Tell the lieutenant he can reach me at my office.
Oh? Going so soon?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one thing, Steve. I'd stick around pretty close if I were you because, well, I've got a hunch the DA would like a little chat. When you get the time.
That stopped you cold, didn't it, Steve? Alibi. 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 Flashing on and off in your brain like a neon sign. Everything you figured on, planned for, set up, just like a spring trap, and everything gone. Verna's dead. You're the number one suspect. And you were driving on a lonely mountain road on an errand you can't explain at the moment she was killed. That'll sound great in court, won't it? But there's one thing you're sure of. Ralston killed her. There's no question about it. The talk last night. The deadline you tossed up to him. Yes, it was Ralston, all right. It takes you 5 minutes to get to a phone booth in a corner drugstore.
Steve Carson calling. I'd like to speak to Mr. Ralston, please.
He hasn't come down yet this morning. May I...
I've got to talk to him. This is important.
Oh, but, sir, I...
Listen, whoever you are, you run up to Ralston and tell him Steve Carson's on the phone. He'll talk.
Very well, Mr. Carson. Here's Mr. Ralston now.
Good. Come on, Ralston. What's holding you?
Hello, Carson?
Listen, Ralston, I've got to see you right away.
Something wrong?
You know what I'm talking about. Just stay put. I'm on my way over.
I'm expected at the office in 20 minutes. I'm afraid
You're going to stay right where you are. You want me to talk to you, or would you rather I did my talking to the police?
I'll be here, Mr. Carson.
Mind if I sit down, Ralston?
Go ahead. I'll sit over here.
No, you better close the door first.
Oh?
Your man Schermerhorn's got big ears.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Carson.
I guess you know why I'm here, or are you going to give me that I don't know what you're talking about routine?
Well, really, Mr. Carson...
I'll get right to the point. I'm here for 2 reasons. The first is that I'm sure you knocked off Verna Sheldon as if I'd been there watching you. Oh, don't look so surprised, Ralston.
I had nothing to do with it.
Don't give me that. I didn't get any farther into the joint than the entrance hall, and I could see it had been gone over with a fine-tooth comb. Maybe someone looking for those letters, huh? Someone who figured tomorrow night might be too late?
Why are you so interested?
I've been put in a rather awkward position, Ralston.
You, have the letters?
One thing at a time. My good friend Sergeant O'Hara seems to think I killed her. Unfortunately, it looks like my only defense is to prove you did it. That is, unless...
Unless what?
Unless I come through with an alibi. I know you killed her, Ralston, and I've been in the business long enough to know that all I've got to do to hang you is to flash those letters in the DA's office.
You have them?
I know where to get them.
I've got to have them, Carson. I'll do anything.
Now you're talking. First, there are a few things I'd like to know. Did anyone see you at Verna's apartment last night?
I didn't go to her apartment last night.
Okay. I'm going to dig up those letters. So long, Ralston.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I did it. I killed her. I had to. I would have been ruined
that's better. Now, you wouldn't have just hopped a cab and gone over there to knock her off, Ralston. You've got a better head than that. You must have been somewhere else at the time, huh?
No one saw me. First, I went down to the yacht harbor. I have a boat there.
What time?
10:15.
Okay, 45 minutes to go.
No one saw me at first, but a short time after I went aboard the boat, the night watchman came by and called out to me from the dock. He'd seen the light on the boat.
What time?
10:30.
He talked to you?
Yes.
So as far as he was concerned, you were on the boat between 10:15 and when?
He didn't see me again until I'd come back the second time after.
After you knocked off Verna. What time?
11:30.
Perfect. I couldn't have done much better myself, Ralston.
I was lucky. I spoke to the watchman at 11:30 when I was leaving for the night.
Anyone else around?
Yes. There were several men a few yards ahead of me. I think they came from the club.
And the watchman will recall there were others when you spoke to him.
I suppose so. It was rather dark, but I think he must have noticed them.
Well, that's good enough for me. Now, listen, Ralston, no one has any idea you were connected with Verna except me. I think they'll take you at your word. Probably won't even consider you a suspect.
What are you getting at?
You're my alibi, Ralston. I was with you on the boat all the time, remember?
Well,
You, aren't holding out on me, are you?
No, it's not that.
That alibi is worth a lot of money to me, Ralston. I might even be willing to forget about the $25,000. The watchman didn't see you go on the boat alone. He didn't see you leave when you went to Verna's apartment, and no one saw you come back. And when you finally checked with him just before going home, there were others around. Now, that makes an alibi for both of us.
What about the letters?
Forget it.
Where are they?
You won't find them, Ralston. You almost tore the joint to pieces and you couldn't find them. I could have told you they weren't there.
You're going to go on bleeding me, aren't you? Just the way she did.
Still don't trust me, do you?
Listen, Carson. Bring the letters here and I'll give you the cash tonight.
No, let's wait until the investigation's over, huh? It's safer that way. For Stevie.
Well, Steve, it's like sitting in on a poker game, isn't it? You're leaning back now, watching each of them play their high cards, knowing all the time you have the topper up your sleeve. Randy Summers, the new boy, is on his way back from Los Angeles. And you know that 30 seconds after he finishes his story of what happened between you and Verna on the evening of the murder, the DA will be on the phone asking for the answers. There's nothing to do now but wait. Thursday, Friday, and then, Saturday morning, you open the door of your office.
Hello, smart boy. I've been waiting for you.
What's on your mind, O'Hara?
Oh, just like to have a little talk with you, that's all. About this Sheldon dame.
What else?
You were good friends, weren't you?
Sure.
I mean, particularly good friends.
So what?
So, I understand things suddenly went sour.
A little pigeon flew in from L.A. and slipped you that, huh?
You denying threatening her because she shook you for this Summers guy?
We had a slight disagreement, that's all.
You had 3 beefs with her. The first was a week ago at her apartment. The second was the next day in a downtown bar. Mm-hmm. And don't say you didn't, because Summers says so, and so does the bartender. The third one was on the night she was killed, just after she called you on the phone and told you it was all off. Now, what was the beef?
I disliked the hat she was wearing.
Sure. So much you told her you were going to wring her neck.
Did I say that?
Never mind the stall. I haven't even started yet, chum. That dame had something on you, didn't she?
Did she?
Why didn't you tell me you were up at her apartment on the night of the murder?
You didn't ask me, O'Hara. Summers was there, too, incidentally. He was still there when I left.
He caught the 9:45 plane at the airport. We checked it. Now, you were there at 7:30.
Right.
The first time.
What do you mean, the first time?
You didn't go back around 10:30?
What are you talking about, O'Hara?
It seems the Sheldon dame got a phone call at 9:15 just before Summers left. And, it was from you.
Wait a minute. You're all wrong. I didn't make
You
any...
made an appointment to see her at 10:30.
That's a lie.
Did you keep it, Carson?
Someone's been giving you a line.
Summers was there when the call came in. She told him it was you. Said you were coming back. He wanted to stick around in case you got rough, but she told him she could handle it. So he took his plane.
The guy's lying, O'Hara.
Wait a minute. You can work on an answer on the way down to the Hall of Justice. For the moment, you're under arrest. Suspicion of murder.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I wish we had television so you could see the photographs I have here of two pistons taken from two identical motors. The only difference was that one motor used New Signal Premium Motor Oil, while the other used uncompounded oil. But what a difference in those pistons. After 79,000 miles of driving, the one using New Signal Premium is relatively clean, unworn, while the other piston, using uncompounded motor oil, shows 6 times as much carbon deposit, 50% more cylinder wear. Yes, those 5 compounds in New Signal Premium Oil really make a difference. Ask your Signal dealer to show you his unretouched photos, proving how Signal Premium Oil
Keeps motors 6 times cleaner. Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
My bet is, when you see these photos, you'll want to make your next oil change a change for the better. A change to the New Signal Oil with 5 compounds added. 5 compounds that make it outperform all uncompounded oils, barring none. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Steve, it's quite a poker hand, isn't it? O'Hara and Summers have played their cards, but you still have the topper up your sleeve. That phone call was a shock. Summers is too stupid to have dreamed that one up all by himself. You try and figure it out as you sit in the anteroom, waiting to see District Attorney Skelly. He must have been telling the truth. For some reason or other, Verna didn't want him to know who called and told him it was you. With Ralston, of course, pleading for his letters again. And when she turned him down, he decided to kill her. Good old Ralston. You knew you'd need that top card, didn't you, Steve? But you had no idea you'd need it this badly.
Hello, Carson. Hello, D.A. Doesn't look so good, does it? I hate to see you guys make monkeys out of yourselves, Skelly, but if you...
Just a minute, Steve. I have a few questions to ask you, although I don't think it'll make much difference.
Got it all figured out, huh?
Just about.
Good. Now, if you'll stop figuring long enough to ask me where I was at the time of the murder, maybe we'll all have a great big laugh.
Okay. The floor is yours.
I was on a boat at the Yacht Harbor talking over some confidential business with a client of mine.
Yeah? Who?
He's a pretty important guy, Skelly.
I suppose his name's confidential, too.
No, not at all. Charles W. Ralston, Vice President of State Savings and Loan. Is that good enough?
Ralston?
If you don't believe me, get on the phone and call him.
You're serious about this?
Sure. Go ahead, call him up.
You better brace yourself, Carson. Ralston was burned to death in a cabin at Lake Tahoe early this morning. Seems a coal oil lamp exploded or something. A couple of rangers saw the flames and... Something wrong, Carson?
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called Valentine. The little towns. I never see them anymore. Pekin, Delavan, Bloomington, Galesburg, Lewiston, all the little towns above the river with the cobblestones going down to the steamboat landings. The little towns under the hills and the shocks of corn standing lonely and snow-covered, like the teepees of old Shabona's people, the good Indians that saved so many white men's lives in the old days. There's a red brick Baptist church, I remember, and a courthouse with tall limestone pillars, the portico that looks like a disreputable ancient Greek temple. And I can only think of them and remember them, for I never go far away from here. It is restful here, and I think I have earned rest. I have come a long journey. My work was finished long ago. So I rest. And sometimes, in the night, I walk for a while and remember. The old house down on State Street is almost unchanged. The hands of time have touched it lightly. And it's a comforting thing to go there at night and sit alone and remember. And always, this time of the year, I remember the Valentine. So long ago. The little houses along the road in the ravine that goes down to the Sangamon. And now, in early February, the ground is soft and damp with the melting snow. And the watery sun shines down on the eager young trees. And there's a promise of spring in the first February fall. And the frogs are stirring deep in the cold mud under the spongy earth. And the ghosts in the old graveyard smile at the first obscure signs of spring. I remember the mean little houses. The store and the post office. And the drafty houses where the people lived. And I remember the muddy road up from Vandalia. And the high-wheeled buggies mired down in the low places. And the long, flat roads across the prairie where the grass grew from horizon to horizon. And the groves of trees were small, genial islands in a sea of undulating green. I hear her voice in the nighttime. And it is a far, far sound. Though I wake and hear it so many, many times. I have many bitter memories and a few happy ones. I wonder what the world would think of the memories that come most often to haunt me among the echoing corridors under the ancient oaks. I dream of battles, they think. I dream of a victory won and the acclaim of men. Do they think I've forgotten the long, sweet days of my young manhood? And the first, almost forgotten love that once I knew and cherished? Do they think I have forgotten the grief, the loneliness, the despair, the first of my, oh, so many sorrows? Valentine still exists. It is still to be seen and touched. And if you ever look upon it, I hope you will remember me. For only I remember her. Remember me, and shed a tear, perhaps, for lost loveliness. I was gone away from her. They sent me away. And I was a little proud in my new clothes and with my parcel of books on the desk beside me. And the brave speeches I should make were fermenting in my mind and crowding out all thoughts, even thoughts of her. A boy of 25 sitting in the General Assembly, speaking gravely of laws and the affairs of the people, and not remembering my own. And back at home, a girl, glowing for an absent lover, remembering promises, and waiting and waiting and waiting. In the store of a dark January morning,
I haven't had any word from him for ever so long, but he's so busy. And they take so much of his time, you know. Maybe there'll be a letter tomorrow.
Jack Armstrong had a letter from him last week, Annie. He wasn't too busy to write to Jack.
Oh. Well, the Armstrongs are his oldest friends, you know.
Sure seems strange you don't write to you.
He's busy.
A lot of pretty girls down there in Vandalia, I hear tell.
but never a girl in Vandalia to make me turn my solemn head. I was full of the thrill of helping to make the laws that my people were to live by. And I was fascinated by the strutting politicians in their tall hats, and I made great argument with them in the long tavern nights. And I put off the letters till tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow.
I expect a letter any day now. Or maybe he'll be coming home again soon.
Figured you'd be looking around a little, Annie, for yourself. Think maybe he might have given you the mitten.
Oh, no, Aunt Hannah. He'd never do that to me.
Well, I sure hope he ain't, Annie. You just keep up your spirits and a day'll come. A day'll come, I always say. Have you wrote him a letter?
Why, I write him nearly every day. I'll be hearing from him any day. Just like you said.
Tomorrow I'll write, I said. Tomorrow. And I sat in my lonely room, and I remembered the hillside in the summertime, and the haze of the heat lying heavy on the low hills beyond the curves of the Sangamon. I remembered a hand in mine as we sat on the hillside above the town, and the homesick song of the cicadas in the orchard, and the reluctant westering sun. I remembered what I had said to her on that long summer afternoon. And alone in my mean little room, I wept to remember. But I did not write. And today, after all the years, I weep again, remembering.
he'll be coming back. He'll be coming back for his birthday. Won't he? Well, the session's over now, and he'll be coming back from Vandalia on a tall horse, and there isn't a thing that'll hold him back from me. I know he'll be back home for his birthday.
The gavel fell and the booming voice spoke. I do now declare this General Assembly adjourned. And I took horse for home. And now my heart was heavy with doubt. For I remembered my long silence. And my mind now wrestled with darkest premonitions. What would my homecoming be after those long months of silence? Yes, I loved her. Must you ask? Can you remember back to the days when you were 25? Can you remember what little thing can make a lover's reuniting or break it? Can you remember the little tenderness a recreant lover might bring to his dear one? The small thoughtfulness, the simple, humble thing that says, I have not forgotten. And that brings the happy smile that banishes doubt and wipes away the memory of unwritten words. And I remembered. I remembered the pleasant saint, the patron of all of us who love. I remembered paper hearts and posies of verse and ribbons and lace. And in the pouring rain, I lifted up my head and said, I thank you, St. Valentine. And the morning came, and I was home, and my horse was tied up at the hitching post, and I strode into the store all muddy and triumphant.
Well, Abe. Hi there, Abe. Oh, Jack, we thought you wasn't ever coming back.
It took me an almighty long time to make it, but I got here. How are you?
I'm finer than frogs there, Abe. You look as if you growed down there in Vandalia.
I always looked as if I'd grow, don't I?
Doggone it. We expected you'd be wearing a high silk hat.
Why, not me. Say, have you seen Ann this morning, Office?
Not since yesterday.
No? How is she?
Kind of peaked, Abe.
Is she sick?
No. Just on account of you not writing any letters to her.
I'm sorry about that.
You better be.
How's everything around home, Office?
Miss you.
I miss you all. How's business?
Well, we get by. You had your breakfast yet?
No, I just got here. I can get breakfast later. Look, Jack, I want something.
If you don't see for it, ask for it.
Well,
how's it like down there in the city anyway? Lots of people, huh?
Hundreds. Say, what I want...
stars?
Oh, sure.
A lot of women?
Mm-hmm.
Sure like to hear about Vandalia. I've never been out of this place since I come here.
Well, I'll tell you about it one of these evenings, Jack. What I wanted...
Sure want to hear about it. Now, what was it you wanted all of a sudden?
Well,
Mighty warm for the day before Valentine's Day.
Hello, Aunt Hannah.
Well, Ivy dog. Hey.
Why, hello there, Aunt Hannah.
Well, I declare. How is it down to Vandalia?
Well, fine.
You'll leave me kiss you.
Oh,
well, I sure am tickled you got back home.
Me too.
What maybe all them fine folks down there, they just forget your own people.
I'm never going to forget my people, Aunt Hannah.
Pretty nigh forgot Annie, didn't you?
I guess I didn't write very often.
Never wrote at all, the way I hear it.
Well,
Good morning, Jack.
I was busy.
Morning, Aunt Hannah. What's your pleasure this morning?
I want a couple of gills along Sweetland, Jack.
Couple of gills.
And keep your thumb out of it, too, you hear me?
Never miss, Aunt Hannah.
Well,
what's the matter with you?
Well, see here, Jack. Aunt Hannah, do you mind? I have to...
Oh, take your time, boy. It's got all day.
What do you want?
I want a Valentine.
Ain't got none.
You haven't?
Nope. Who's it for?
Who's it for? Who do you think it's for, you old fool?
Well, I ain't got none.
You had some last year.
That was last year.
This I remember. I well remember you had one left.
Oh, did I?
There was one, and it was so dear nobody would buy it. Remember?
You sure, Aunt Hannah? Let me see.
60 cents you wanted for it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of remember.
You wrapped it up in brown paper, and you put it up there on top of the shelf above the dried peaches. I remember just as plain. You look, Jack.
Yeah, let me see. More things up here under this shelf.
That's it. That's it. You got it.
Now the dog. Roses is red, violets are blue. I
love you, dog.
That's it. Well, yep, that's it. Pretty, ain't it?
It's tore. The lace is tore.
Well, I could knock off 3 cents on account of that.
3 cents? You'll knock off 10 cents. That's last year's. And besides, it's tore. Oh, and you love that.
It's just the thing, Aunt Hannah, isn't it?
Oh, she'll just bust. Oh!
Eh?
Oh, hi, Abe. Hi, quick.
What's the matter?
Hurry. She's coming up the road. Quick, grab the Valentine and hurry.
Where? Behind the shelf. Hurry up.
Go on now and hide and spider. Whose horse is that tied out there, Jack? Morning, Annie.
Morning. Who did you say, Jack?
Was you expecting somebody, Annie?
Of course I was. I was hoping he'd get back for his birthday yesterday, but he didn't. And now he must have tried to, and I hoped... Oh, Jack. A Valentine.
Eh? Yes, the Valentine.
The Valentine. I was hoping you'd had one. Oh, I'm so glad.
Well, I don't exactly like to sell you that one.
It's tore, honey.
Well, he won't mind. How much is it, Jack?
60. Well, I was aiming to keep it.
Why? What for?
Well, it's the only one I've got.
I've just got to have it, Jack.
It's last year's.
It's the only one I've got, and...
May I have it, Jack?
Well...
60 cents, you said. I'll give you 65.
Well...
Don't you sell that old ragged Valentine to this girl.
Well...
Oh, Aunt Hannah, I must have it. I didn't get a thing for his birthday, and I just hoped I'd be able to get him a Valentine. And it'd be a kind of birthday present, too.
Well...
Can't I have it, Jack?
What you saying, Hannah?
Don't you try to put it on to me. You hear?
Please, Jack.
I oughtn't to.
Oh, sell it to her, Jack.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Hannah. He'll be so pleased with it.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I really have to get it for him, Jack, because I kind of expect he'll bring me one from Vandalia.
You do?
I hope so. Oh, they must have wonderful ones in the big stores down in Vandalia.
Well...
Oh, it's silly. But it's beautiful, isn't it? Didn't you get Valentines when you were a girl, Aunt Hannah?
Land, it's been so long, I never remember.
It isn't much, really. But he'll like it.
You want to ride onto it, Ann?
Right. Right what?
Why, ain't you going to write down that you love him, Annie?
Why, he knows it, Aunt Hannah. And I know it. And the whole world knows it. Must I write it down?
And the days are many and the nights are long since that 13th of February in a little store on the Sanctum River. And I have seen many places. The little towns and the mighty ones. Cities happy and jubilant. Cities forlorn and grief-stricken. And I have known hope and gladness and exultation in my time, as well as tears and sadness. But never, in all my years, have I felt the gladness, the simple, overwhelming joy of that moment when I heard the words of this girl I loved. And thus today, my grief is the greater. She walked out of the store, and I remember I was 25. I was crushed with disappointment. The Valentine, you say? No, it was a priceless gift I had in mind that morning. And the irony of it, she had snatched my own gift, unknowing to give it to me. And I was returning, repentant to her, but empty-handed. And the laughter of Arthur and Aunt Hannah Armstrong did nothing at all to assuage my disappointment and my unhappiness. And And I followed her out of the store at a little distance. Followed her up the ravine and up the hillside till she came to the old trysting place. I think it is very much the same today as it was then, in the time when I came to her empty-handed after a long empty month. And when she came to the place, she turned and she held out her arms.
I knew it was you following me. I knew it, and I wouldn't turn and look because I wanted to see you first. Up here on the hillside.
Anne, darling.
Darling. You've been gone so long.
And I never wrote to you.
But you thought of me.
I thought of you.
I've thought of you every single minute while you've been gone.
I know. The letters.
Oh, kiss me, darling.
And
you've changed.
no.
You have changed. You're sadder. And you're...
I'm older.
Oh, your birthday. Yesterday.
I was 25. I'm getting old.
Oh, no.
Old and forgetful.
No, you're not. You were busy. I've got a birthday present for you.
Why, you know you shouldn't have done that.
It's a Valentine.
Oh. Valentine's Day's tomorrow.
It's the very last one that Mr. Offit had in the store.
I know.
You know?
I was going to get it for you.
Oh. Well, I don't need a Valentine, really.
What? Oh, I mean, but...
Tell me you love me. That'll be my Valentine.
Anne, remember...
Oh.
I love my love, and well she knows. I love the grass whereon she goes. If she on earth no more I see, my life will quickly leave me.
Oh, darling, darling, darling.
And
You didn't write me. I was so afraid.
I could never forget you, Anne.
Never, never, never.
As long as I live. And forever.
We'll be so happy.
We'll go and live in Vandalia.
And then it'll come. When you go to the new state house in Springfield. Then I'll be a congressman's wife. We'll go and live in Washington.
You'll go with me. You'll be my star that I'll follow.
And you'll be a great man.
I could be president.
Oh, yes, darling. Do be president. And then, in after years, they'll build a great high monument to you. And everybody will say, he was the greatest president that ever was.
And it'll all be due to you.
Madam President.
I'd lay the riches of all the world at your feet, Anne.
But it didn't bring me a Valentine.
What can I do? What? I'm so sorry.
I love you. Valentine or no Valentine, dearest. Always and always and always.
And always. And we'll always be together.
Never be apart from each other again.
Never, Anne.
Oh, hold me. I'm so cold suddenly.
No, it's just a cloud over the sun.
Hold me. Always hold me.
Always.
I know it. You'll be a great, great man, darling.
With you beside me, I will.
But if I die...
Don't say that.
Kiss me again.
And we sat for a long, long time in the sudden chill of the afternoon. And we were so in love, Dan and I. And we spoke no word for the longest time. Only sat there and dreamed of the future. The rosy future. And nothing but happiness.
Happiness. Happiness. Happiness.
And we'll be married as soon as you finish school.
Nobody will ever be as happy as we'll be. And if I die...
No, don't say that.
If I die, will you go on the way we have gone together?
Oh, you mustn't.
You will, won't you? For me.
Anne.
For me. Say yes.
You're not going to die.
But, of course not. I was just teasing you.
Don't.
I love you so.
I love you.
And I'll love you wherever you go.
In the little towns and the big towns.
You'll be a congressman. And you'll love me.
I'll be president and I'll love you.
And this isn't just Valentine talk.
Anne.
I'm sorry, dear.
Wait. You asked if it's just Valentine talk. You remember last summer when we sat up here together?
So many times.
A very special time, Anne.
Why, I remember. It was a hot, hot day. And the heat haze was on the hills. And you sang to me.
And you remember the stone, Anne?
Stone. I wonder...
Wait. I know where it is. I put it in the crotch of that old apple tree. Right there.
Forget it.
That's your Valentine, Anne. Remember?
I remember.
I found it. Look.
Way last summer.
Here's your Valentine, Anne, darling.
I remember what you carved on it.
Let's read it together, shall we? And always remember. On the spot, in the Salem, Illinois, on July 4th, 1833, Anne Rutledge and Abraham Lincoln were betrothed. And the cold winds howl tonight in Oak Ridge around the tall monument. Gently they touch the outlines of a little mound in the graveyard above the Sanctum. And only the stone Valentine, remains to testify to our love.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Valentine. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
Others in today's cast were Anne Seymour, who played Anne. Offit was played by Jack Arthur, and Hannah by Leora Thatcher. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Arthur Furman. Now for a word about next week. My very good friend and our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
I've been asked at least 10 times every day. It's, where do you get your ideas? Listen, maybe I'll tell you.
And so until next week at the same time, and the answer to a perpetual question, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for Drew Pearson. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. When you heard the sound of the squeaking door, it was exactly 30 seconds past the hour for murder. But don't worry. We won't keep you waiting much longer. Even as I talk to you now, our hero and his victim are standing beside me, wishing I'd dispense with formalities so they can get to more enjoyable pursuits, like murder.
Now, isn't it funny, Mr. Host? I feel the same way in hot weather.
You mean the heat makes you feel murderous? Now, this doesn't sound like our Mary.
Please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Host. I mean the heat makes me want to dispense with formalities so I can get to more enjoyable pursuits, like serving myself and my friends tall, cooling glasses of iced Lipton tea in my backyard under the trees. What grand iced tea Lipton's makes. So gloriously full-bodied, so full of zip. And it's that brisk Lipton flavor that does it. A flavor that's never flat, but always spirited and satisfying. You see, brisk is the word the tea experts themselves use to describe the livelier freshness of Lipton's. And those same tea experts agree that in iced teas, brisk flavor is extra important. That's why, for the best iced tea you ever tasted, you should always insist on Lipton tea. It's good iced because it's brisk in flavor. So keep a frosty pitcher of iced Lipton tea always on hand.
Thank you for those cooling thoughts, Mary. Now into our sizzling thriller, 8 Steps to Murder. Written especially for Inner Sanctum by Emil Teppelman. This is the chronicle of a carefully calculated crime. A crime so twisted and subtle that it had to be blueprinted in advance. As Barry Kroger, in the role of Mark Durfee, the newspaper columnist, tells his story, we shall watch this crime develop, step by step. 8 Steps to Murder.
When I decided to kill Basil Archer, I went about it like an architect, laying out the plans for a complicated building project. Only a fool leaves the details of such an undertaking to chance. I calculated every risk. I weighed every possibility of failure. I blueprinted each of the 8 necessary steps I had to take. My first step was to get a suitable weapon. I went on Monday morning to the office of a pawnbroker I knew on 48th Street.
Good morning, my friend. How are you, Mr. Krug? Come in, Mr. Duffy. Thank you. You know what I want? Indeed, yes. I have it here, exactly what you need. It's fully loaded. You can spin the barrel and see for yourself.
Nice revolver.
Looks a little awkward. You said you wanted it with the silencer attached.
Yes. How much for this, Mr. Krug?
$250.
What?
That is the price, Mr. Duffy. You know, it's against the law to sell these.
Well, yes, but $250.
You will pay it, Mr. Duffy.
Wow. All right. You know what I want this gun for.
But naturally.
You know I'm planning to kill someone with it.
But naturally.
Otherwise, would you want a silencer, honey?
You wouldn't be above a little honest blackmail, would you, Mr. Krug?
Please, do not point that gun at me. It is loaded.
I know that. What are you going to do? I regret this, Mr. Krug. I'm going to have to kill you.
No, I swear to you.
Save it.
You'll be sorry for this. You'll make a mistake. You'll make a slip.
There'll be no mistake.
There will. You cannot think of everything.
I have thought of everything. This is the first thing.
Oh! You cannot think of everything.
I left Krug's body where it lay and put the silenced revolver in my inside pocket and stepped out into the air. I stopped still. The rain suddenly coming down in buckets. I hadn't counted on it starting to rain. My alibi for Krug's killing was carefully planned. Everybody at my hotel thought I was still in my room. The drinking spree last night. But if my clothes were wet, they'd know I'd been out this morning.
You cannot think of everything. You cannot think of everything.
I hurried back to my hotel, walking in the rain. It was too dangerous to take a cab. I sneaked in the service entrance, the way I'd come out, and walked up the one flight of stairs. As soon as I got in my room, I took off my clothes, dropped them all in the bathtub, and started the shower going. And then I went to bed. About noontime, when the phone rang, I knew it was the clerk downstairs calling, because I'd left a call for 12. I let the phone ring. That was step number 2. A few minutes later, just as I expected, Ryan, the house detective, let himself into the room with his pass key. I pretended to be asleep, dead to the world.
Oh, the cockeyed shenanigans. Boy, what a load he must have taken on last night.
I heard Ryan go into the bathroom where the shower was still running, and then come out muttering and approach the bed.
Wake up, Mr. Daffy.
What? Oh, my head.
Oh, you must have been as high as a kite last night.
Oh.
You undressed in the shower. Left all your clothes in the bathtub. They're soaking wet.
I was safe. My tracks were completely covered. This was Monday afternoon. According to my schedule, Basil Archer was to die on Friday evening at 10 o'clock sharp. I was now free to take step 3 in my blueprint for murder. For this purpose, I went to Basil Archer's office. He was a theatrical producer, you see. His office was upstairs over the famous old Fantasy Theater, where Archer's new play was to open on Friday evening. As I opened the door of Basil Archer's office, I was quite cool. I'd rehearsed myself well. Basil was seated at his desk talking to Gregory Sutherland, the young and handsome author of the new play.
Hello there, Mark. Glad to see you.
Hi, Basil. Just dropped in to get a line on the new play.
You know Greg Sutherland, the author?
Sure.
Greg, this is Mark Durfee.
We've met.
I tell you, Mark, Storm Over the Highlands is going to be the biggest hit of the season. Greg's written a fine play.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Basil. Ought to go over big, especially with your wife doing the lead. Nina's a great actress.
Confidentially, that's one of the reasons why I'm doing Storm Over the Highlands. Just suited for Nina.
Nina will be wonderful. Oh, I guess she likes working with you, Mr. Sutherland. It's always a good idea for the author and the star of a play to work together.
Oh? Have you and Nina been working together, Greg?
Well, yes, Mr. Archer. We sort of thought if we could exchange ideas. I never saw two people put their heart and soul into a job like Nina and Sutherland here. They spend every minute they can together.
Now, look here, Durfee, I don't like the way you said that.
Oh? I'm sorry, Sutherland. You know I didn't mean anything. It's only what people are saying, seeing you both together so much.
What's this all about, Mark? This is the first I've heard of anything.
Oh, forget it, Basil. Oh, by the way, here's a package. I want to give it to Nina on opening night. I wonder if you put it in your safe for me till Friday.
Oh, sure, if you want me to. I'll put it here on the bottom shelf. next to the payroll money. Come in Friday evening during the first intermission, and I'll get it out for you.
Fine. Are those all packages of money on the bottom shelf?
Yes. Over 100,000 in there. Receipts for my other shows. Here you are, Mark. All safely locked up. What kind of a present is it?
I'd rather keep that a secret till Friday. From Archer's office, I went straight to his apartment. I knew Nina would be home, and it was important that I talk to her now.
Hello, Mark. I've been wondering if you'd come today.
Well, I told you I would, Nina.
I've waited so long.
Darling.
Oh, Mark, how long will it be now? How much longer?
Only till Friday, darling. After Friday, you'll be free of him forever.
And then you and I...
There's work to do first. This is only the fourth step. There are 4 more to go. Everything's working according to schedule. The next step is up to you.
What must I do, Mark?
Oh, I've started the ball rolling. Basil's beginning to worry about you and Sutherland. He's got to be encouraged to suspect as much as possible. You've got to be seen around with Sutherland as frequently as you can.
Oh, that'll be easy. Sutherland's hardly more than a kid. He worships the ground I walk on. But I'd rather be with you, darling.
Just 5 days more, Nina. And then we can be together. Always. Outside Nina's house, I stopped for a moment with a queer sensation in the pit of my stomach. It was raining again. It reminded me of Mr. Krug.
You can't think of everything. You can't think of everything.
I seemed to hear Krug's voice drumming in my ears.
You'll make a mistake, Mark Derby. You'll make a mistake.
I won't, you old fool. I won't.
You'll make a mistake.
Oh, poor Krug. You know, a pawnbroker's life is not an easy one, and Krug took such an interest in his business. And he never suspected Mark Durfee. In fact, he probably liked him for his redeeming qualities. Though, come to think of it, Krug was pretty lucky at that. Mark didn't steal anything from the store but the gun, so Krug lost practically nothing but his life.
You know, Mark's story gives me an idea. I'd like to draw up a blueprint myself.
Yes, Mary, another blueprint for murder.
Oh, now, Mr. Host. I'd call mine a blueprint for summer refreshment. And I'd like to do it in sound. First, I'd start with the creak of porch rockers on shaded summer streets, and the murmur of backyard gardeners in the lilac dust. And with the teamsters home from school, there'd have to be some sweet swing music, of course. And just to make my blueprint of summer sounds complete, you'd hear the tinkle of ice in tall, cool glasses. Glasses of refreshing iced Lipton tea. Yes, iced Lipton tea just goes with summertime fun and enjoyment. Lipton's has such a wide-awake flavor. The whole family will love it. And that flavor, folks, is brisk. Yes, that's the secret. Lipton's brisk flavor is what makes iced Lipton tea taste extra good. So for a delightful treat to beat the heat, serve iced tea. And for the best iced tea ever, insist on Lipton tea. Brisk flavor, never flat.
Couldn't have done better myself, Mary. But now, let's catch up with our architect of murder. If Mark Durfee's blueprint works out according to schedule, our death rate should go up sharply to about 1 per person. Let's see. He should be up to his 5th step by now, shouldn't he?
Tuesday was a clear day without rain, and I felt better. I knew now that I couldn't make a mistake. In 4 days, Basil Archer would die as planned.
And now for the 5th step. An easy one for Mark Durfee because he's a newspaper columnist. It merely requires dictating a little item for his column into the dictaphone at his desk.
Oh, there's a new play opening soon, which should be a huge success. If the author and the leading lady can do anything to make it click. They're working harder on it than the producer himself. It looks like they've clicked with each other, too.
sixth step. 8 steps to murder, and this is number 6. Just a couple of telephone calls to set the 6th step in motion.
Hello?
Hello, Nina. Did you see the paper this morning?
Mark, darling, it was perfect. I've had a half dozen phone calls. Everybody knows you met Sutherland and me.
Oh, good.
Basil saw it, too, at breakfast this morning.
He did? How did he like it?
Oh, he just looked glum. I don't think he believes it.
Well, all right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Get hold of Sutherland and make him take you out tonight. There's a fast little nightclub out on the island, the Pirate's Hold.
I know the place. Kind of disreputable, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Well, now, look, you get Sutherland to take you there. You think you can manage that?
Oh, he'll take me anywhere I want to go.
Good. Be sure to be there tonight about 10. I'll take care of the rest.
Basil Archer speaking.
Oh, hello, Basil. How are you?
Mark Durfee. Now, listen here, Mark.
Wait. Take it easy, Basil. I know you want to bawl me out about that piece in the column.
I thought you were a friend of mine.
Oh, look, Basil, that's why I printed that piece. I don't like what's going on.
Just what do you mean? If Nina feels like working with the author of the play, she
Sure, that's all right. But look, why keep things secret?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you ask Sutherland if he has any plans for tonight.
I know what plans he has for tonight. He's going to stay home and work on some lines in the last scene.
Is that so?
What are you hinting at, Mark?
I'm hinting that you take a run out to the Pirate's Hold. You know where it is? Out on the island? And you'll see how hard Sutherland will be working on the last scene. Hello?
Mark, this is Nina.
Oh, where are you?
I'm calling from the Pirate's Hold. Basil was just here.
Oh, good. Did he find you with Sutherland?
Well, naturally, I did just what you told me to.
Fine. Everything is set for tomorrow.
You're sure everything will be all right?
Oh, yes, quite sure. Now, this is what I want you to do tomorrow. Just before the show opens, you'll take sick.
Oh.
Basil will have to put in an understudy for you.
Yes, I can do that all right.
Then you'll dismiss the servant.
Yes.
Now, remember this clearly, Nina. You're going to be my alibi for the hour between 9 and 10. Understand?
I understand, Mark.
I'll be over at 9. But I'll leave a few minutes later by the back way. Only you'll swear that I stayed till a few minutes after 10. Is that clear?
Yes, Mark. And good luck.
When I rang the doorbell of Nina's apartment Friday night, I knew that every step I'd taken thus far had been right. I couldn't fail.
Mark, I was afraid you weren't coming. I was afraid something had gone wrong.
No. Nothing's gone wrong. You sent the servants away?
Yes, they're all gone. I'm alone. I can swear you were here till after 10.
Good.
How are you going to kill him?
With this.
A gun. What's that bulky-looking thing on it on the muzzle?
It's a silencer.
Oh. Well, you better hurry, darling. You haven't much time.
There's one thing more that I've got to do here before I go.
Why are you pointing the gun at me?
Because I'm going to kill you, Nina, dear.
Oh, now, Mark, I don't like that kind of joke.
It isn't a joke, my darling.
Mark, are you crazy?
You little fool. Did you think I'd go to all this trouble, planning this thing step by step? Did you think I was doing all of this for you?
But I thought you loved me.
You thought I was committing murder because I loved you? Oh, Lena, you're just another step in my blueprint. Now you've served your purpose, just like Krug. Krug was step 1, you're step 7.
Mark!
I made sure Nina was dead, and then I hurried out and went to Basil Archer's office. I had to be sure my timing was right. This was the 8th and the final step. I knew Basil would be in his office during the first intermission, so...
Hello, Basil. Oh, it's you, Mark. Come in. I want to talk to you.
What about, Basil?
Mark, what's going on between Sutherland and Nina?
Oh, now, Basil, you're not a fool.
I can't believe it.
Well, look, if you want proof, suppose you get that package out of the safe, the one I left with you.
The package? What's that got?
You get it, and I'll show you.
All right. here's your package. Now, what do you want to show me?
Still got all that cash in the safe, huh?
You know, I always have it here.
Yes, I know.
Say, what are you doing with that revolver?
Look, Basil. Look into the muzzle.
What the...
That's just right.
Oh!
I opened the package Basil had given me. It was only an empty box, nothing in it, but there was something here I could put into it now. I stepped across Basil's body, knelt before the open safe, took out the neatly tied bundles of money, and put them into the empty box. $100,000. It was well worth the months of planning, the careful blueprinting. I was a rich man. Now I was ready for the finale. The last bit of routine business, which would finish the whole thing off properly. I picked up the phone and dialed police headquarters. It wouldn't be too difficult to imitate Basil Archer's voice over the telephone. I'd rehearsed that, too.
Yes, headquarters.
Hello. This is Basil Archer speaking. I've just killed my wife.
What's that?
My wife and Sutherland, they were planning to run away together. They stole all the money from my safe. We're going away. So I killed her. But now I'm going to kill myself, too.
Now, wait, Mr. Archer. Now, wait a minute. Don't do anything
I
rash.
softly repeated.
Just stay there and we send an agent.
Now, everything was set. Carefully, I placed the revolver in Basil's cold hand. I'd left no prints on it because I was wearing gloves. I picked up the package and walked out into the hall. But in the hall, I stopped short. Someone had just come into the building downstairs. I peered down and I saw Gregory Sutherland coming up.
Mr. Archer, are you up there? You better hurry. The second act is started.
Sutherland was coming up the stairs. I couldn't get out. But I wasn't trapped. Oh, no. There was a porter's closet down the hall. I tiptoed over to it and slipped inside just as Sutherland got to the landing.
Mr. Archer, are you in there?
Sutherland was in Basil's office now. He'd be finding the body. This was my chance to sneak out. I opened the closet door.
Come on, Kitty. Ash's house is one place up. Maybe we can make it in time. The guy said he was going to kill himself.
The police had come in answer to my telephone call. Now I couldn't get out. There'd be a crowd outside and I'd be seen leaving. I had to stay in the building. But still, I wasn't trapped. I knew just what to do. Instead of leaving the building, I would walk out of the closet into Basil's office right after the police. They'd think I'd just arrived. I stepped out of the porter's closet. I started for the door of Basil's office. Then, suddenly, I got a sick, weak feeling in the pit of my stomach. I stopped stock still. I'd almost walked into my death. It was raining outside. Suppose I'd walked in there with my clothes all dry, claiming that I'd just come in from the street. They'd know that I'd been hiding in the building all the time. The rain, it almost tricked me again.
You can't think of everything. You'll make a mistake. You can't think of
I can, you old fool. I'll show you. I hurried back into the porter's closet. I knew how to beat this, too. I turned on the faucet in the sink. Splashed and drenched myself from head to foot. Now, I looked as if I'd just come in out of the rain. I stepped out of the closet, went down the hall, entered Basil Archer's office, dripping wet. The two policemen were standing over Basil's body with Gregory Sutherland. They all looked up as I came in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Durkee. Sorry about this. It's your friend, Basil Archer. Committed suicide.
Oh, no. Oh, it's impossible, Sergeant Moran. Basil wouldn't do a thing like that. Why, who found him?
I did, Mr. Duffy. I came to call him for the second act.
Oh, this is terrible.
It's like an open and shut case. Killed his wife, then came here and knocked himself off.
Oh.
And what's more, Mr. Sutherland?
Yes?
Before he knocked himself off, he phoned headquarters and said you'd stolen money from his safe.
Oh, that's a lie. Wait a minute. Sergeant. Mr. Durfee.
Yes, Sutherland.
How did you get yourself all wet like that?
Oh, you try not getting wet in that rain.
Rain? What's rain, Mr. Dorothy?
Suddenly, I went clammy all over. I saw that none of them was wet. Their clothes were all dry. But how could that be? They'd just come in out of the rain.
What rain, Mr. Dorothy?
Well, you can hear it, can't you? It's pouring rain. Just listen to that thunder.
Thunder? Rain? Good heavens, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Don't you see, Sergeant, he's been in the building all the time. Trying to make us think he just came in and he got himself all wet for nothing. Sergeant, I bet you $1 he murdered Archer.
You're crazy. Oh, it's pouring outside. You can hear it yourself. Well, just listen to that rain beating down. The thunder.
You poor sap. That isn't rain you hear. It's my play next door. Storm over the Highlands. Remember? And those are the sound effects in the second act.
It looks like Mark Durfee was all wet. In fact, he got himself so soaking wet, he practically liquidated himself. But cheer up, I'm sure he won't spend more than 6 months in jail. And that wouldn't be so bad, would it? If they weren't going to execute him afterwards.
Poor Mark. If only someone had told him.
Told him what, Mary?
Well, look, Mark took 8 steps to get in the cooler when you really only have to take 1 step to get cool. Sure, just step down to the grocer's and get a large economical package of brisk Lipton tea. Then keep a pitcher of iced Lipton tea always on hand and help yourself to its cooling refreshment off and on throughout the day. That's all there is to it. And you'll find Lipton's makes perfect iced tea because Lipton's is never flat. It always tastes delightfully tangy and full-bodied. That's why this summer, when you want iced tea, you should be sure to use the tea with the brisk flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Lipton's.
And so ends our little essay on the modern methods of murder. Of course, our little essays on murder are only for the select few. As a matter of fact, only 1 person in every 10,000 is capable of murder. And speaking of statistics, due to our high birth rate, the population of this country is increasing faster than inner sanctum can kill them. Very discouraging. Very discouraging indeed. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Panic Stricken by Mitchell Wilson. And next week, the makers of Lipton tea and Lipton soups will bring you another Inner Sanctum story directed by Hyman Brown and called Bury Me Not. Now, there's a plot for you. A plot right in the graveyard. Trouble is, the rains come and uncover it. What becomes of the body? Well, now, that's anybody's guess. But come around next week. We'll be right at the graveside, and we'd like to have you drop in. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Now that summer's here, keep cool by keeping out of the kitchen. Serve Lipton's noodle soup. It's quick and easy to prepare and gives you a delicious soup in a jiffy with so much less work and trouble. It's the perfect hot dish to serve with cool summertime suppers because Lipton's is luscious noodle soup with real old-time chickeny flavor. Besides, Lipton's noodle soup mix costs less and makes lots more than the usual canned soup. Ask for it tomorrow. Lipton's Noodle Soup. And tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
began one evening last spring. Inspector Noah Danton and I had gone again to San Francisco for a few days' vacation. Inspector Barrows of that city had an unusually busy season, and when he received word that a murder had been committed in the suburban community of Sausalito, he asked us to investigate. We were glad to lend any assistance we could, although, of course, we weren't aware of the conversation that had taken place earlier that evening between the murdered man and his wife.
Bill, darling, you're home early.
Hello, Benny. You look particularly lovely tonight. Expecting company?
Company? Who'd come out on such a night to see little me?
It is bad out. Fog so thick you cut it with a knife. I walked home.
Bill.
Huh?
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, of course, darling.
Don't call that much of a kiss.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I've got a lot on my mind. Oh, it's good to be home. Anything exciting happen today?
Exciting? Nothing exciting ever happens to me, and you know it.
Being married to stay at old Bill Ayers is somewhat boring, huh?
Oh, I don't mean it that way, Bill.
Oh, okay, honey. I know I'm a bit stodgy. Hey, been out at all today?
In this fog? I should say not.
Haven't left the house since morning?
I've already told you. Bill, what in the world's the matter with you?
Matter? Oh, nothing, honey. Why?
Asking me so many questions. I would think that you didn't trust me.
Not trust you? Oh, darling, what a thing to accuse me of.
I'm not accusing you. It's you.
Oh, forget it, honey. My nerves are kind of jumping me.
Well, so are mine.
Are they? Oh, it's good to be sitting in front of my own fireplace. You know, honey, this is the kind of life I've always dreamed about.
Oh, I'm glad you're satisfied.
Yes, Sarah, home, and a beautiful and loyal wife. Those are the things that a man prizes.
There are other things that are important, too.
Oh, yes, I suppose there are. Excitement, honey? You know, darling, I've often thought that it was an act of fate that brought us together.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Yes, sir, an act of fate. I'd gone on for years sort of waiting for the right girl to come along. And then I met you.
Bill, for goodness sakes, why are you always talking so sentimentally about the past? Why not the
I like to, honey. I like to. That's the way I am. You go along for years dreaming about something, hoping for something, and then suddenly it happens. You feel lucky. You like to think about it.
Well, do you have to talk about it, too?
It helps to talk. I want you to know how much this means to me, Betty. How much I appreciate it. And you. How grateful I am for that act of fate that brought us together.
Bill, must we continue to talk about it?
No, I suppose not. So long as you know how important it is to me to have a home and a loyal wife.
I know.
Oh, say, by the way, I met an old friend of yours today.
An old friend of mine?
Yes. What the devil did he say his name was? Ted, that's it. Ted Morrison. Oh, aren't you going to ask me about it?
How is Ted?
Oh, he's fine. He's fine, darling. We had quite a talk.
Quite a talk? What did you talk about?
Old times, mostly. We get along swell. He's like I am. Likes to hash over the past. I suppose you'd call us a couple of sentimentalists, huh?
Yes, a couple of sentimentalists.
Ted's got a big kick out of television. Now, he and another chap, let me see, I think you said the other chap's name was, Bob Wheeler. We're both in love with you back in Chicago.
Oh, that? Oh, when we were only children.
You're a bunch of kids. Ted was pretty upset, though, when you decided to marry Bob instead of him. Now, by the way, why was it you didn't marry Bob, huh?
Well, I decided at the last moment that I didn't love him.
Oh, so that's how it was. You know what Ted thought? He thought that Bob found out that you were tree-tiring, and he decided not to marry you. Can you imagine that?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, he's a card, that Ted. He got things all twisted. You know what else he said?
I'm not interested, Bill. I think we better stop.
No, I want you to hear this, honey. It's really funny. Ted said that after Bob turned you down, you went back to Ted and begged him to marry.
That's a lie.
Ted says he laughed in your face. Yeah. And so you threatened to go out and marry some other guy.
That's not true.
He said he didn't believe you'd do it, though. He really loves him.
I don't. I mean, Ted Morrison is a conceited, small-minded...
Sure, honey. That's what I thought. But let me tell you the rest of it.
I'll not listen to any more.
Oh, yes, you will. Sit down there, darling. This payoff will kill you.
Bill Ayers, let me up. What's got into you?
Ted said that he heard you'd come to San Francisco and married a guy. And sent him a newspaper clipping of the wedding.
But,
he said he'd heard that Bob Wheeler followed you here, that you and Bob were seeing each other regularly.
Oh, Ted's crazy. He made that up.
Sure, honey, sure. Ted came to San Francisco, too. He said he knew you'd only married your present husband to be spiteful. You really loved him.
Stop, Bill. Let me up. The way you're staring
He
at
said
me.
he came to the house, and you welcomed him with open arms. Yeah. He said you went out together secretly. He said he wanted you to divorce the guy you'd married, but you wouldn't.
Bill, you're hurting me. Let go my arm.
He said he got sick of doing things that way, so he decided to come to the guy you'd married and talk it over, man to man.
They're all lies. Lies. Everything he told you was a lie.
Oh, they were lies, honey. That's what I told him. And to prove he was a dirty liar, I invited him up here tonight.
Bill.
Yeah. He should be here any minute. That's the way to settle things, Betty. You get all the parties together, let everybody tell everybody else their lies to the face.
I won't stay here. I won't. You're despicable to do this to me. I won't stay here.
Right on time. Oh, no, it's too late, honey. You couldn't get out of this now, no matter what you did. You just sit there and relax, darling. You'll have a chance to vindicate yourself.
Bill. Bill, come back here. Bill! Put down that gun, you fool!
You know, Bart, I've heard a lot about San Francisco fogs, but I never thought there'd be anything like this.
Yes, it is pretty bad, Inspector. Look out, that's a lamppost.
So it is. Can't see your hand in front of your nose. Can't see...
But now, listen, what would your hand be doing in front of your nose, Inspector?
What? Oh, I get it. Oh, you made it funny, eh, Bart?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
Hey, where'd you look at it, John? Yeah, why, you... Who do you think...
Never mind, Inspector. Don't forget we've got a job to do.
Yeah, a job. Hey, we come out here for a vacation?
Your friend Inspector Bell gave us full cooperation on that peace conference assignment we had a couple of months ago, so this is our opportunity to return the favor.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Say, Bart, was this guy, Bill Ayers, anybody important?
No, but he's just as dead. According to Bell, Ayers was spending a quiet evening at home with his wife when the doorbell rang, and he answered it. Then someone shot him.
Not much to go on.
Yeah.
Say, aren't we about there?
Yeah, we must be. There's some lights glowing through the fog. Let's go over and have a look, Inspector.
Yeah. Barrow said he'd have a couple of men here to help us out.
Say, Parson.
Who the devil are you?
Sergeant Joe Monahan, sir. I guess you're Inspector Danton, and this must be Barton Drake.
Yeah, that's right. You alone here, Joe?
Oh, no, sir. The place is completely surrounded. I've been waiting here on the veranda for you and Mr. Drake.
Surrounded? And there's someone inside who might try to escape,
Yeah, that there is, sir. A couple of suspects.
Suspects? Who are they?
Mr. Robert Wheeler and Mr. Ted Madison, sir.
And what makes you think they're suspects, Joe?
Well, sir, it's like this. The two of them arrived here at the house within 5 minutes of each other. Neither of them ever had been here before, and both of them, it seems, they're all friends of Mrs. Ayers.
And they both got ironclad alibis, I'll bet.
That they have, sir. I let them tell their own stories. They're waiting for you in the living room.
I don't suppose you found the lethal weapon, Joe?
No, sir, but Medical Examiner Hogan has given me a full report. The weapon used was 38 caliber automatic.
How many shots were fired?
One. It entered through the back and penetrated the hat.
And Ayers must have died instantly.
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Wait a minute. Did you say the bullet entered through the guy's back?
Yes, sir. The angle of entry was, it was almost horizontal.
But look, if the bullet...
That's right, Inspector. If the bullet entered through Ayers' back, then it must have been fired by someone standing in the room behind him.
Yeah, and according to the story I got, Ayers went to the door and was shot by whoever rang the bell.
Which is still a likely possibility, Inspector. Suppose Ayers recognized whoever rang the bell and also saw that the man was holding a gun.
Well?
Being unarmed, Ayers' impulse would be to turn and run.
Yeah, that's right. And the fact that he was shot in the back doesn't mean a thing, does it?
Not yet. Joe, you'd better get back to your men. Tell them, please, to keep close watch. No one stand or leave the house, understand?
Yes, sir. You can count on me to take care of that.
Good. Come on, Inspector. Let's find out what our suspects have to say for themselves. Ring the bell, Inspector.
If it wasn't for this light, I couldn't see the button. Fog's thick even here on the porch. Well, looks like the birds have flown the coop.
I think Joe would have prevented any such possibilities, Inspector.
Oh, you must be the police. Well, I mean, of course, the detectives. The police have been in and out of the house for the past hour.
Yes, I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Come in, please. I'm Mrs. Ayers. I suppose you know what's happened.
We've heard rumors. You all alone, lady?
For the time being, yes. Come into the living room, please.
Your husband must have been a wealthy man, Mrs. Ayers.
You were comfortable. In here, please.
Thank you.
No one in here either. I still want to know her.
Sit over there, Inspector Jackson. You may sit here, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
Now, I'll sit here before the fire.
Well, this is more like a tea party.
Tell me, Mrs. Ayres, how long was it after your husband was shot that you notified the police?
I don't know, really. You see, I fainted.
When women don't want to talk, they can always say they fainted.
Oh, but I do want to talk, Inspector Jackson. I want to tell you everything I know if it'll help to catch the murder of poor Bill.
That's fine. Mrs. Ayres, were you and your husband happy together?
Oh, yes, we were terribly, terribly happy. We just never had a cross word.
Oh, isn't that...
And you can think of no one who wanted him out of the way?
No, I can't. Everybody just loves Bill.
Well, Bart, we might as well go home. Everything seems to be... Well, let's quit fooling around and get down to business. I want to know what happened to Morrison and Wheeler.
Oh, the boys?
Yeah, the boys.
Well, they went out a few minutes ago. They're trying to find out who murdered Bill.
Well, how do you like that? Our suspect's turning detective. Who knows? Maybe they'll accuse us of doing the shooting, huh?
Oh, they wouldn't do that. They're both so nice.
It must be a comfort to have your friends around at a time like this, Mrs. Ayres.
Yes, it is. The boys are both so sweet. I don't know what I would have done if they hadn't come.
Now, there's something. How did they both happen to be here, Mrs. Ayres?
How did they happen to be here?
Yeah. How did they happen to be here?
They just dropped in.
Oh, they just dropped in, eh? A couple of your old boyfriends checking up on how you were getting along with your married life.
You don't think that either Ted or Bob could have murdered...
That's one reason we came over here, lady. To find out if they could have. Also to find out if you could have.
I?
Yeah.
Are you implying that I could have shot my own husband?
Happened before, ma'am. As a matter of fact, some females make a habit of it. Betty. Oh, you must be Barton Drake and Inspector Danton.
Ted, they think we did it. It's awful.
Oh, now, honey, there's no need to be alarmed. It's only natural that we're asking a few questions. Don't worry. Now, there's a guy with some sense, Bart.
Yes. Since Mrs. Ayres called you Ted, I imagine you're Ted Morrison?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Morrison.
And the other young man, Robert Wheeler, is he around?
Yeah. You see, Bob and I decided to search the house in the hope that we'd find something that might help you and Inspector Danton. Well, now, that's nice of the boy.
And how did you know that Inspector Danton and I were expected, Ted?
Sergeant Monahan told me. Just as simple as that.
I see. How soon after the murder did you arrive at the house, Ted?
About 3 hours afterwards. Uh-huh. And how did you know it was 3 hours later, my lad? That's supposed to be a clever question, Inspector Danton. I don't get it. Bill was shot at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I got here to the house at about 7 o'clock. Couldn't be any more simple.
Yeah. Exactly when did you learn that Ayres had been murdered, Ted?
About 6:45. I was passing a newsstand and read what happened in the headlines. I came here immediately.
I see. Did you buy a paper?
Buy one? No, I wanted to get to Betty as soon as I could.
I think it's terrible of you to ask Ted all these questions. He wouldn't harm anyone.
You have to question us, honey. It's all right. Bub, it's a lucky thing you feel that way because we haven't begun yet. And what I want to know is, how could you read about the murder in a newspaper so soon after it happened? I'm afraid you'll have to take that up with the editor of the paper, Inspector. Possibly he got out a special edition. I don't know. Yeah. I see. Well, we can check that later. What are you doing over there, Bart?
Just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Here's something. The late afternoon edition of the San Francisco Ledger.
Late afternoon edition? Say anything about the murder?
Yes, it does. It's right here on the front page.
Huh?
Ted, if you didn't buy a copy of the Ledger, how on earth...
Oh, this is silly trying to trap poor Ted with a lot of unimportant questions. Bob brought that paper here.
Bob?
Yes, Bob Wheeler. And for your information, he got here about 5 minutes after Ted. So all your clever detection is for nothing.
Is it, Mrs. Ayres? Tell me exactly where were you when your husband was shot?
Where was I? I was here in this room.
You didn't follow him to the door?
I guess I did. It would be natural, wouldn't it? I heard the shot and Bill cried out. I wouldn't just sit here.
Probably not. But what you could have done was to reach into that table drawer and taken out this.
Jumping Judas. A gun.
Yes. Recognize it, Mrs. Ayres.
Yes. It's mine. Where did you find it?
Beneath the papers on that table there, Mrs. Ayres. It's a .38 caliber revolver, and one shot has been fired.
Holy cow. Then that means Look out, there's someone at the window!
This way, Inspector.
I can't see a blamed thing in this fog. Where do you suppose Joe and his boys are?
Stop at our shoes.
Does that answer your question, Inspector?
Yep, and so does that. Hey, Joe!
This way, Inspector Dan.
There they are, Inspector. There they are. Yeah. What happened, Joe? Who was it?
Wheeler, sir. I'm afraid it's dead.
Dead. Jumping Judas, didn't you?
Don't blame the sergeant, Inspector. We both heard him order Wheeler to halt.
Sorry, sir. It's pretty foggy. Refused to obey my command, so I let go of the bush.
Okay, Joe. That guy was headed for the chair anyway. Well, Bud, I guess this settles things, doesn't it?
If you mean that Wheeler murdered Bill Ayres, I think you're quite wrong, Inspector.
Oh, yeah? Well, what more proof do we need?
We didn't have any proof that Wheeler killed Ayres, but I have positive proof that someone else did.
Someone else? Who?
All in good time, Inspector. All in good time. Now, Joe, send one of your boys down to headquarters with this gun, check the fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Then telephone the doctor. Young Morrison got a scalp wound, and it'll probably need more medical attention than Mrs. Ayres can give him.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Inspector. Let's get back to the house and sort out the final clues.
Ted, are you all right?
Well, sure I am, honey. It's just a scratch.
Let me put this bandage on your head.
Okay, that'll make you feel better.
There. You look funny.
Yeah, I'll bet. So what happened to Drake and Benton?
They went out looking for Bob.
Bob? What kind of a Bob?
Yes, I saw him at the window. Oh, Ted, the expression on his face was horrible.
Well, what the devil do you suppose got into the guy? Why would he want to kill me?
Ted, darling, don't you know? Can't you guess?
Yes. Betty, you don't mean...
He was in love with me, darling. When I married Bill, he was furious.
Well, that was Bob who...
Shot Bill? Yes. I was at the living room door. I saw him, Ted.
Did he know you saw him?
I don't think so. When he came back later, he acted quite innocent.
Yes, but he must have heard us talking then. He must know.
Yes, I'm sure of it. He listened at the door.
Oh, the rat. So he figured if he shot me, he'd have a clear field. Oh, darling, why did all this have to come about? Why did you have to marry Bill in the first place?
It teach you a lesson, my dear. To make you sure you really wanted me.
Oh, darling. Darling, you know there's nothing in the world that could keep us apart.
Ted.
Well. Bart, did you say this guy needed a doctor?
Inspector Jackson, I resent that.
So do I. I don't blame either one of you, Inspector. I think you owe these folks an apology.
Huh?
Yeah.
An apology? Bart, are you crazy? This is the babe who was so terribly in love with her husband.
I was in love with him, but that doesn't mean
You
that
didn't fall immediately in love with someone else. Of course it doesn't, Mrs. Ayres. Such things happen all the time.
Now, look here, Dre.
Yes, Morrison?
I suppose you intended that to be sarcastic.
Not at all, my boy, not at all. I see your head is well bandaged. May I have a look at the wound?
You may not. Ted's seriously hurt, and I
But you
forbid
see,
it.
we've already sent for a doctor. If it isn't necessary, I want to retract the order. Just let me undo the bandage. That's it. Well, it just grazed the scalp, eh? Inspector, let me have your handkerchief, please.
Huh? The handkerchief? Oh, yes.
Never mind. Here's one in Ted's breast pocket. I can use that.
That's some Drake. What is this?
Nothing at all, my boy. Just wiping off some of the blood. And, Mrs. Ayres, you can replace the bandage.
Replace it? But I...
Answer that, will you, Inspector? It's probably headquarters reporting on the fingerprints.
What fingerprints?
Sergeant speaking. You think that finding my fingerprints on that gun is going to mean anything?
I'm sure your fingerprints won't be on the gun, Mrs. Ayres.
Yeah? Yeah. Is that a fact? Okay, thanks.
Well, Inspector.
That was Barrows. He says there weren't any fingerprints on the gun at all.
Excellent. Now I know positively who it was that murdered Bill Ayres.
Okay, Bart. Who was it?
Silly, it was Bob. stopped Wheeler. I saw him myself at the window.
Does that prove he murdered your husband, Mrs. Ayres?
Well, it certainly proves that he tried to kill Ted.
Speaking of Bob, what happened to him anyway? He's dead.
Yes, Sergeant Monahan shot him when he tried to escape.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes, that's Mrs. Ayres. It seems to me that it makes things rather convenient for you.
Convenient for me?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Both your husband and Wheeler are dead. There's nothing now to stop you and Ted from
Just a minute, Drake. Take it easy, Bob.
Before you come to any decision, Mrs. Ayres, you should know that it was Morrison here who shot your husband.
That's a lie.
I don't believe it. Ted wouldn't.
Oh, yes, he would, Mrs. Ayres, and he did. It was Ted who rang the doorbell early this evening. Your husband saw he had a gun, started to run. Ted shot him in the back.
Drake, you're crazy. You can't prove anything.
Oh, yes, I can, Morrison. You came here earlier this evening. You stole Mrs. Ayres' gun from the living room table drawer. Then you returned. Following the murder, you replaced the gun in the drawer after first wiping off the fingerprints.
I don't believe him, Betty. He's trying to frame me.
No, Morrison, you were trying to frame Mrs. Ayres. You wanted me to find her gun with one shot fired. You wanted me to believe it was she who murdered her husband.
Ted, you didn't.
Of course I didn't. Don't listen to him.
You hated her, Morrison, because she married Ayres. You killed Ayres and tried to make it appear as though Betty were guilty.
Oh, what nonsense.
The fact that there were no fingerprints on the gun was your undoing, Ted. You wiped the gun clean so as to erase your own. You did it with the handkerchief that I took from your breast pocket. There are grease smudges on that handkerchief, Ted.
Why, you dirty rascal.
Good boy.
Well, Bart, that was quite a vacation.
Yes, it was, Inspector. Sort of a busman's holiday, huh?
What time is this plane due in New York?
Oh, not for quite a while yet. Plenty of time for a nap, Inspector.
A nap? I don't need a nap. You think I'm an old man or something? Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I still don't see what made you suspicious of Morrison.
Well, there were two things, Inspector. First, the fact that the gun was lying there on the table was a pretty obvious clue.
Yes, so it was. Not even a dumb babe like Mrs. Ayres would have left the gun there. She'd killed her husband.
That's the way I figured it, Inspector.
Now, what else made you suspicious?
The fog, Inspector.
The fog?
Yes. Morrison said he read the headlines of Ayres' murder in the newspapers.
I guess I am dumb. The story was in the papers. I saw it myself, and so did you.
Yes, but Morrison said he read the headlines as he was passing the newsstand.
Well?
Well, Inspector, the fog was so thick that you couldn't distinguish a lamppost from a man, so how could he...
I get it, yeah. How could Morrison have read those headlines in the fog, eh?
That's all, Inspector.
No, wait a minute, that's not all.
No? No. Oh, yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. By the way, did you have a good vacation this summer? A nice, quiet time. No unusual excitement. No unpleasant event that shook your nerves so that you jump when a strange hand knocks on your window at midnight? Or slow, heavy footsteps come up to your door? That's good. Then you're in shape to go on another vacation with me tonight. It's the story I call Vacation from Life. The spot I have in mind for your vacation is a tiny harbor along the northern Maine coast. An isolated beach reached only by boat from the nearest town 2 miles away. And so lonely, there's only a single cottage. But it's going to be vacant soon. The present owner won't be needing it after tonight.
My name is Matthew Clark. I am 40 years old and I teach Greek in New York City. I suppose you could say I'm a typical professor since I wear glasses, stoop a little, am absent-minded at times, and as my wife has said so many times in the 10 years we've been married, I hardly know a screwdriver from a monkey wrench or how to replace a burned-out electric light bulb. A fumbler. That's her favorite word to describe me. Well, she's going to find out it's not true. But I mustn't get excited. I won't be able to finish this if I don't keep calm. I'm writing this in our cottage on Desolation Beach in Maine. It's almost dark, and the waves are pounding on the sand. The wind is rising. There's a real northeaster coming. But 4 days ago, when I came up here to open the cottage, the sun shone, the water sparkled, and except for the driftwood and seaweed along the beach, there wasn't a hint of the fierce storms that can lash this shore. I made sure that the cottage was in good shape, aired the rooms, and put away the stock of provisions that Seth Thompson had brought from me from the village in his boat. And then while I waited for Seth to call for me, I walked along the beach, poking into the piles of driftwood like a boy searching for treasure. And I found it. I found something that set my heart to pounding and brought a flush of excitement to my face. Something that roused my imagination to a feverish pitch. It was a mine. A naval mine torn loose from its moorings someplace in the Atlantic during the war and tossed ashore at last here at my feet. It was hidden under seaweed, a 3-foot steel ball with 500 pounds of TNT inside it, waiting for an incautious touch to set it off. When I saw it, I started back in alarm. And then in a flash, I knew what a treasure I'd found and what it was going to mean to me. I was gloating over it so that I didn't even hear Seth's boat arrive at my dock until he called to me.
Professor, you about ready to be heading for town?
I turned to see Seth stepping down off my dock. I hurried toward him. Yes, Seth, I'm ready. I was just stretching my legs while I waited.
Seen you poking around that driftwood. I figured maybe you'd found something worthwhile.
Seth, what I found was a very dead codfish, an extremely odorous one. Well, here's the boat. I'll get in.
Professor, for Pete's sake, don't never step right on the gunwale of a boat when it's rocking. You'll either fall into the boat and break a leg or go over the side and maybe drown.
Oh, yes, of course. You've told me that before, haven't you?
Well, not more than 11 times. Yeah, I'll hop in first. Now, give me a hand. That's it. Now, jump down here beside me. Look out. Ouch! Oh, Professor, when you lose your balance in the boat, don't ever grab the engine. It's usually hot. Let me see how bad you burned your hand.
Well, it's not too bad. It was clumsy of me, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The burn ain't bad. Just a little engine grease and fix it up. There. Now, you sit down back there.
Very well, Seth.
Stay set down. Truth is, Professor, I don't trust you around machinery no more than I would a baby.
My hand burned painfully, but I was too elated to notice. All the way back to the village, and then by train to New York, thoughts and plans raced through my mind. I formulated and discarded half a dozen schemes until the right one came to me. So simple, it would be impossible to go wrong. And then I fell asleep as peacefully as a child. In New York next morning, I hurried down to 10th Street to a tiny apartment 6 flights up and eagerly rapped on the brass knocker.
Why, Matthew. Matthew, it's you.
Yes, Ruth, I know you didn't expect me so early, but here I am.
Oh, I didn't expect you so early, but I am glad to see you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I'll make you some coffee. Sit down and be comfortable. I'll only be a moment.
As Ruth bustled around making coffee, I sat down and relaxed. The tiny apartment was soothing. There was an atmosphere of peace and quiet about it that delighted me, and Ruth herself delighted me even more. She was small, charmingly feminine, She was a teacher, too, of ancient history. We'd met during one of my summer lectures at the university and quickly found much in common. One of our favorite pastimes was to discuss the life of the ancient world. Perhaps the Punic War or the history of Greece. She from the standpoint of the historian, I from that of a student of the language and literature.
Here, Matthew. Drink this. It's hot and strong the way you like it.
Thank you.
Oh, look out. I almost dropped it. Why, Matthew, you've hurt your hand. What have you done to it?
It's just a little burn, nothing to worry about.
Matthew, you must take care of yourself. I'm going to fix that burn. Have some lotion right here and bandages. You just sit and drink your coffee while I take care of it. And tell me all about the cottage and the trip and everything.
The touch of her fingers was amazingly soothing. And as she bandaged my hand, I told her of my trip, though I said nothing of the mine that I'd found on the beach. She listened to me as a woman should, with interest and appreciation. She made me forget my clumsiness, my awkwardness at conversation, I cannot deny it, my insignificance in the world. No wonder I loved her with a devotion that my friends would have thought impossible in poor, dull, dry Matthew Clark, professor of Greek. It was with reluctance that I said goodbye when I'd finished my coffee.
I know you have to go, Matthew, but sweet of you to drop in.
You know that I'd come oftener if I could, Ruth.
Of course, Matthew. I understand. Will I see you again before you take your vacation?
Of course, my dear. I'll stop in day after tomorrow. And, Ruth...
Yes, Matthew?
I hope to have some news for you then. Some good news.
Oh, Matthew, you mean...
Yes, my dear, I hope so. But for now, au revoir. How different it was when I reached my own apartment in Washington Square. Louise, my wife, greeted me with a brisk contempt, which has been her attitude toward me almost from the first week that we were married.
Is that you, Matthew?
Yes?
Oh, so you're home.
Yes, I'm home. Safe and sound, my dear.
Safe, but not completely sound, I see. That bandage on your hand, what did you do to yourself this time?
Oh, I burned myself slightly on the engine of Seth Thompson's boat.
Well, you wouldn't be you if you didn't hurt yourself somehow. Who put the bandage on? I see it's fresh.
A very nice young lady in the drugstore at the station fixed it. You see, I stopped by to buy some ointment.
Never mind the details. Now, I suppose you want me to drop everything and fix some breakfast for you.
Oh, no, my dear, no. I had a cup of coffee at the drugstore.
Well, thank goodness for that. Well, how's the cottage? I suppose it had been broken into and half our things stolen.
Oh, no, it was in fine shape. One of the shutters was blown off, that was all.
What about the electricity? I suppose you forgot to have it turned on.
No, my dear, I attended to that first thing. The place is ready and waiting for us.
Well, I can hardly believe you haven't forgotten something. But I can't stand here talking. I have things to do. I suppose you'll want to rest.
Yes, I would rather like a nap. I didn't sleep so very well on the train.
Very well. I'll see you at dinner. There's something else I want to talk to you about. But it can wait.
Something else she wanted to talk about. Well, there was something else that I wanted to talk about, too. I was sure it would do no good, but I had to mention it. I didn't see Louise again until dinner, and then she wasted no time in coming to the point.
Matthew, I wanted to speak to you about your insurance.
My insurance, darling?
I said insurance, didn't I? Wish you wouldn't repeat my words after me like a parrot.
Well, I'm sorry, Louise. It's just that I rather think I'm carrying all the insurance I can afford on the teacher's salary.
On a teacher's salary. That's exactly the point. Now, suppose something happens to you. What's to become of me? You certainly haven't been able to save anything.
There is my life insurance.
$5,000. A pittance in these times. No, Matthew, you must take out more insurance. With your ridiculous faculty for getting hurt, you might easily kill yourself at any time.
Well, that's a rather callous thing to say, Louise.
It's practical, that's all. Now look at your burned hand. You might just as easily have fallen overboard and drowned as fallen against the engine.
Louise, I'm not a child. Which brings me to something that I want to say.
Well, say it then.
Louise, for some time I felt that you were dissatisfied with me as a husband.
Indeed. Go on, Matthew.
You seem to look upon me as a rather feeble-witted creature whom you must constantly admonish. I'm sure it can be no pleasure to you to be tied to such a man as you think me, Louise.
What are you driving at, Matthew?
Well, you have a very fine intelligence and great energy, and you deserve to be a free woman, able to carve a better place for yourself in the world.
Yes.
You're a handsome woman. You could easily find a husband more worthy of you. Someone like that insurance agent, Kurt von Walter, for instance.
And just why do you mention Kurt von Walter?
Well, it's just as an example. He's obviously attracted to you, that's all.
And so you think I should divorce you?
Well, I can't help feeling that you'd be much happier if you did, Louise.
Possibly I would be. But I know my duty. Without me, Matthew, you would be quite lost. I'm sure you'd manage to kill yourself somehow within a year. I'm your wife, Matthew. And your wife I shall remain until death, as they say, do us part.
Until death do us part. Well, I had tried. I'd done my best to save her. Now I had to go ahead with my own plans. After all, I had a right to some happiness, too. I may be a professor of Greek, but I'm also a man with a man's ability to love and hate. Yes, to love Ruth and to hate Louise. I hadn't even known how fiercely I hated her until after I met Ruth. And then hatred had welled up in me with a violence that had astonished me. Some men might put up with such a woman for a lifetime, but I'm not one of them. They are the weaklings of the world. Men, real men, take what they want from life, and I was determined to be such a man. The next day, I did as Louise insisted. I called upon Kurt von Walter, the blonde, handsome refugee who has become so Americanized that he speaks better English than most Americans, and who sells life insurance to men by flirting with their wives. I don't like him. His easy self-assurance and blatant masculinity revolt me. But my business didn't take long.
There you are, Mr. Clark. An accident insurance policy for $20,000. Payable to your so charming wife without a fuss of red tape.
Yes, I think it's a waste of money, but Louise wanted it.
Who can say what will happen in this uncertain existence, my friend? Up there in Maine, the fierce tides, the slippery rocks, the great storms. At any moment, an accident may snatch a man's life from him.
Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know why Louise looks upon me as such a child. She's just as apt to get hurt as I am.
Very true. So why not a policy to insure her life as well?
Good. I'm just an underpaid professor. I can hardly throw money around for insurance as easily as all that.
All the more reason you need it. If something happened to the lovely Mrs. Clark, if I say, well, the expenses would bankrupt you.
I guess they would.
So let me write a joint policy to cover both of you. The premium will only be a little more.
Well, all right. I suppose it is the practical thing to do, and Louise always likes to be practical.
Of course. When do you leave?
Tomorrow evening from Grand Central Station.
I'll give myself the pleasure of seeing you off. I may be able to help with the baggage. And for now, au revoir, my friend.
So that was that. A fumbler, was I? Incompetent, unable to plan, born to fail in anything. Louise would see her life was insured in my favor for $20,000, and Kurt von Walter would have to testify that he talked me into it. $20,000. What freedom that would give Ruth and me. We could travel, see Europe, Greece, visit the very spots where Socrates walked and Plato composed his immortal dialogues. But I concealed my jubilance, lest Louise notice it and suspect something. I paid a brief visit to Ruth to say goodbye and to tell her something of the wonderful future ahead for us.
Oh, Matthew, I can hardly believe it. Greece, Rome, Venice, all the famous spots of the old world. It'll be wonderful.
Yes, we'll live life for a change, Ruth, instead of just reading about it in books.
Then And your wife, she has agreed to?
Yes, she's going to divorce me. I'm not the man for her, and we both know it.
Oh, I think you're a fine man, Matthew.
Thank you, my dear. But Louise looks at things differently. We'll be back soon and attend to everything then. Very soon. I promise you. Yes, very soon. Much sooner than anyone but myself could guess. That night, Louise and I left on the main express. True to his word, Kurt von Walter, smirking and odious, was on hand to see us off, and Louise made a foolish fuss over him.
Oh, you really shouldn't have come to the train with us, Kurt. It wasn't necessary.
But of course not. It was a pleasure, dear lady.
And the way you carried all our bags. Poor Matthew could never have carried half of them, even if he hadn't burned his hand.
Well, on the other hand, I could never have learned Greek.
Greek? Oh.
Well, I hope you have a fine trip.
Thank you.
I shall be up that way myself next week. I'll drop in on you.
We'll be looking for you, Kurt. We'll never forgive you if you fail us, will we, Matthew?
What?
Oh, never mind. Oh, dear, it's train time. Goodbye, Kurt.
Goodbye, dear lady.
Oh, Kurt, you shouldn't have done that. I'm not used to having my hand kissed.
In that case, dear lady.
Oh, Kurt, you're a wicked man to kiss me like that in front of my own husband.
I could not help it.
In that case, I'll forgive you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I shall be seeing you soon. Very soon.
Yes, Kurt. Very soon.
I pretended not to notice Louise's ridiculous flirting with Kurt von Walter, and we went to our drawing room. The trip passed quickly, and exactly on schedule, late in the afternoon of the next day, we were in Seth Thompson's boat, approaching our cottage on Desolation Bay.
There she be, Miss Clark. Cottage come through the winter that well.
Yes, better than I expected, considering that Matthew closed it up last fall. Oh, the beach is filthy, though.
Well, storms last winter piled up plenty of weeds and stuff.
Oh, really?
I expect you can burn it, though. Oh, speaking of burning, how's your hand, Professor?
It's getting well, Seth. I'm still clumsy with it, but it's healing.
Yeah, them burns can be bad business. I knowed a fellow 3 years ago burned his hand, died of it. Yes, sir. Lockjaw. Well, here we are.
At last.
I'll tie her up and help you unload. Then you folks are all set for your vacation. Only you're going to have kind of nasty weather the next 3 days.
Why, is a storm coming up? Oh, goodness, the sky has gotten gray since we left the village.
And the wind's kicking up. Look at them whitecaps out there. Yeah, we're in for a real nor'easter. I hope you folks ain't forgot nothing, because I won't be able to make it here till the storm goes down.
A nor'easter? Well, that's most provoking.
I'll be sure and lay in plenty of firewood.
Yes.
She'll be cold and damp till it's over. Well, I better be getting this stuff ashore. That there storm's blowing up faster than I figured.
Just listen to that wind. We might at least have had a few nice days to begin our vacation.
It is too bad, my dear.
Well, you don't seem very concerned about it. If anything, you seem to be quite happy that we're going to have a storm.
No, but I'm not.
Oh. Now, let's see, everything's put away. Matthew, why didn't you have the phone installed as I asked?
The price of running a wire out this far was prohibitive, Louise.
Oh, money. I'm so tired of not being able to do what I want because it costs too much. Oh, well. Matthew, we need firewood. It's getting very cold, and all we have is that big log beside the fireplace.
Yes, of course. I'll go pick up some on the beach. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I hurried out of the cottage. The wind howled and the waves were pounding on the beach, sending white foam flying. I strode along the hard, packed sand, exultant. Everything was working to help me. The storm, my burned hand, everything was combining to aid me, as if I planned it so. 100 feet from the house, I found the mine, just as I'd left it, hidden beneath the seaweed. A 3-foot globe of concentrated death, nestling among the driftwood of seaweed and dead fish, covered with barnacles,
So innocent looking, so deadly. Carefully, I lifted the seaweed I'd placed on top of it and exposed the detonating horns, those deadly knobs of metal sticking up from the mine and spelling death to any ship that touched them. Next, I found several pieces of wood nearby, just the right size for our fireplace, and pulled from the sand a length of rope, which once had anchored a fisherman's lobster pot. And now came the dangerous part. I had to fasten several pieces of the firewood to the detonating horns of the mine, using the rope to tie them fast. With the wind blowing steadily stronger and the storm coming closer, I worked as delicately as a surgeon. A fumbler was I. Not now. In 5 minutes, the job was done. The driftwood tied securely to the detonating horns. A super booby trap for anyone seeking firewood on that beach. A strong pull on one of the pieces tied to the mine. And afterwards, what evidence would there be? It would be tragic, of course. But really no one's fault if Louise stumbled into a mine while walking on the beach. I'd mourn for a while, and then married dear, sweet, adoring Ruth. I was finished. I put seaweed back to cover the mine, leaving the driftwood on top, where it would be easy to see and pick up. And then I hurried back to the cottage, and my heart was pounding in my chest with a noise like the thunder of the waves as I flung the door open and entered.
Well, Matthew, where's the firewood?
I'm sorry, Louise. It hurt my burned hand. I couldn't carry anything back.
I might have known it. You can't even bring in firewood, you fumbler.
But I did gather some. I left it on top of a pile of seaweed down the beach, but I couldn't bring it any further.
Now I suppose I have to go get it.
Well, I'll help you, but I can't pick the sticks up alone.
Oh, no, Matthew. You stay here and get the fire started. Maybe you can chop some splinters off that log, even if you can use only one hand.
Of course. I'll have a fine fire going when you get back. I can handle the axe with one hand. You see?
Matthew. You're acting rather oddly. Your face is flushed. I wonder if you could be getting a fever.
I don't think so.
Well, then on top of everything else, I'd have to nurse you.
I'm perfectly all right, Louise. And I'll have this log chopped by the time you get back.
What have you done?
The axe slipped. I cut my leg. Help me to the chair.
Take my arm. Here. Now sit down. There. Now, let's see.
Oh, my Louise. Look at all the blood. It's a deep cut, I can tell you.
Oh, sit still, Matthew. I can't tell a thing with you squirming so.
Oh, it's...
Now, let me...
It's bleeding so. Look, it's coming out in little spurts. Louise, do something.
I'm very much afraid, Matthew, that you've cut an artery.
Huh? An artery? Oh, no.
I always knew something like this would happen someday.
Louise, don't just stand there. Do something. Put a tourniquet on my leg.
No, Matthew.
No? What do you mean?
I mean that fate has obviously intended you to die, and I don't propose to interfere.
Louise, I don't understand you. What are you saying?
Matthew, listen to me. When you said the other day that I should be married to someone like Kurt von Walther, you were perfectly right. I love Kurt, and he loves me. He said so.
Louise, you're joking. Now do something about my leg. I'm bleeding to death.
Yes, Matthew, you are. But I was talking about Kurt von Walther. If I were free, he'd marry me. I know he would. But not if I were penniless. He's European, and they're practical about such things.
For the love of heaven, Louise, put a tourniquet on my leg.
I know it's hard for you to grasp, Matthew, but I'm not going to lift a hand to help you.
Well, but you've got to. You're my wife.
I won't be for long. Soon I'll be your widow. And I'll have a dowry of $25,000 to bring to court.
You're mad. He's not really interested in you. You don't know what you're doing.
I do. I'm being completely practical. When I urged you to take out that insurance, Matthew, I think I was hoping something like this would happen. Maybe I was even planning to make it happen. I'm not sure. But now it has happened with no help from me. I have a right to love and happiness with a real man, and I'm taking it.
Louise, please help me.
Matthew, I'm going outside now. I'm going to watch the storm come up. I'll be gone at least half an hour. Then I'll bring back some firewood. If when I come back I find you beyond help, I'll be terribly shocked and distressed. But there won't be a thing I can do about it.
Oh, no, Louise, wait. I have something to tell you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say
but
now.
It's important. You mustn't go out. You mustn't pick up any firewood.
Goodbye, Matthew.
Louise, come back. Come back. That was just a half an hour ago.
Louise is out there on the beach now, watching the waves pound on the sand and waiting. Waiting. And I'm sitting here getting weaker. Weaker. I tried to put a tourniquet on my leg, but it only slowed the bleeding. It didn't stop it. I never was good at first aid. I never was good at anything. Just a fumbler all my life. Too late now to help me. In a few moments, Louise will start back. She'll pick up some firewood on the beach. Probably the firewood that I left so cunningly placed because it'll be convenient. She'll pull hard. The jar will set off the detonating mechanism of the mine. There. That is the explosion then. Broke the window of the cottage. My scheme worked. It worked. So I'm not such a complete fumbler after all. But I'm getting weaker. I can't write anymore. I just want to say that this is my last will and testament. $25,000 from my insurance policies I leave to the Handicraft Foundation for Boys, to be used in teaching boys how to do things with their hands. I especially direct that it be used in teaching first aid and the use of tools, especially axes. Every boy should know how to use an axe without cutting himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that cottage is empty now. There's really nothing wrong with it. Just a broken window and a few shingles torn loose by the explosion of that drifting mine that washed ashore down the beach. You could fix it easily.
If you'd like to know where it is, I could...
Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again.
I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All the characters in today's story were entirely fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast today were Maurice Toplin, Eric Dressler, Vicky Vola, Helen Titus, and Stefan Schnabel. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled The Big Payoff. Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. This is Carl Caruso speaking.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present The Bummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, by now we're getting a bit used to winter. We're like soldiers in the middle of a campaign, growing hardened to discomfort and better able to take it, and looking with longing toward the day when the war is won and there'll be plenty of everything again, including that good Olga coal. But like good soldiers, we can't afford to let down now that victory is in sight. We must work harder than ever to get every bit of heat from the coal we get, make it go further and use less. We must figuratively tighten the belts on our coal bins and wade into old man winter with a little less fuel and a little more heat from every ton. That can help make Hitler's ghost walk, which brings me to the Hermit, who's ready with a ghost story for you right now.
Stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Hansons Ghost? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
I'm glad that you two people came to me to talk this matter over.
Well, we're glad, Dr. Thorndyke, that there is someone we can talk with before we go to see Uncle Hanson.
I'm really all against going up to his old house. Marion feels because it was her father's last request before he died that she see him. We decided to make the trip.
I understand.
We might as well tell Dr. Thorndyke the truth, Douglas. My father also said that Uncle Hanson has a great deal of money. He felt that it should be left to Douglas and me.
You were the only rightful heir.
Dad said that if Uncle Hanson knew it, got acquainted with it, he might come to his senses and leave some of it to us.
You make it sound awfully mercenary, Marion.
Well, it should belong to me. Uncle Hanson cheated my father out of part of the estate.
Yes, I remember. You see, Mr. Randall, your wife's uncle and I went to medical school together.
So Marion told me.
Then, when we planned to leave New York and come to see him, I thought it best that we write to you first and find out about Uncle Hanson.
I'm glad you did.
Marion wrote to her uncle and never heard from him.
So, here we are in Mohawk. And, Dr. Thorndyke, you said in your letter that Uncle Hanson was very queer, that you wouldn't advise us to stay at his house.
True.
So before we go there, Douglas thought you should explain to us.
Just what is wrong with him, Dr. Thorndyke?
Well, first of all, no one in Mohawk ever goes to see him. Second, he lives in an old, bleak house that in itself has a grim past. Now, you may think I'm the one who is queer when I tell you this, but there is scarcely a person here who doesn't believe that the house is haunted.
Some old superstition, huh?
Yes. But as far as I can see, it must have some truth to it.
And Uncle Hanson is there all alone?
No. An old servant, a shy, crafty, almost demented-looking fellow lives there with him. I don't want to frighten you unnecessarily, but 2 years ago, I made a visit at the old house.
You saw Uncle Hanson?
Yes, at his request. You see, while your uncle and I were studying in medical school together, he had begun to show signs of strangeness.
Yes.
He was experimenting with a strange theory. He believed that he could recall from the dead the soul of some individual, and that the soul he recalled could return to the body of some person living in the present.
Uncle Hanson.
Terrible.
Man must have been crazy then.
Oh, he was very serious about it.
But why work on such an inhuman theory?
Because he felt that to return a soul from the dead was the only way of perpetuating life. If he could recall from the dead a soul that had passed beyond before its time, and could get it to live in another body, then the person could go on living.
Preposterous.
He claimed that someday he would prove it. He claimed that he himself would never die, or he would get some dead soul to occupy his body. This way he might retain perpetual life.
It's pretty awful. Muddled.
Such a crazy man was my father's brother.
I started to tell you 2 years ago. His old servant brought me a letter asking me to come that particular evening and see Dr. Hanson. I drove over to his house that night. Walked the floor. Right there.
Yes?
It's Dr. Thorndyke.
Yes, I see. Come in.
It's dark in here. I can't see where I'm going.
Doctor needs the dark for his work. We don't care for the light.
Will you tell Dr. Hanson I'm here?
He expects you. You can follow me up these stairs.
Can we have a light? You're Irish with broad custom to the judges. I find you. Did you hear it?
We heard it. I felt as if some icy hand had reached out and touched my face. Almost clawed at me. There. I felt it again. Something touched my face again. Hello, Philip.
You came, Thorndyke.
Yes. I sent for you to prove my duty to you, Dr. Thorndyke. Yes. You don't look at me as if you've heard everything. I'm not crazy. I never thought you were demented. Only obsessed.
Dr. Thorndyke was visited by one of the wandering spirits of the way upstairs.
Something cold brushed against my face, if that's what you mean.
Spirits from this house were trying to be kind to you. Trying to get into your body. Trying to give you new life. You're lucky.
So, you're still working on that old theory, are you?
Lucky? I haven't practically.
Now listen, Philip, if this is what you called me over tonight for, I can't stay and listen. I have calls to make.
You always scoffed at me, didn't you? Never believed I could do it.
Why would you want to do it, Philip?
I have found a young soul that died too soon. The spirit of a man who was stabbed by his own wife.
What do you mean?
In this very house. Yes, he lived here. We know. Don't we know, Fred?
No.
A young man who was stabbed by his wife. He went to prison for it.
I remember the story.
But about the spirit of that man, I'm able to recall. Did not know.
Philip, this is nonsense.
I'm about ready to call that spirit forth and get it to take abode in my body.
Philip Hanson, I won't stay here and listen to such balderdash.
You know what it will. Believe me? I shall never die. Never. But once I've recalled one spirit to come and live in my body, I can recall others.
I'm leaving.
Wait, not yet. I shall never die. I shall have years and years to use my money. No one will be able to take it from me. It shall be mine for years to come. Long after you are dead.
I have no desire to live beyond my time, Philip, but
I have.
I'm going.
Now, wait. I shall show you my experiment. Then you can go if you wish.
What do you have cooking in that kettle? And in these test tubes?
The essence of spirits. Turn down all the lights, please. Now I shall pass my body through the fumes coming from the steaming kettle. I shall put the fumes all about myself. Watch. There will be no sound. Now.
Something moving there in the darkness. I see it.
Quiet.
Where's the door? Let me out of here. I shan't stay another minute. Let me out of here. Get away from me, whatever you are. Get away. Where's the door? I've got to get away. Got to get away. Get away from here. Get away. Away.
Arntuck, bees in the house. I've got a strange, weird thing for you. Is it true that Dr. Hanson is able to make a dead spirit return? Or is it something he and his demented servant has conjured up to frighten people away? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Well, when it comes to frightening people, I'm not very good, but I'm of words at encouraging them, and that's what I hope I've done for you.
I hope I've encouraged you to be better soldiers on the home front with these little lectures on how to save Olga's coal and to cooperate with your friend, the Olga coal dealer. Suppose we look at the situation this way. We'd all like to do more to help win the war, so suppose we imagine we're all soldiers, and the Olga coal dealer is the supply sergeant. He's in it along with the rest of us, and he can't give out any more coal than he gets. All he wants to do is equip your coal bin to the best of his ability, and that's what he's doing. He gets gripes from every side, but he's delivering the coal as fast as he gets it, and he's trying to do so in a way that gives everyone his fair share. So don't be too hard on your Olga sergeant, folks. I know none of you envy him, and I know he wants to keep on serving you after the war is won in the manner to which you once were accustomed. So as you sit with your sweaters on and look at that thinly lined coal bin, think of the day when it will all be over. And you can once more take coal in hand and say, I want a whole bin full of that good Olga coal. That's right, the kind spelled O-L-G-A. Well, come on in, Hermit. You haven't even been here, and we've been telling ourselves stories.
And now to Darien and Randall, Dr. Thorndyke of the town of Wuhan goes on telling the story of Marion's strange Uncle Hanson.
I'm sure I ran out of that house yelling. Man, it's positively crazy. That's what I thought. But he did conjure up something. I saw it. I know it is. That's why I hated to tell the authorities. But I finally did ask them to go up there and investigate.
What did he do?
They saw him in the afternoon. They said he was sitting downstairs reading and acted perfectly normal. What do you think? So they reported that he was perfectly harmless. Merely a wealthy, eccentric old man who makes a study of dead spirits.
Why didn't you ever write my father to this?
See how impossible it sounds? Yes, of course. The more I thought about it, the more like a bad dream it seemed to be. I began to feel as if I was the crazy one.
Dr. Thorndyke, have you seen my Uncle since?
No. Not since.
Do you think he would harm himself?
Oh, I suppose his mind is weak, but I think he's harmed.
If we went to see him in the daytime, there'd be no danger, would there?
I don't think so. But I thought you wanted to know my story.
Marion, you don't want to go up to the house after hearing Dr. Thorndyke's story.
Dr. Thorndyke thinks he's harmless, and to pay him a visit will make it easy.
It's up to you, Marion.
I think we'll go tomorrow. And thank you, Dr. Thorndyke, for telling us the story.
Perhaps it's all over now. It may be it was only shadows. Natural shadows and natural sound that I heard and saw in that old house. Yet it was such a weird experience. I shall never forget.
Are you nearly ready to go down the dinner business?
Yes, dear. Just fixing my tie.
You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems as if Dr. Thorndyke who's in it.
I know it.
He's been visiting here 3 days at Uncle Hanson's, and I haven't seen him do one strange thing.
I mean, this creaky old house gives me the jitters in the night.
Oh, it's like all old houses.
I could have sworn someone opened our door in the night and crept in.
It's the story Thorndyke told me. We're too much on our guard. Everything has a double meaning to it now.
Maybe you're right.
Sure, Uncle Hanson has been awfully kind to us, and so pleased to see him. Even this old servant of his isn't bad. He's been kind, too.
He cooks good meals for an old duffer, doesn't he?
Yes. And do you know what he said to me the other day?
What?
Well, he told me yesterday that Uncle Hanson was so glad we came to see him. So glad that you and I were sensible.
Uh-huh.
And that now he could die peacefully, knowing that we wouldn't waste his money for him.
Well, it's all turning out better than I anticipated.
Well, you ready to go down to dinner?
All ready.
He still works in his laboratory long hours, doesn't he?
Yes.
I asked him last night to let me see it, and he said perhaps he might tonight.
Why do you want to go up there?
Oh, just to see what he does. You can see that he's completely forgotten trying to restore dead spirits. I'm not afraid of him, honey.
I guess you're right.
So, I just want to see what he does do up there in that room. Maybe we can tonight.
Listen. What was that? Marion, wake up. I thought I heard our door creak open.
What, Doug?
Sure as anything, I thought I heard our door creak open.
I was asleep. I didn't hear anything.
There were only electric lights in this house. Where's that darn candle?
There was one on the bedside table.
I can't find a thing groping around in this dark.
It was Dr. Phillips upstairs from visiting Uncle's laboratory. He did have the most queer-looking gadgets up there, didn't he?
Yes. Now, if I can only find a match. Darn it. Where did that wind come from? It blew the light right out.
Why don't you forget it? You just heard some board creak. There isn't anything in here.
Darn funny creaks.
Strange how you're more upset than I am.
I'd just as soon move out any time, I can tell you.
I'm not frightened anymore. Good night, dear.
Good night. What was that sound? Marion, something cold passed over my throat. Marion.
Douglas, what is it?
Get away from me. Marion.
Douglas, there's something standing right over you. I can see it. Douglas. Oh, help.
Help.
Thrill, what are you doing? Get away. Get away from me. You're only going to watch good for you. Get away from our room. I'm going to call my uncle.
Get his hands off my throat. Get them off my throat. Help.
Uncle Hanson, help. Help.
Let go. Let go of me. Stop. Leave the dead spirit of Mr. Hanson. The other one has come back.
The other one has come back?
Yes. Come. All of you to my laboratory. I captured the spirit trail as it wanders about the house tonight. Keep me in my laboratory.
That is good.
If my experiment works for you, then it may be we can get your spirit to you. That you can live on, too. Now, all is dark in here. Very dark. Only the fuse right. That is all.
Anyone speaks and frightens the spirit away, we'll make away with him.
Oh,
Douglas, they're both crazy.
Quiet, both of you. You thought you could get my money, did you? You thought I was going to die. No, I shall live many, many years.
It is the kid, sir.
Yes. And now the dagger that we found in this house. The dagger that was used to kill the dead spirit lurking in this room. Bring it to me. I'll stir the kettle with it. Yes. Now all very quiet, very dark, very still. The fumes are rising. See, they cover me. Now, spirit, dead soul, wherever you are, come out. Come out. Can you hear his voice? It's getting lighter. Can you see? Look.
Over there. The shadow is taking form. Look.
There is some light. It's approaching me. Look. It is coming near me.
Look. It's going right up to Uncle Hanson.
Well, I am here. I shall enter your body. Just as you wish.
Dr. Hanson, I'm disappearing. Slam. What's happening?
Look.
before you stands another man. Study it. It's no longer Dr. Hanson. The spirit has entered his body.
I'm back again. See this dagger in my hand. I'm back again. So you thought my wife killed me long ago, did you? Well, she didn't. I killed myself. I tried to kill her just as I'm going to kill you, Frey.
No.
Yes, just as I'm going to kill you now.
Have mercy. Dr. Hanson, come back. Take his spirit out of your body. He's going to kill me. Help! Help!
You wanted to bring me back, didn't you?
Save me. Save me. Help!
Mary, don't move. Stand right where we are. I'll see if I can save you.
Help me.
Here, this way. Here. Now, stand back and be out of the way.
Couldn't kill my wife long years ago. I can't kill. But I can kill myself again. Yeah.
What is he doing?
You brought me back into your body, Dr. Hanson, only so that I might kill myself again. Now the dagger through my heart.
Killed himself.
Here, let me light a candle so that I can see. There's a candle.
Yes, Douglas. Uncle Hanson. He's on the floor, dead. The dagger through his heart. It returned that it did when it was living. When it didn't come for that. Douglas. Only Uncle Hanson. He killed himself and he tried to kill his servant.
We did hear another voice, didn't we?
Of course you did. It was the spirit that wanders this house. And that Dr. Hanson tried to get into his own body. Oh, but it didn't work. It didn't work like he thought. The spirit came back and did the same deed all over. The ghost returned, as Dr. Hanson wanted it to, and entered his body. But it killed, just as it had when it was on Earth before. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 406th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Now, isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know, nowadays he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like, as promptly as you'd like it. He can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do. So don't shop around for coal. That does no good, just causes a lot of confusion. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting front. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A, by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war, regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit, there's more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of the Devil Dog. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. Jack Lellman speaking.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on, nor all thy piety nor wit can lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash out a word of it. In all the history of crime and criminals, the truth of that quotation was never better proved than in the amazing case of Bela Kiss, the mystery man of Europe. It is the year 1914. The scene is the office of the Chief of Police in Budapest. The Chief is seated behind his desk, while in the doorway stands a woman. Her face is white,
Terror stares from her eyes and her hands tremble as she tears her tiny handkerchief to pieces.
But, Chief, you must believe me. Your assistant does not. But I tell you, someone will be killed if you do not listen to what I have to say.
Now, sit down, my child. Calm yourself. I am ready to listen to your story.
Last night I went to the theater. I sat next to a gentleman. He looked like a gentleman. We spoke about the program, you understand?
I understand. Then, having spoken to him of the program, he suggested you have supper?
Yes, we went for a drive in his motor car.
And he asked you how you'd like to visit his home?
Yes, sir, but how...
How do I know? It's always the same story. Of how much money did he rob you?
Money, sir, I had no money. He did not rob me. He tried to kill me. It was horrible. I nearly died of fright.
Now, complete the story.
I went to his home, at Castle it was. He asked if I would like to have my fortune told. I said yes. He told me to gaze in the crystal globe. But first he gave me some pale yellow wine to drink.
Yeah, go on.
I felt my senses slipping away from me. I was staring hard in the crystal. A shadow, I know not what, made me glance in the mirror. I saw him. He stood behind me, his eyes glaring, green they were, eyes of fire, his face almost black. And in his hand he held a piece of green silk cord. It was looped and had a slip knot. He was going to slip it over my head.
Yes, and then?
Then I fainted. The next thing I knew, I was lying among the shrubbery in Erskine Park.
Very well. We will look into the matter.
You do not believe me, do you?
Oh, I would not say that. No,
Paris. Someday you will regret. Goodbye.
3 weeks later, a wealthy society woman tells a similar story to the Budapest chief of police. 4 weeks later, another. In each instance, the description given by the women of the castle, of the fiend who drugged them, is the same. The World War breaks out, and the police department is disrupted. But the citizens of Vienna and Budapest are terrified at the alarming number of missing women. On farms, in gardens, behind hedges, in abandoned buildings, bodies in various stages of decomposition are found. And all are bodies of women. The chief is frantic, and with a woman assistant and 2 detectives scouring the countryside in search of a building that will answer the description of the castle, he meets a government official.
Well, Chief, what are you doing out here? Seeing the country?
Well, what are you doing here?
The government has ordered the seizure of all gasoline for the war, you see. I'm detailed to this district. I'm in a few minutes going to that castle upon the hill.
The castle? May we go with you?
Certainly, it will be a pleasure. Oh, this is Herr Hartmann. He is the gentleman who told us there's gasoline stored at the castle. But get into the car. We should be off.
Oh, yes, indeed. I am stories here around here.
Yeah, it's an unusual country.
You know, there is a tragic story behind that castle. Yes? Indeed, yeah. Bela Kiss, he owned the castle, had a very beautiful wife. They were so happy. Everybody in the village was happy in their love. But alas, she disappeared. Poor Bela Kiss was desolate. She had run away with a younger man. It was terrible. What did he look like, this Bela Kiss? He was a handsome man, tall, elegant, thin-faced, I would say, and black-haired, high cheekbones.
It's the same man.
It's the description given by these different women, all right. You're looking for him. We certainly are. But go on. What is the finish to the story?
The old woman went to do the cleaning at the castle. Bela Kiss told her she must not go into a certain room. Regular Bluebeard story. But the old woman, like all old women, was inquisitive. She looked.
And saw what?
5 big vats.
But we have good reason to believe these vats contain gasoline. Oh, but here we are at the place. We'll soon know for certain.
Out of the car pour the officers. The empty castle rings to their footsteps as they make their way to the forbidden room. Strangely enough, the key is in the lock. The door creaks. There are the 5 vats against the wall. A strong odor of alcohol. They move forward and look into the vats. Horror stamps their faces as they see in each vat a naked woman, and around each neck the bluish mark made by the strangler's cord.
Name of all the saints, where is the wreck?
This is ghastly. I come to find gasoline, and I find 5 corpses.
5? Yes, but with all the corpses found throughout the city.
The Carlton, get the men to dig the gun.
I shall have it done. On the instant, I shall have it done.
Yes, and you, Herr, you know of this monster, this Bela Kiss. Where is he?
He was killed in the war.
26 bodies of women were found buried in Bela Kiss's garden. Over 160 pawn tickets relating to the women's wearing apparel and jewelry. Furious that death in the war had cheated him the capture of the monster, the chief returned to Budapest and tried to forget the horror of the 5 vats.
The war over, the chief is sitting in his office when through the door bursts the woman who had first warned him of Bela Kiss.
I have seen him. I saw him today, not half hour ago.
Why, who? What are you talking
The
about?
man who tried to kill me at the castle. I saw him, I tell you.
Oh, impossible. I have checked the war records. He was killed in Serbia in 1916. See, here are the records. I have kept them. Bela Kiss died of wounds August 9th, 1916.
I do not care. Do you think I could forget him? Never, never, I tell you. He is alive, this thing.
But it's impossible, I tell you. Bela Kiss is dead.
But soon the chief was to doubt his vehement assertions, for within a month he was to hear another story of a woman almost strangled under identical circumstances, although at a different place from the now empty castle. Besides this, the terror of missing women returned to haunt the citizens, and once again the decomposed bodies of long-dead women were found in desolate places. In just a moment you will hear a solution to the strange case of Bela Kiss, the mystery man of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The solution of why the murders continued in the same manner as before Bela Kiss's reported death in the war is taken from the statements of the chief of police of Budapest, who supplied the information, which, to the best of our belief, has never been published in American newspapers. The scene is the hospital in which Bela Kiss had been reported as having died of wounds. The chief of police, remembering how the first woman had warned him of the fiend's activities, determines to carry his investigation further than the official army records reporting death. The chief questions a nurse.
You, of course, know the murders in and around Vienna and Budapest.
Yes, naturally. Although, like everyone else on war service, I was too busy to really keep up with the report.
Well, we did not give all our information to the press. We decided that we would have more success by keeping something secret.
I can understand that.
Now, this man, Fiend is a better name, has probably been responsible for the death of over 300 women. I would like to find out if there are any hospital records other than the official report of Bela Kiss' death.
You don't mean that Bela Kiss is the man you suspect?
I do. In fact, it isn't suspicion. It is an established fact.
But that's impossible. I nursed Bela Kiss till he died. And a young and pious-minded boy of 20 could hardly...
20? Why, Bela Kiss was over 40.
Not the Bela Kiss who died here in this hospital. He was a young boy, I tell you, and I know I nursed him till he died.
Ah, then I have the solution. How badly wounded was Bela Kiss when he was brought here?
There never was any hope that he might recover. Anyone could have seen that he must die.
And Bela Kiss, the real Bela Kiss, undoubtedly exchanged his identification disc and papers with the wounded man, knowing full well that the young boy would be buried as Bela Kiss. And he, the monstrous wretch, free to pursue his murderous career unhindered. But I'll get him. I'll get him.
Back to Budapest races the chief. For 4 days he worked feverishly, taking no one into his confidence, but ordering his men to stand by. One night, to a house on the outskirts of town, drive 2 police cars filled with officers. The chief leads the way from the back of the house to one of the upper rooms.
Now, listen, you men. Listen. I want absolute silence. I am decided in my own mind that Bela Kiss has trapped the various women he has killed by advertisements in the papers. So I decided to use his methods and inserted this advertisement. I'll read it. Young woman, widow, with moderate fortune and with moderately good looks, desires company of men of culture, preferably 40 or over, must be tall and dark. Object, matrimony.
And you expect Bela Kiss to answer that?
He has answered it. He'll be here.
A taxi at the door. A man is getting out.
Ah, gee, it's Bela Kiss.
He looked up. He's getting back into the taxi.
Ah, after him, quick.
Down the stairs rushed the police. The taxi, with Bela Kiss standing on the running board, speeds toward the river with the police car in pursuit.
He's going to shoot. Take him. Take him.
Bela Kiss slumps. He's hit, but he hangs on. The taxi reaches the bridge. Another burst of bullets. Several shots take effect, but with one last effort, Bela Kiss throws himself from the taxi, pulls himself over the parapet of the bridge, falls like a plummet, and disappears forever under the foaming waters of the Danube. And so, coincidence, the World War, a search for gasoline, a nurse who remembered a patient, provide the solution for a 15-year-old unsolved mystery. Bela Kiss, the mystery man of Europe.
In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense, starring Margaret O'Brien.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh.
Why, Hap, that's not the way to sing Hurrah for Thanksgiving Day.
What are you telling me, Harlow Wilcox? Why I
No,
sung that song?
Hap. This is the way it goes today. Over the river and through the woods, and never mind the snow. Grandpa's happy with his jalopy, his battery's never low. Over the river and through the woods, blow high ye winds, blow low. The car's as snappy as Grandma and Pappy, with an Autolite Stay Full, you know.
But, Harlow,
Why,
that's
you
not...
see, Hap, Autolite Stay Full batteries have changed a lot of things today.
Harlow, isn't anything sacred anymore? It's Thanksgiving Day. Let's listen to Margaret O'Brien on Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Margaret O'Brien in Anton Leader's production of The Screaming Woman. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'm Margaret Leary, and I've got to tell you how it happened. It was Thanksgiving Day, and it was nice and sunshiny. Almost like summer, except cooler. Mama was cooking the turkey, and I was watching. And Mama said to me,
"Good heavens, I forgot. Your Aunt Cynthia's made some cranberry relish for us. Run over and get it, Margaret, so her feelings aren't hurt. And hurry. This turkey's done to a turn."
So I ran to Aunt Cynthia's, and on the way back I took a shortcut through Mr. Kelly's lot. It's a big lot, more like the side of a hill that slides down to Monument Creek. It's a swell place to play Indians and cowboys, or explorers or hunting for treasures, because trucks dump all kinds of stuff there. Loads of dirt and junk, and even big things like old cars and big pipes and chunks of concrete. Well, this day, coming back from Aunt Cynthia's, I saw that a lot of new junk and dirt had been dumped there since Saturday. They'd even covered up our swell big concrete pipe that us kids called our fort. Covered it clear up. I was looking around to see where it used to be when, All of a sudden, I stopped and listened. The sound was coming up out of the ground. A woman was buried under the junk and dirt and glass, and she was screaming all wild and horrible for somebody to dig her out. I started to run. I fell down and got up and ran some more. It was an awful, awful long way to our house that day. Mama! Mama!
Margaret?
Mama!
Oh, Margaret, haven't I told you not to slam the door? Is that the relish?
Listen, Mama. There's a screaming woman in the lot.
Wash your hands, Margaret.
She was screaming and screaming and screaming. Mama, listen to me. We've got to dig her out. She's buried under tons and tons of dirt.
I'm sure she can wait till after dinner. Oh, next year, I swear I'm going to buy a bigger platter.
Mama, don't you believe me? You've got to believe me.
Margaret, I've got a million things to do. Good gosh, look at you. How'd you get your knees so dirty?
Well, running back from the lot,
Never mind. Scoot and tell your dad we're about to eat. He's in the front room reading his paper.
Yes, Mama. Daddy! Oh, Daddy, I've got to tell you something.
Getting hungry, baby?
Daddy, there's a screaming woman in the lot.
I never knew a woman who didn't. Smell that turkey.
We've got to get picks and shovels and dig her up, like for an Egyptian mummy. Oh, Daddy!
I don't feel much like an archaeologist today, Margaret. I can't think of anything but food. Let's have an expedition next Sunday and dig her up.
But we can't wait that long. Oh, Daddy, she'll die if we don't do it now. I'll give you some money.
Oh, so it's a business proposition. Well, how much do you pay by the hour?
I've got $5 whole. It took me a year to save.
Come here, Puss. You know I'm touched.
Oh, but Daddy...
You want me to play with you, and you're willing to pay me for my time. Why, dear, you're shaking. Calm down.
Oh, Daddy, please.
After our Thanksgiving dinner, I'll come out and listen to your screaming.
Oh, but...
How's that?
Oh, no, now, Daddy. Maybe she'll die if you don't come out now. Oh, you've got to come now.
Margaret.
If you believe me, you wouldn't wait. You never believe me. Mama doesn't believe me. Nobody believes me.
Quiet down right this minute.
Oh,
or I not only won't go with you, but you go to your room and stay in without your Thanksgiving dinner. Now, is that clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear. I always liked Thanksgiving, almost next best to Christmas. But that was an awful one. Dinner was a million years long. Everybody moved so slow, like a slow-motion movie. Forks and knives and spoons moved slow, and Dad's cheek muscles moved slow when he chewed. I'll try to make things faster.
Margaret, you heard your mother now. Don't eat so fast.
But, Daddy, the screaming woman, we've got to hurry.
My dear young lady, this is Thanksgiving dinner, an occasion when we do not hurry. No, I intend to eat 4 or 5 helpings of everything until I can't eat any more. And then I'm going to make an extra effort and find room for pumpkin pie, a few walnuts, and stuffed dates.
Oh, please, Daddy.
Now, if you pester me any more, if you mention her again, this screaming what's-this, I won't go out with you to hear a recital at all. Am I understood?
Yes, sir. It's understood. I wanted to yell, oh, please, rush, get up, run around, come on, hurry. But I had to sit still, while out there in the lot with the sun shining down, all alone with nobody to hear or to help her, was the screaming woman. I could hear in my mind, screaming. Mom and Daddy couldn't hear. They just kept on eating and talking.
Well, now that I can be thankful for a full stomach, I guess we should consider what other things we have to be thankful for,
Well, we're all healthy. Prices are sky high, but we're not in debt. Yet.
Those are mundane things, my dear. I'm thankful for my big daughter. Right, Puss?
Yes, Dad.
And for my loving wife, who is still the most romantic woman I know.
Oh, silly.
I'm thankful I didn't marry somebody else.
You nearly married Dora Lampell. Even gave her a ring.
No, I never meant a thing. No one... No. You're the only one who's been the serious competitor since we were all kids.
Oh?
There's only one. One other. Helen Nesbitt.
Oh.
Yeah, Helen was my first love. When she was about as old as Margaret, I gave her a present one Christmas, and she gave me one, and I still have it.
Oh, that paperweight on your desk.
Mm-hmm. Funny how we hang on to things that were important when we were kids.
Daddy.
Just a little longer, boss. Warm up my coffee, will you, dear?
You know what I'm thankful for, dear? Seriously. That we stayed here in this same town where we grew up. Here you are, dear.
Thank you.
The same friends. Even the same street. It's been a peaceful life. Not very exciting, but...
Daddy!
Margaret finds it pretty exciting.
Yes. You better take her out to the lot before she collapses.
All right, now, where is your screaming woman? Lead me to her.
Over here, where our fort used to be.
Fort?
There's a big concrete pipe. It's all covered up now.
Kelly's really getting this lot filled in. All right, where's the lady?
Right about here, Daddy. Listen.
Don't hear a thing, except the wind. Better button up your sweater, Puss.
Shh. Listen.
Well, that's the trolley over on Aspen Street.
Hey there! Screaming woman! Hey!
Looks like the Dolans are starting out for a drive. Well, I guess your screaming woman's let you down, Puss.
But she was here, Daddy. Right under here where they dumped all this dirt. I heard her screaming and screaming, like she was underneath the fort. Somebody's dumped tons and tons right on top of our fort.
Yeah, too bad they buried your fort, Margaret. I saw two of Kelly's big trucks backed in here last evening. There was a dump truck in here this morning, too.
It isn't because they covered the fort.
It must be your screaming woman doesn't like grown-ups. Only delivers her solo for kids, I guess.
Maybe she can't scream anymore.
Well, I'm going back and take a nap. Let my dinner settle.
Well, aren't you going to help me dig?
Now, listen, my dear. Don't you think this is a sort of a silly game?
But it's not a game.
Now, don't stay too long, dear. Mama probably likes some help with those dishes.
Daddy! Daddy! I know I heard her scream. I know it. Oh, darn, darn, darn! You're there. You're still there. Hey, screaming woman! Oh, why did you scream before? Why didn't you scream so Daddy could hear you? Don't just scream for me. I can't help you all by myself. Daddy, where are you?
Upstairs, Margaret.
Daddy, she's screaming again. Right after you left, she started to scream. You've got to come back.
Oh, there now. Come here. Let me feel your head.
Please, Dad.
Why, you've got a fever. You're going to lie down, young lady.
We can't leave it down there, Dad. We just can't.
Come on into your room. That's right.
It's awful, Dad. It's awful for her to be screaming and nobody listening. Nobody caring.
Lie down, Puss. Lie down now. Come on.
She'll choke where there isn't any more air and she'll die.
Now, you're going to lie down the rest of the afternoon before you make yourself sick.
No, I've got to dig. I've got to dig her up.
It's all those comic books you read. Now, I forbid you to leave the house. Close your eyes now and take a nap. That's my good girl.
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Margaret O'Brien in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
I have a hunch you're going to give me another Autolite Stay Full Battery Thanksgiving song.
No, not me, Hap.
No?
No, sirree. By Cornelius, I'm going to tell a Thanksgiving story. It's a fable.
Couldn't be anything else if you told it.
Now, listen to this, my trigger-tongue trooper. Last year at this time, my car called me out to the garage. Quite a car, too, Hap. Once a year, she overhauls me.
Wow, and on Thanksgiving Day, too.
Harlow, she said, I have an empty feeling, and I'm so confounded thirsty all the time, I think you ought to do something about it. I'd like to end up Thanksgiving Day with that fine, full feeling that lulls you to sleep as soon as the mince pie disappears. Well, how, my pretty, says I, can all this be accomplished? Easy, she chimes. I need to switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, with an Autolite Stay Full battery, I'll never be thirsty, and if you use me normally, I'll need only 3 drinks a year. And what's more, with the oversized electrical capacity and fiberglass insulation of that Autolite Stay Full battery, I'll have more power, stay lively longer, and save you time, trouble, work, and worry. And Harlow, for a fellow as lazy as you are, think what all this means. Well, when she came up with all those points in my favor, I hurried, I hastened, I hurtled till I was exhausted. And by Christopher, I got an Autolite Stay Full battery and gave it to Clarissa. I call my car Clarissa. Thanksgiving morning. We took a spin, and I could tell she was happier than a penguin with skis.
Sounds like Harlow in Wonderland. Well, now, let's get back to Margaret O'Brien and the Screaming Woman.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Margaret O'Brien as Margaret in The Screaming Woman. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After a while, I stopped crying. I had to get back to the lot where that woman was screaming, but I was locked in. I tied a sheet to the bed and let it out the window and shinnied down to the ground. Then I ran to the garage and got shovels and ran to the empty lot. The sun was almost down and it was getting cold. I started to dig fast.
Hiya, Maggie.
It was Dippy Smith, who was 10 years old, the same as me. He goes to my school.
What you digging for?
For a screaming woman. She's down in the ground and I'm going to dig her up. You can help me dig, Dippy. There's an extra shovel.
I don't hear nothing. I don't dig unless I hear a scream.
Then listen.
I don't hear nothing.
Just wait. You will. There. Did you hear it?
Hey, that's okay. Do it again.
Do what again?
Scream. Do it again. Go on. I'll give you this Aggie if you teach me to do it. Hot dog, did you get that ventriloquist book for a dime from that magic company? You got one of those 10 things in your mouth?
I won't tell unless you help me dig.
Okay, swell. Give me the shovel. Hot dog.
And you got to dig fast, like this, Dippy.
Boy, you think she was right under our feet. You're wonderful, Maggie. Say, what's the screaming woman's name? You must have made her up a name.
Oh, sure. Her name is Wilma Schweiger, and she's a rich old lady, 160 years old. And she was buried by a crook named Spike. Come on, Dippy, dig. Keep digging. We can't stop, Dippy.
Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll go home.
Dippy, stop. You can't. There really is a woman buried here.
Well, sure. You said so, Maggie.
Oh, don't you believe me? I wasn't throwing my voice. Come back, Dippy.
Okay, but I'm getting tired of digging.
Now, look, Dippy. I'll go way over here, and then you listen.
Okay.
Listen.
Hey, there really is a woman here.
That's what I told you.
Well, come on, let's dig. How's she breathing, do you think?
I think she's in the fort. Remember?
Sure. That's where she must be. 5 or 6 of us kids could get in it so it's big enough. I sure hope it isn't just a radio or something.
Well, a radio would be nice, too.
Here. What do you kids think you're doing?
Oh. Hello, Mr. Kelly.
I'm tired of chasing you out of this lot. If one of you gets hurted, maybe your folks would sue me.
But, Mr. Kelly, there's a woman screaming.
You kids beat it. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
But listen, Mr. Kelly. Don't you hear her? There.
I don't hear a thing, and neither do you. Now beat it.
Come on, Maggie.
Mr. Kelly, somebody's got to dig her up.
Don't argue with me or I'll phone your folks. This is my property. Do I have to put up a fence? Why should I spend money to keep people off my own property?
Debbie, it's him. He's the one.
Huh?
He murdered Mrs. Kelly. He hit her on the head and stuck her in the fort and dumped loads of dirt on top. But she wasn't dead. She came to. Why, you saw him. He stood right there when she screamed and wouldn't pay any attention.
Hey, that's right. He stood right there and lied to us. What'll we do, Maggie?
There's only one thing to do. We'll phone the police and tell them to come and arrest Mr. Kelly. they sure got here fast, Maggie. Shh. Don't make a sound. Is Mr. Kelly in the house? Yes. He went right home from the lot.
Yes, officer. You, Mr. Kelly? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Is Mrs. Kelly at home this evening? Why, sure. Can I see her, sir? Why, sure. Hey, Anna. What's up? We got a call. Oh, good evening, ma'am.
What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, folks. We got a call that Mrs. Kelly was buried alive in an empty lot. Sounded like some kid calling, but we had to make sure. Always check, you know.
Why, I can't understand.
It's those blasted kids. If I ever catch them, I'll break their necks.
Maggie, Jesus!
Boy, if Mr. Kelly telephones my dad, I'll get a licking.
What'll we do about the screaming woman?
What the heck with her? I'm not going near that lot again.
Wait, Dippy.
Huh?
I know why he didn't hear the scream. Kelly's sort of deaf. Mama says he's hard of hearing.
He heard us, didn't he? He heard the cop.
He reads people's lips, but he couldn't hear the screaming woman because he couldn't see her. Dippy, come on. We gotta dig some more.
No, sir.
But we've got to.
We're already in a peck of trouble over your darn old ventriloquist voice. I'm not going to get in any more trouble. No, sir.
And he went off and left me alone. I wanted to crawl down under the ground with the screaming woman and die, too. It was dark now, and Dad would be hunting for me. If he found me, I'd get a licking and be put to bed. And then nobody would help the screaming woman at all. There was only one last thing to do. So I did it. To go all over the neighborhood from house to house and find out who's missing.
Why, hello, dear.
Hello, Mrs. Griswold. Is anybody missing from your house? Is your sister from Detroit still here?
Yes, she's sitting right over there by the radio. Don't you see her? Little Margaret Leary walking.
No, I only wanted to see her, Mrs. Griswold. I was just wondering. I just wanted to know if she was here. Hello, Mrs. Pikes. You're looking good. I'm glad to see you're at home, Mrs. Pikes. I'm awful glad. Mr. Hyde, is your wife still here?
Dora, aren't you out pretty late, Margaret?
Yes. Oh, hello, Mrs. Hyde.
What is it, Margaret?
I just wanted to see you, Mrs. Hyde. That's all. The hours were just rolling along, and I rang bells and knocked, and I rang bells. I was about to give up when I came to the Nesbitt's house. The house was quiet, like nobody was at home, but I saw a dim, spooky light inside somewhere. So I just kept knocking and knocking. Oh.
What do you want?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Nesbitt. I only wanted to see Mrs. Nesbitt.
She's not here. She's gone to the store.
At night? Besides, it's closed today, I think.
The drugstore down on Clark Street.
Oh, well, then she ought to be back pretty quick. I'll come in and wait.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'll just sit down here and wait. I sure like this rocking chair. Go right ahead and do whatever you were doing, Mr. Nesbitt.
I wasn't doing anything.
Oh, looks like you were packing or something, with all those boxes and trunks around. Going away?
No, Helen's been sorting things out, getting rid of a lot of stuff.
Oh, burning it up in the fireplace.
Yeah, that's right.
Dad always burns our junk out in the alley. Clothes smell awful when they burn.
Look, kid, Helen may have gone on from the store to visit a friend.
Well, if she doesn't come back soon, I'll leave.
Yeah, I'll tell her you were here. What do you want to see her about?
Oh, nothing much. Hey, that's too bad.
What?
I guess you lost the key to that box. You had to break the lock.
No, it was broken already. Yeah, I bet your folks don't know where you are, kid.
No, sir. They think I'm in bed. What friend did Mrs. Nesbitt go to visit?
Well, I don't know what... I mean, hey, look, kid, I ought to tell you, she won't be back tonight.
Oh?
No. She went to the store, like I said, but she was going from there over to Beechwood to visit her mother. On a bus. She'll be gone 2 or 3 days.
Oh, that's a shame.
Why?
Well, Mama was expecting Mrs. Nesbitt to come over tomorrow. Maybe to sell.
Hey, you better not tell your mother. You see, it's kind of secret about Helen going away. She doesn't want people to know for a while.
Oh.
You know how to keep a secret, kid?
I guess so.
I'll give you something for not telling. I'll give you a reward. Let's see. Hey, here's something for a kid. A doll.
A doll?
Yeah. Helen was going to give it to you. I heard her say when she was sorting the stuff. She said, I'll give this to the little Leary girl.
Mrs. Nesbitt always calls me Margaret.
Well, sure, that's what she said. Margaret. That's quite a doll. Old-fashioned. It's made of leather. Face is china or something, see?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt.
It's a reward for not saying anything about Helen being gone. Understand? Now, come on. I'll snap on the porch light.
Mr. Nesbitt, did you finish your driveway?
What do you mean?
Did you get all the dirt hauled off to make it smooth?
Sure. Now, come on.
I saw your dump truck in the lot this morning and...
What do you mean? Were you in the lot this morning?
No, I was at home. I looked out the window. Please, Mr. Nesbitt, let go of my arm.
You've been playing out there today? Answer me.
Oh, don't. That hurts. I wasn't playing. It's no fun now with our fort all covered up.
The fort? What's that?
Nothing, Mr. Nesbitt.
Tell me what you're talking about.
Nothing but that old concrete pipe.
You know something. That's why you came here. You've been snooping around that lot and you found out something. What do you know?
I don't know anything. Let me go, Mr. Nesbitt. If you don't let me go, I'll...
Come back! Hey, come back, kid. I'll give you something else. Come back, kid. Come back.
Mr. Nesbitt yelled because I kicked and bit his hand. Then I ran, but I heard him running after me. It was dark and quiet and scary on the streets, and more scary out there in the lot. I ran straight across the place where I heard the screaming, and it was so quiet. And all of a sudden there was a man in the lot, right in front of me.
Stop, Margaret.
Oh.
Margaret?
Oh, Daddy.
Margaret, where have you been? Do you have any idea how your mama's worried? Do you know how late it is?
Daddy, he's after me.
We've been
Mr.
up and
Nesbitt.
down alleys and clear down to Clark Street. I was about to call the police.
The screaming woman. It's Mrs. Nesbitt down there.
I'm going to give you a good licking.
Mr. Nesbitt killed her, and now he wants to kill me.
I've had all of that idiotic talk I can stand.
It's true. You've got to believe
Margaret,
me.
I'm going to lick you right now, right here. I've had enough of... What have you got there? Where did you get that doll?
Why, I gave it to Leary. The kid stopped by the house. I remembered Helen said she wanted to throw it away.
Helen said to throw it away?
He's lying, Dad. He gave it to me so I wouldn't tell about her. It was locked up in a box. He didn't have the key. He broke it open.
She's a high-strung kid, Leary. All the stuff she was telling me.
He's lying, Dad.
Yes, he is lying. Why are you lying, Charlie?
Lying? How do you get that, Leary?
Helen never let you have that doll. It was locked up. It was a present I gave her a long time ago. She wouldn't throw it away anymore, and I'd throw away the paperweight she gave me. Why are you lying, Charlie?
I'm not. Don't look at me that way, Leary. As God is my witness,
It's her. Dad, it's the screaming woman.
As God is your witness.
Leary, don't! No!
Margaret, run to the house. Phone the police and tell them to hurry. Tell them we've got to dig.
Hello? Hi, Dippy. Everything's fine. Everything's worked out keen. The screaming woman isn't screaming anymore. And they've got a lot of people down there digging her up.
Hey, that's swell. Hot dog.
And you know what else, Dippy? They're going to uncover our fort again. Oh, Dippy, wasn't it a keen Thanksgiving?
Thank you you, Margaret O'Brien, for a splendid performance. Miss O'Brien will return in just a moment.
Oh, that Autolite Stay Full Battery fable wasn't bad, coming from a fairly fabulous fibber.
Ah, but you haven't heard all of it, Hap. Why, by Cornelius, Clarissa, that's my car, spoke to me again this morning. Thanks to you, she said, and that Autolite Stay Full Battery, this has been the happiest year of my life. Why, even these cruel, cold mornings, I've got that Autolite pep, that Stay Full Battery, get up and go. Well, Clarissa, I says to my gas buggy, you're the queen of the May, the lass with the delicate air, and the pride of Wilcox Alley all in one. What do you want now, my Thanksgiving precious? And she says, just to go to sleep out in the garage once again. Why, Harlow, you can even use my Autolite Stay Full Battery for a pillow. Happy slumber and good night, everybody.
And remember,
Autolite means batteries.
Stay Full Battery.
Autolite means spark plug.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plug.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Miss Margaret O'Brien.
It's been just wonderful being on Suspense. And I hope you let me come back again sometime.
We will, Margaret. And now let me tell our listeners about next week. Claude Rains and Vincent Price in the famous mystery story, The Hands of Mr. Ottermole. Another gripping study in suspense.
Margaret O'Brien appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Tonight's suspense play was by Ray Bradbury, adapted for radio by Sylvia Richards, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Rosalind Russell, James Cagney, Ronald Coleman, William Bendix, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Claude Rains and Vincent Price in The Hands of Mr. Ottermole.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show signing off. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense with Claude Rains and Vincent Price.
More coffee, Arlo?
I believe not, Hap. And I want to thank you and Mary for a marvelous meal. A delightful, delicious, lovely dinner.
You're more than welcome, Harlow. Uh-oh, here comes Mary with that who's going to wash the dishes look in her eye. You better start talking about Autolite resistor spark plugs and fast.
Yes, of course, Hap. Autolite resistor spark plugs. As I was saying, right now, by Cornelius, is the time when all good men who know good things will come to the aid of their cars with a set of brand new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Why, with their wide spark gap, those Autolite resistor spark plugs do things for a car your old narrow-gap spark plugs just can't match. Why, they're marvelous. They're magnificent. By Cornelius, they're matchless.
You're sparking, Harlow, but let's switch to Suspense.
Autolite, and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. Claude Rains and Mr. Vincent Price in Anton Leader's production of The Hands of Mr. Ottermole. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tell me, Sergeant.
Yes?
Why do you think the Strangler killed the 5 times he did?
6 times, Mr. Newspaper Man.
6?
Yes.
Well, I suppose you do know as much about the Strangler as I do. How long have you been on the police force, Sergeant?
This is my 15th year as a member of His Majesty's Metropolitan Police, Mr. Newspaper Man.
For 10 years, I walked the beats of the Casper Street station, and for the past 5 years, I've been a sergeant of that station. In 15 years, you learn a lot about many things, including murder.
Oh, yes, murder. It's a word and a deed which has fascinated more people than you and I could count. By all means, Sergeant, let's talk about murder.
You'd think there'd be little murder in such a district, wouldn't you, Mr. Newspaper Man? Murder for a bit of heading, cup of tea. There's nothing there to take except lives. And it was there that the Strangler came to practice his grim trade. Already it struck twice. Once on Lagos Street, once on Green Street. His strong, white hands reaching for an unexpected throat. Then he vanished into the darkness, leaving behind something that once had been a living, breathing human. What was his gain? Perhaps no more than the satisfaction of a job well done. Perhaps he felt he'd done some poor devil a favor, that a sympathetic force led him to his victims the same as a cyclone picks one corner and misses another. I was thinking about that the night I first met you, Mr. Newspaper Man. I was walking down Malin End when I saw you, standing in the shadows.
Good evening, officer.
Stand where you are. Who are you?
From the Daily Herald, officer.
Oh, a newspaper man, eh?
Yes.
What you doing here?
Oh, looking for a story. Are you expecting to catch the Strangler, officer?
What would you know about the Strangler, Mr. Newspaper Man?
Only that he likes your district and that you have no idea who he is.
That's right. He could be anybody who's about in this district at night. Perhaps even a newspaper man.
Oh, you suspect that I might be making my news before I write? And I shall keep that in mind for dull days. Good night, sir.
All right. I watched you, Mr. Newspaper Man, as you walked away. Watched and thought of the force that moved the Strangler. About the same time, that force, whatever it was, brought the Strangler to Mr. Wybrow, an honest worker whom I've seen so many times I can tell you nearly exactly how he spent his last few minutes on Earth. I know the very sound of his footsteps, almost his every thought. And I can hear the footsteps of the man who followed him. It was 6 o'clock of an evening, and Mr. Wybrow was going home from work. He stepped off the tram at High Street and Malin End and walked slowly, wondering if his missus would have herring or haddock for his tea. It was a wretched night, and he could taste the fog in his throat, feel the dampness through the soles of his shoes. He turned down Lagos Street, and the footsteps behind turned with him. And so, one behind the other, the two men walked through Lagos and turned into Loyal Lane. Any man other than Mr. Wybrow might have heard some warning in the footsteps that followed him, something that said, "Beware. Beware. Beware." No. The foot of a killer falls just as quietly as the foot of any other worker. But those footfalls were bearing a pair of hands to Mr. Wybrow, and there is something in hands. Behind him, even then, those hands were flexing themselves, feeling the strength run down through the strong fingers. Mr. Wybrow was almost home. He turned down Casper Street, plodding along through the dim light. Small dog barked at the figures. Voices drifted out from the shabby houses, but Mr. Wybrow paid no attention to them or to the steps which followed him. Ahead of Mr. Wybrow was his own house, and he walked a little faster. Maybe it looked like he was going to get away, but the man behind only smiled and followed at the same pace. Mr. Wybrow turned in at his own gate and opened the door. He stepped inside.
Is that you, Harry?
Yes. What's the tea, Flossie?
Harry, you're lucky to be getting that. Who's that?
How do I know before I've opened the door? If it's a collector, he can just nip off. Well, what?
Mr. and Mrs. Wybrow became the third and fourth, but not the last victims of the strangling horror.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Claude Rains and Mr. Vincent Price in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Let me tell you about a foolish fellow who got the outside of his car all dolled up with doodads, trinkets, foxtails, and whatnot.
All right.
And then, by Cornelius, he comes chug-a-lugging up the avenue with misfiring spark plugs and his engine sounding like a stuttering teapot. Hey, friend, I yelled at him, why don't you switch to a set of those smooth-firing Autolite resistor spark plugs and make that bus of yours sound as fancy as it looks?
And what did he answer?
This guy said to me, plugs is plugs. Well, Autolite resistor spark plugs, I corrected him, are different. They've got a 10,000 ohm resistor, ignition engineered right into the spark plug that permits the Autolite resistor spark plug to maintain a much wider spark gap setting. This extra wide gap, friend, lets your car idle smoother, gives you better luck with lean gas mixtures, actually saves gas. What's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Pipe that.
That's telling him.
Wow, he says. Can you back up all that sales talk? Ah, listen, pal, I told him. These are just a few fine and fancy facts. And what's more, those wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs are one of over 400 automotive, aviation, and marine products world famous for their Autolite-engineered dependability.
Then what, Harlow?
I'll tell you the rest after Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to a Hollywood soundstage Mr. Claude Rains and Mr. Vincent Price in The Hands of Mr. Ottermole. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Sergeant, did you ever stop to wonder at the pranks of fate? Mr. Wybrow died at the one moment when there was no one around to witness his death.
That's true.
A few minutes earlier, perhaps a few minutes later, there were people on the street. Think how different it might have been if you had arrived there earlier than you did.
Perhaps, Mr. Newspaper Man, but I'd finished my evening tea and was walking through Casper Street to the station. Mr. Wybrow was still lying on the door of his house, his wife on the floor a little beyond him. Both were dead. I blew my whistle, and the constable came on the run. He searched the house, then talked to the neighbors on either side. Nobody had heard anything except Mrs. Wybrow's scream, and they thought that just a family fight. There's no sign of anything but brutal murder. While we waited for the ambulance, I suddenly remembered something. Smithers.
Yes, sir?
Just before I found them, I saw you standing at the end of the lane. What were you up to there?
I thought I saw a suspicious character mucking about there, sir, and I was keeping an eye on him.
Suspicious character, but blasted. You don't want to look for suspicious characters. You want to look for murderers.
Yes, sir. Think we'll get him, sir?
Well, just between you and me, Smithers, I have my doubts. With a man who kills to get a few bob, you know he's going to keep on because as soon as he's broke, he'll slush another one. But a man like this, you don't know when he'll strike again. Or if he'll strike again. Back at the station, the newspaper men were waiting for the story, having scented it the way dogs will smell out the fresh track of a fox. There was one newspaper man, tall, with shoulders and arms that looked more like a coal heaver than a journalist, who kept asking about clues as though he wanted to solve the case himself. That was you, Mr. Newspaper Man. Or maybe you just wanted to find out how much we knew. After the newspaper men left, I was in my office, finishing up my report, when there was a knock on the door. Who's there?
Do you mind if I come in, Sergeant?
Oh, it's you.
Yes, I thought of a few more questions I'd like to ask you.
Oh, it seems to me you are around all the time.
So?
Yes. And now you want to ask more questions. I'm afraid we can't give out any more information than you already have.
Half a minute, Sergeant. All the papers are going to do a regular story on the strangling monster. I thought I'd like to do something different, more of a mood piece. Now, you look like an intelligent man, Sergeant.
Thanks.
I thought you might help.
Well, maybe I can, maybe I can't. What do you want to know?
What sort of a man do you think the killer is? You really think he's a monster who can slip through the night without being seen?
No, I think he's probably a very ordinary man. Everyone, even our own constables, is looking for a monster instead of the man standing next to them. No, this man can move about and no one sees him because he's an ordinary man, and it's ordinary for him to be around. He might be a bootblack, the man who makes deliveries, or even a policeman. Or a journalist.
Why do you say that?
I don't think I meant anything personal, Mr. Newspaper Man. I meant that he is merely someone you look at and never think that maybe he might strangle someone.
Your theory is very interesting, Sergeant. And do you also think that you'll catch him?
Well, if he's caught, short of actually catching him in the act, it'll be because of only one thing.
Oh, and that is?
Curiosity.
Curiosity?
Yes. He'll be nabbed if his curiosity is too great. If he wonders how near others are to him. If he has to ask questions and then returns to ask still more questions. Later that evening, I went out into the district, visiting beat after beat. The presence of the killer, the strangling horror, was in the air. The entire district was given over, not to panic, for London never yields to that, but to fear of the unknown. And while the community still gasped over the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Wybrow, while fear was moving into every tenement, the killer made his next move. Conscious of the horror caused by his hands and as hungry for more as any giddy girl at her first performance in the music hall, his hands reached out again. Well, I was cutting through Clemming Street when I saw you again, Mr. Newspaper Man. You slipped along the street, peering into alleys. Even then I had a hunch to stop you, and I felt I had no real reason to suspect you, so I walked on. Peterson and Joyner were patrolling Joyningham Road. It was just 9:32 when I met Joyner near the middle of the street. I spoke to him and went on. At 9:33, I met Peterson coming back from the other end of the street. I answered his greeting and passed, intending to go to the end of the beat and cut over to Logan Passage. Then, during the few seconds that everyone's back was turned towards the spot where he stood, the killer struck again. Joyner, here.
What the? Good heavens! It's Peterson.
Yes, Peterson, dead like the rest of them, strangled right under our noses. Where were you, Joyner?
I just reached the end of my beat, Sergeant. Was already turning when I heard your whistle.
No, I just passed him on my way to Logan.
Then we were covering both ends of the street. He must have come from Minnow Street, or Clemming Street, and gone back the same way before we could see him. It is dimly lit around here, sir.
Say, what's up, Constable? I heard...
Stand where you are. Oh. It's you, Mr. Newspaper Man?
Yes. So he struck again. What happened, Sergeant?
I've been checking the beats.
Huh.
I came up here, passing Joyner, and then Peterson here. I was at this end of the street, Joyner at that, with Peterson in between us going towards Joyner. He cried out once, and then was like this. We saw no one. Where were you when you heard my whistle?
On Clemming Street, perhaps half a square down, and no one passed that way.
That means that he must have come from Minnow. Shall I ring in, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, Joyner. Half a square down Clemming Street, were you?
That's right.
That's where you were more than 5 minutes ago when I passed and you were coming this way.
Well, I thought I saw something in one of the alleys and stopped to look closer. Oh, now, come, Sergeant. Let's not start suspecting each other. The mutual suspicion of this district is catching.
Yeah. I suppose it is.
Yes, of course.
Still, there's a murderer who must be caught, Mr. Newspaper Man. The following day, I was back on duty early. You know, the sight of a uniformed sergeant somehow gave the people a bit more confidence than that of the constables. Bobbies are well enough in their way, but you know, your average Londoner likes to see more important officials around when things are a bit rough. The talk in the pubs and on the streets was all cut from the same cloth. And the pattern was fear.
I say the Strangler's some posh who's off his bean. Thinks as how we ain't squeezed dry enough. So he nips over, squeezes a little more, and pops back to the West End.
Oh, you're balmy. Eat a leg. Didn't he get a peeler last night, and don't that prove it?
He's a bleeding Jack the Ripper. That's what he is. And he'll bloody well kill a lot of us without a single bloody flick to stop him.
He got a bobby, didn't he? And with bobbies crawling all over the place and not one to lay a hand on him. And who's to stop him? That's what I want to know.
I walked the streets, dropping a bit of cheer here and there. 4 or 5 times I saw you again, Mr. Newspaper Man. Your dark face twisted with emotion as you listened to the talk. This, too, was queer, for you were the only newspaper man I saw in the whole district. By 9 o'clock, I was in Richards Lane, a narrow street, partly a stall market and partly cheap homes. On one side was the shattered wall of the railway yard. The wall of the railway yard put a shadow over the street so that even a garbage can looked like a man crouching. Farther down the street, the outline of the empty market stalls looked like a bunch of ghosts waiting for the man who would send them more ghosts. There was no one on the street, no one to witness that which was about to be. Then, suddenly, in the time between one footfall and another, the wall of silence was broken.
Help! He's here!
And then the lane came to life. It seemed like they were all released by that scream. All along the street, doors opened and people poured into the street, muttering as the stored-up anger began to overcome their fear. They milled around, uncertain which way to turn. Then the whistle pointed the direction to them. Gathering like dark clouds, they moved down on the cottage where I stood with the constables. The sight of so many of us made them feel that he would now be caught, and that anger came up in answer to it.
Well, go in and get him. What you waiting for?
He's through killing now. Go on and get him, you bloody peelers.
He ought to be strung up.
Break it up. Move back, all of you. Joiner, get around to the back and meet the constables there. Martin, Addison, take the house on the left. Jones, Edmonds, take the house on the right. Betts, you come with me.
Take a piece of it from me, Sergeant.
Inside the cottage, the whole family lay dead, fallen around the supper table. One look at their necks showed us the Strangler's trademark again, but there was nothing in that cottage except death. One by one, the constables came back to report. Nothing. Once more, he had killed and slipped away. Again, I looked out at the crowd, now beginning to move back as they realized we were empty-handed. Suddenly I saw in the front ranks your face again, the newspaper man who seemed to be everywhere I turned. There was a light in your face, a light that was almost happiness. And looking at you in that brief second, I was aware that there were 2 of us who now knew the identity of the murderer. But the crowd shifted back, began to lose themselves in the shadows, and you were gone before I could move. The Strangler had struck again, and again. We were empty-handed as we waited for the ambulance.
You may have been empty-handed, Sergeant, but I'm sure there were enough thoughts in your head to make up for the lack of something to put your hands on. Dark thoughts, perhaps.
Yes, I did think, Mr. Newspaper Man. I tried to imagine what you were doing during the next hour. I thought perhaps that you went to the nearest pub and sat alone at the bar, attended by a frightened barmaid. I think you dismissed the strangling horror from your mind and thought only of the glass of stout and the sandwich where even such men as you must rebuild their strength. I think you looked at the sandwich, noticing that it was skimpy as bar sandwiches usually are, and you may have thought idly of the inventor of the sandwich, the Earl of Sandwich, then of George the Fourth, then of all the Georges, as any good Englishman might, and so to that George who wondered how the apple got into the apple dumpling. It was while thinking of that, and how the ham got into the ham sandwich, that your mind came back to the people who had been murdered. Maybe it was then that you thought of the simplest fact of all, that the murderer could escape by either running away or by standing still. It was then, I think, that you got up from the bar without finishing your sandwich. It was perhaps 20 minutes later that you walked down the street and met the man you were looking for.
Well, seen anything of the murderer, Sergeant?
Oh, it's you again.
Yes.
No, nor is anybody else. And I doubt if they ever will.
No, I don't know. He's already struck 5 times. I've been thinking about it, and I've got an idea.
So?
Yes, came to me all of a sudden. And I felt that we'd all been blind. It's been staring us in the face.
Oh? Has it now? Well, if you're so sure, why not give us the benefit of it?
I'm going to. Yes, it seems quite simple now. But there's still one more point I don't quite understand. I mean the motive. Now, as man to man, tell me, Sergeant Ottermole, just why did you kill those inoffensive people?
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Newspaper Man, I don't know. But I've got an idea, just like you. Everybody knows we can't control the workings of our mind. Ideas come into our heads without being asked. But everybody's supposed to be able to control his body. Why? We get our minds from heaven knows where, from people who were dead years before we were born, some say. Maybe we get our bodies the same way. Our faces, our legs, our hands. They aren't completely ours. And couldn't ideas come into our bodies like ideas come into our minds? Couldn't ideas live in muscles as well as in a brain? Couldn't it be that parts of our bodies aren't really us? And couldn't ideas come into them all of a sudden like ideas come into my hand? You see, Mr. Newspaper Man? It was 6. One other thing the newspaper man did while he was in that pub. He called his newspaper and told them his idea and said he was coming to meet me. And so they're hanging me, killing me for something which my hands did. I had nothing to do with it. You can see that. But what hurts me the most is what the judge said when he sentenced me. It's not true. It's not true, I tell you, that if I lived, someday these hands, my hands, they say, might reach out for you.
Thank you, Claude Rains and Vincent Price, for a splendid performance. Mr. Rains and Mr. Price will return in just a moment.
Harrow, you were telling me...
Oh, yes. Well, Hap, the next time I saw this fancy fellow, his gadget-laden car was humming and purring up the street as smooth as the slippery glide of a slide trombone. I got my auto-light resistor spark plugs, he yelled to me as he whirled by, and they're terrific. Well, by Cornelius, this fellow had the right dope. Because, friends, when you replace your old narrow-gap spark plugs with the wide-gap auto-light resistor spark plugs, you can really tell the difference in your car. So if you don't already have a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs, drive down tomorrow to your nearest Autolite dealer and treat your car right. Switch to Autolite. And friends, remember too, Autolite means spark plug.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plug.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Mr. Claude Rains.
The Hands of Mr. Ottermole has always been one of my favorite mystery stories, and so it was a great pleasure to be able to play it on Suspense, one of my favorite radio programs. What about you, Vincent?
Well, I agree with you on both counts, Claude. And in addition, I found it refreshing to play the murder victim for a change instead of the murderer. By the way, Claude, what will we be hearing on Suspense next week?
A treat you won't want to miss. One of Hollywood's most glamorous stars, Miss Rosalind Russell, in a top story, The Sisters. Another gripping study in
Suspense.
Claude Rains will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Sin of Abby Hunt. Vincent Price can currently be seen with Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor production, The Three Musketeers. Tonight's suspense play was the famous story by Thomas Burke, adapted for radio by Ken Crossan, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as James Cagney, Ronald Coleman, William Bendix, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Rosalind Russell in The Sisters.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Turn in your scrap steel to your local scrap dealer. The more scrap, the more steel. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.